Hello, chatto! It's Thursday, and coming up today on Outcasts 2 Icons, we actually have money for the first time since visiting the shores of France. We sold a couple of dead wood and still have some more to ship out to the lumberyard, but today we must decide which DM that money's being spent on. We also found fuck! No! I was about to get so excited and the camera is shaking, such is my rage. I'm going to sulk in the corner. Ah, no! I was about to tell you all about our three-stay CR fucking words. Yuri, what would you do in this situation, mate? Oh, I
keep getting recommended a Russian FM streamer whenever you aren't live. I can only assume he is just like you but without any definite articles and has a fiancée called Emma Lolovic.
Emma Lolovic? You mean Emma Lova? Pogalova? Oh dear, you shaped over. Thank you very much for the 38 months. No. Yeah, so what I was trying to say is we found a 3-star CA 15-year-old. And I was really excited to tell you about it because some of you may not have seen it last stream, and it was genuinely, yeah. Bear in mind, like, we're a Europa League team now, so finding any kind of 3-star CA 15-year-old is insanity, basically. They shouldn't be that good at that age, basically. Yeah, I'll show you in a minute. Hopefully we'll get a proper scout report through today, because basically what happened was, let me just turn this down a little bit. We got a team report through, saw him in the big list, straight red army, saw him in the big list and went, oh my god, this guy's ridiculous. Looked at his profile, went, oh my god, this guy is even more ridiculous. But then, of course, when we actually started scouting him properly, the team report data disappeared, so we actually got less scouting knowledge. So right now we know less about him than we did when we first found him. So he has prioritised, so hopefully we'll get more information today and I can show you guys again. I mean, I can still show you him, but he's better than he looks, basically. The Gazman,
it was going so well, and then you spoke. Next time, Matto.
Do you know what? I could do one of those silent streams. I think that would make some people very fucking happy, let me tell you. And Derek, thank you for the 17 as well. Things you'll have to see. The Fog of Scouting War fully has, like, literally, I'll show you now. With my computer, because that's what we're doing. Where is he? Let me think about this. He'll be, well, presumably top of the... His name... Oh, I just typed his name. It was Caresta, wasn't it? Carestes.
One word required. Bakajin.
That one. I don't know who that is, but I'll take it. Thank you for the 19 months, you know, the tier 3, which is wild. Voice spam, continue and play the tactic you want. This is he. He has turned 16 now. Just. Literally 2 days ago. No, 4 days ago. But the thing is, we know he's better than some of this stuff suggests, i.e. his technique we know is 18. His passing we know is 15. His work rate we know is 16. Because those were attributes we could actually see when we first scouted him. So he had a lot of blue on his profile as well. So yeah, he's a little bit ridiculous. Now the only thing that could potentially hold him back, firstly he won't actually talk to us right now, but that's not the issue, is... Sometimes you get players that come through with ludicrous CA. Very rarely. But they do exist. This guy, presumably. But he also has played a game for them too. Sometimes their PA isn't all up to scratch. And they're almost not maxed out, but like they can be close to maxed out. I've seen this a few times when I was doing like agent videos and stuff. Because obviously I play with the editor switched on for those, so I can see the CAs and PAs of players. And I'd see some guys that I'd be like, oh my god, that guy's ridiculous. Then I'd look at his PA and it's like 15 more than his CA. Which is like, oh. You get guys that come through with like 115, no, sometimes like 130 CA and then like 132 PA. But this guy is ridiculous. Now, obviously, I don't think... He originally was 3-star, so I think this is just because of the Fog of War or something. But either way, it doesn't matter, because if we can sign him, he's 700 grand, which is the deal that we'd agreed with Dinos Castrera. So it doesn't matter if he's good or bad, really, because at 700 grand, it's well worth it to find out, pretty much. So I'm sure as shit not, like, concerned about that. Let's put it that way. Other things today, we have a lot of money. We have a lot of money on our hands. Which is very nice, which means we really need to make a decision about which of the DMs we're going to sign. And I think the decision kind of got made for us at the end of last stream due to the injury to Casper Key. Youngster, thank you for the 9 months. Which means I think, realistically, we need to be putting a deal together for Claudio as soon as physically possible. Steinmetz. No, Steinmetz has gone to Red Bull Salzburg. For a lot of money. Badged up, yeah. You did get a badge. Or at least, like, there was... some badgery going on, I think, maybe? Either that or you're studying for it. I forget. I definitely saw a news article that said something to do with you studying for a coaching badge. Now, whether you've got it or not, I don't know. Didn't get a new deal, did he? What, in Brazil? Not as far as I know, but we can check. I think that's literally the first port of call, is just to try and have a look at him. Where is my boy? Jose Claudio. No, still has the same deal. 3 years left on his contract, so we're not likely to be getting him on a free anytime soon. They do have an extension clause, but there's not much they can really do with that. The other guy I'd be happy to sign if we had the cash, because I'd be willing to try and work on him, given that he is younger, and I think he may have a higher ceiling. But Claudio did do super duper well in our team. Like, extraordinarily well in our team. So I feel like we need to put a deal together for him. Now, I can't ask his agent, annoyingly, but I'm still pretty certain that we can get him a little bit cheaper than his release clause. Or, at least, a deal that's structured equals his release clause. That's the idea. Yeah, bear in mind, Key has a hip injury now, so we wouldn't be able to sign him anyway at the time being. He's very much one to come back for later. I reckon if I could get him, honestly, on like a 7 by... That's equal to his release clause. We could sign him in January, but remember, it would cost us about the same amount of money. Yeah, if we could just pretend... Maybe if we just do it in like a Brazilian-Portuguese accent. They'll never know. That's nearly French, right? No. Kasper Key could be... But to be fair, I'm hoping that Roland Korestes could be that guy, potentially. The Estonian defender. Basically, the Tenerife guys are too expensive because they have high rep. Divisible by 3. Well, I mean, technically anything is exactly divisible by 3, provided you divide it by 3. Let's see if they'll go for that. They might not do. They won't. Okay, that's fine. They might just... They might insist on actually paying the transfer. I'll offer them 15 and see what they say. If not, we may end up having to pay. The problem is basically I can't ask his agent. Because before, they were willing to accept less than his release clause. My slight concern is that what's happened now is that they've basically decided that actually he's done really well in Europe and we don't want to accept less than his release clause. That's the issue. Now, if we could get rid of Ruggieri... At least we don't have to at the moment. That's the one good sign, is we don't actually have to get rid of Ruggieri anymore if we don't want to. So if there's a bid, we don't need to, like, undersell him, basically. We don't need to undervalue him. We can sell him for full price.
Hello, pasta lovers.
Hello.
What are we cooking up today?
Oh, wouldn't you like
I'm
to know?
ready to watch the okayest stream ever. Bring on the most average of the average. I want to be whelmed. Satisfied. Content. Not sad, not excited. Just whelmed. Give me your 5/10. I crave it mildly. XOXO Gossip Girl aka Stream Nana.
I want to be exited as well. Or exicted. New word, loved it. So 2 of these are injuries. Shazzy, I believe, is only a... Yeah, it's a minor injury. But he will miss a couple of weeks. Annoyingly, Habila is the other injury. So that's 2 of them, which is fun. Don, thank you for the 23 as well.
Kind regards from Dr. Benji, who said you were a great guy. After I told him kind regards from his work wife.
You're just going to bounce back and forth between us each time you do that, because I'm fine with that. We shall communicate solely through you. Yeah, Bauer still wanted. That's the thing, right? My biggest priorities as far as sales this summer were ironically Bauer and Ruggieri. Yet we've sold neither of them, and have achieved exactly what we were intended to say anyway. So we still have the options of selling Bauer and Ruggieri, which is good. We should go. Well, we still have Stoyan. Although Stoyan will have to play left back today. Let me just do a quick pick, actually, just so we can get an idea of who's where. Nagalo, Bauer, Velázquez. Oh, Christ. Yeah, we are a bit light here because of the fact that they've all disappeared. I might have to put Sean McCary in. Yeah, it's got to be Sean McCary because Ivic is not a ball-winning midfielder. He's a playmaker. Alexandre is not playing there. Anderson's back in. Stoyan will have to play left back today, which means we will have to play Shehu. Yeah, at least we've got options, I suppose. Elec Chowie and Velázquez. Kilaza, that's good. What about the bench? We want to make sure we've got no silly bollocks cracking along in the bench. But yeah, I basically finished. We finished last stream pretty much 2 days prior to this. So we've got nothing to really catch you up on there, which is kind of useful. Yeah, if it can go on the bench at least. It's PSG away. It's going to be tough no matter what we do. It's literally the same game. We've played PSG twice in a row. This fixture has happened back to back. Well, we did beat PSG last season, but I don't think we'll be doing it today. One thing I will say, though, is I think our bench in certain areas has definitely got better. I think Darko Rezic being here... Ooh, what do I want to put him on? He's going to be playing off this left-hand side as an inverted winger. Composure's probably... Oh, you're right. Yes, for some reason it wouldn't let me do that before, but now it will. Let's try that as well. So it shoots from distance, which is, I assume, finishing training, right? Makes complete sense. Good. Like, the fact that this guy has shoots from distance is really, really bizarre. Ooh, look at that value. I reckon composure. Sorry, final third on him. Get that composure up, then whack him on attacking movement and get that off the ball through the roof a little bit. His crossing's a little bit low, but I think it might not matter so much because I think his dribbling ability is going to get him into such brilliant positions. Deng does need to be trained there now. The issue with Deng basically has been that every single time we've tried to like ingratiate him into the team and train him there, he's just found a loan. But he's going to be absolutely crucial this season because there's no way we're getting through this year without a Barnetche injury, especially when you factor in the fact that we're going to be playing at least another 8 games because of Europa League. Probably, let's be honest, more like 12. So having someone we can rotate around with Barnetche is going to be very, very useful for us. Ualabi, of course, is another option in those exact same things. He can do both roles too. Because Deng, what about beating a third trap? He loves an overhead kick. So that's good. Hello, Hassan. I'm good, friend. How are you? And then in addition to that, so yeah, we got Deng and Rezic back as well. Yeah, Deng was being trained to play deeper. But basically, he's had 2 seasons here, but both of them he's been out on loan. So he was at Dinamo Dresden, then he was at Rio Ave. Oscar's back as well. Good point, actually, yes. So we've definitely grown in depth. Detten could be good for that as well. I mean, to be fair, I think it's probably worthwhile just trying to smash that on every single shadow striker we have now. Like, I think it's too much of a coincidence that Tristan has exploded in quality since he got that PPM. And I would be willing to bet that Deng's got the minerals to do that anyway. So that's movement training. Kubek is just not good, unfortunately. He was a waste of money, but that's okay. Beat the offside trap more often. Suitable idea. Nice. Like, when you actually look at Kubek these days, he's just, like, pure attribute. He's basically just, like, a better version of Sven Smates. And not even by that much. I would very much like to try to find a way to get some money for Kubek or something. Perhaps. But... heresy? If anything, it's pretty close as well. Like, when you actually compare the two... Well, I'll tell you what, he might not even be better than Sven. He has maybe like a tiny bit of extra physicals. I didn't realise how badly injury-prone Sven was. Heretic. Exactly. Like, Deng got a loan the last year just because I knew that he wasn't going to feature as much last season. But this year, he 100% will. Like, we've got... So, looking at our bench, Alexandre, I think we could do with another left wing back. Because we're really only operating with Stoyan and Ruggieri. And most of the time, Ruggieri's operating in one of the other positions as well. And Stoyan can cover here. I wouldn't mind... another wing-back option, like a young backup, to avoid having to use Ricardo Evans or Alexandre. And I think we are a little bit light in... Well, we're obviously really light in DM, but we're going to be fixing that soon anyway. The rest of the squad, though, is looking pretty nice. That's... I think just getting Claudio in permanently is going to be crucial. Once we've done that, we should still have a good amount of cash, especially if we can sell... really, it's Bauer. Bauer's the one that probably gets sold. Gotta go to work. That's at least an hour. Oh, dear. The guy called Tipple. Yeah, Simon Tipple is a face in the game. One of the more common ones that you see, which is unfortunate. I was actually surprised that he hadn't popped up at this stage yet, but now he has. I'll just show you. I don't think he starts at PSG, does he? No.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis.
Surprised I didn't see him sooner, but I guess we've not really been on the radar of those sort of teams so far anyway. Arctic! Geesh. Sorry if I'm saying that correctly. Sorry if I'm saying that correctly. Sorry if I'm saying that incorrectly. Thank you for the follow. Later in his request. That's okay. You have my blessing, sir. An ACL? No. Wow. It was weird because I saw the incident, and usually when I see an ACL injury, it's usually like some kind of collision or something. I mean, I know there was a little bit of that, but then they're usually straight down. It's the fact that he sort of kept running almost and was sort of limping a little bit. I almost wonder if that's done more damage, potentially. Isn't it Essien Tipple? Oh, you might be right. I think it's both. I think they're both facing the games. I think there's more than one Tipple. Strange sentence, I realise. I can't sort this screen. Unfortunately, because if I do, then we'll never be able to do it. There he is, Simon Tipple. Thank God he appeared towards the top. Yeah, I think there's a few Tipples. I believe it's just that they were both researchers, potentially. I think that's because they've been around for a while. I suspect that they're brothers. Whether he actually has brother... Omar Swan is a cool name. Oh, he's a late developer as well. Speaking of late developers, do you remember the right backs we had when we were in Portugal? There was Francisco Rodriguez and there was another guy. One of them became a late developer, and I can't remember which one it was. Because I randomly came across my desk. Obviously, we couldn't afford him, but he came up in a scout report, and it said next to him, Rodriguez, late developer. Yeah, it was Valverde. It was Valverde. It was this one, though. It was Santiago Valverde, because I kept typing in Valverde and clicking on Federico Valverde's profile, right? Yeah, so this was he. So yeah, he's actually at Ajax these days. He's been around a lot. Still only 28 years old, but never quite reached the heights that I was expecting, frankly. Like, I thought this guy genuinely was going to be a worldie. He's only got 23 caps for Mexico. And he's been everywhere. Had that one season at Sochaux where he was genuinely insane. 12 assists from right back in 16 games. And here she is in the flesh. It's Captain Pogwash herself. One sec. Bringer of the coffee. Aye, Captain. The River Geese have never been safer. It's true. Pog resigned from her job on Tuesday night, chat.
Tuesday afternoon.
And then they rejected it.
Well, someone in HR did, because there's another way they apparently needed to do it, but then they...
It doesn't matter. You can't reject a resignation. You don't get to say... It's a notice of resignation, not a discussion. Like, oh, we've rejected it. Okay, and what? What are you going to do? Ridiculous. The audacity to reject it. It's literally like, oh no, I guess I'll just submit it again. Anyway, you've been notified. They've been notified, so it doesn't matter whether they rejected it or not.
But it's all sorted.
It's all sorted now anyway. But like, it's just funny that they had the audacity to reject a resignation. It's like, you're next, for fuck's sake. Like, not playing for Newcastle, just as an example. My guy being the HR guy at next. But there you go. Yeah, exactly. It's like if Pog's trying to break up with me, I reject your resignation from our relationship.
Tough, I would go.
Yeah, see you Monday, innit? Oh, dear. But yeah, so Pog starts her new job on September 1st? Sorry, September 1st? I'm thirsty. 1st of September. Which is hilarious because she's got a holiday booked like a week later.
2 weeks later.
2 weeks later, which is cool. Current football event. Yeah, that's dangerous. Don't care for that. You want Clay? Oh, don't tell me Clates talks about that much football. I've watched Clates. More than me, of course. In my head, Clates' streams is like vibes and crabs, which is excellent. Sorry, reject. No, literally, it was that. Then they were like, "Well, this doesn't mean that." I'll go away. Like, they've obviously started being a lot nicer to Pog since she resigned anyway. Just because it's like, I assume they're worried that you just won't turn up.
No, they're scared.
Well, yeah, because
they're scared because they've got. I literally start my new job 2 weeks before sale.
Yes, which is even funnier.
And Marika the other girl starts as a sales manager literally 3 days before I leave.
Yeah, there's almost constant.
Turnover.
Now I understand. Yes, I can finally. I mean, I have said this on stream a bit recently, accidentally, but it was Next that Pog worked for, the clothes shop. A load of you've just gone, that makes sense.
When I finally, after I've started my new job and everything, I've got stories.
She's got stories.
I have stories, everyone.
Bars. Right, that was Simon Tipple. Thank you for the coffee, Pog. It is delicious. How good did it feel to resign, Pog?
I felt half my weight. I felt like I'd lost half my weight.
She honestly, on Tuesday, because obviously we went fishing on Tuesday night after stream. I went fishing with a couple of mates down at the pub, and obviously we were waiting for Pog because it's quite near the station. And we're just sat there fishing, and then Pog comes around the corner looking like Tobey Maguire in Spider-Man, like shit-eating grin.
Exactly what you mean when he's walking down the street. Yeah.
Or like Rob from Don Broco. Like, I mean,
You love the stomps.
yeah, the stomps, yeah. She was just vibing it around the corner. Oh, it was sensational. She was just very, very happy.
And also I spoke to Beth as well. We were both just shitting on the company. So.
Well, yeah, now anyone else has some horror stories they can share. I know Mike used to work for them too.
You did?
One story I want an update on. Go on, Michael. Have we just given away a penalty as well? Amazing
One
work.
story individual. Who could that possibly be?
Honestly, I'm kind of glad that you're here because it's distracting from the absolute dross we're watching on the game here.
I kind of want to know who Mike's on about now.
Rhymes with talker. I don't know, Mike. I'm actually somehow more confused.
What?
Michael, WhatsApp me immediately. He somehow confused me. Oh, he sent me a photo.
Oh, that's his
Oh.
place.
Mike, I'm not sure that was the thing. I think you might be confusing him with someone else.
Oh, no. I know who he means. Yes, I know who he means.
Okay, because I don't.
Yeah, I do. I can't remember his name though.
Oh.
There's a customer,
Oh, really?
the blonde guy who get me a magnet from Greece.
Oh, that was very strange behaviour,
I
yeah.
can't remember what his name was.
We'll call him
Uh,
Mr. Magnet. Are we actually 3-0 down? We're 3-0 down in 15 minutes. Please ignore the scoreline. This is embarrassing.
I know
If
who
only
he is.
Claudio was here.
I've not seen him since, by the way, Michael.
It does appear that they're going to score in every 5th minute, yes. Which means we are on for an 18-0 defeat. So concerning. Yeah, how dare you bring this into the world? We're going to be 9-0 down by half time. See you later, Tristan. It's weird that I'm even calling you that now. That doesn't work. Oh, dear. But yeah, point is, Pog is happy. It's... Oh, my God, it was so very nearly 4-0. Just to go to next. Lads, can we, like, get anything going here? It's crazy how, like, one missing piece could affect you so poorly. Now, obviously, we're down to our third choice right back, which is, how has he got the ball there? Good save. Deary me. Net 3 and Fleet. I mean, hopefully. Right. Also, how's it going, Jack? Oh, dear. Will help us decorate until the 1st of September. Unfortunately, Mike, she still has to go to work. Fucking hell, that was close. I don't even know what to change here. I think it's not helping that we've had a lot of players who have got 0 match fitness, even though they've been first teamers. So I wonder if that's just the selections in those friendlies was a little bit suspicious. No, Harv timed him out. It's their new agreement. When Anarith needs to go to work or to lunch, Harv just times him out for the appropriate amount of time so he can't talk.
Is that what you do?
That's their new agreement. Oh, come on. Oh, what a save. Come on, Eric. Yeah, I mean, technically, Mike, she could not turn up, but she would also not get paid.
And I would get my bonus.
And you wouldn't get your bonus. Or the holiday that you're owed as well, which you need to make sure you get. Stoyan's put in a genuine, like, he may have been at the club last night kind of performance here.
King of the bloody
What is
mob.
this? Spider-Man 2, the game pizza theme.
Hell yeah. I can't
This was you. Oh, well, don't worry. You're not missing anything. It's exactly what you think it is. On the plus side, we've got PSG underperforming their XG. No experience. That's the beautiful thing. She can just go to work and just with a big shit-eating grin like, hi, I don't have to be here soon.
I told the covering area manager that I was leaving.
Yeah, but she sounded lovely, didn't she?
She was really nice.
Yeah. Oh, go on, straight off the kickoff. Go on, Dennis. Go on, Dennis. Actually, go on, Dennis. Well played, lad. Now make the running behind. I reckon Dennis might actually do something here. We get a goal back here and it's on. Briefly. Oh, okay, never mind. Tristan, I'm going to need more out of you today, buddy. I really am. Lockers! Thank you for the fourth... No, the 61
You know
months.
what time it is, HJ, KHJ, 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 KHJK.
How have we not scored there? Nagalo has made that very difficult for himself. Honestly, if we keep this scoreline below like 4, I think I'll be pretty happy. There is almost nobody in this team that has done themselves any favours in this match. The whole front line pretty much have shat the bed today. McCary has actually not even been that bad, to be fair. Right, come on. Abdullite, no, please. Oh, for goodness sake. Didn't want to start off with such an awful goal difference opener, particularly as our next game... Please take the ball there. Our next game is against Lille as well. It's not going to be a great start to the season for us. Claudio could not join us sooner at this stage. Come on, Velasquez, that's good. Actually, to be fair, we have started the second half quite well in terms of the overall, like, play. Oh, I'll slide him in. Go on. Abdullah, you've got to bail us out this time, buddy. Oh, Christ on a bike. Well, we've got multiple players into the 5s now. That's actually disgraceful. Regic, in you come, buddy, for your debut. Stoyan, you're that bad today that you need to not be anywhere near the pitch. Bauer's actually been okay, but we were all about Binder these days. Velasquez, my Christ. Oh my Jesus Christ. We are bobbins today. Because up for your targets. Like regular Fulham behaviour, basically. See that Dewsbury Hall's at Everton now. Fulham are still linked with absolutely nobody. But we've announced a snot green kit that looks like a darts uniform. I like the retro badge. But what a waste of the retro badge it is putting it on a bright green kit. Like, I know what it's a throwback to, but still, we have yet to sign Willian before Hadrian gets the tweet. With a Shakhtar player. Who, actually? I had not heard that one yet. Or it just wasn't in the most recent Fulhamish transfer roundup. Sochaux, no, we've been signing people. That's the difference between us and Sochaux. Sochaux have actually signed players. Oh, Barnetche's now down into the 5s as well. Come on. Oh my goodness. It's an attempt. Is he going to lose rating for that as well? Probably. Jesus Lord. Hello, Mikey. This is our third. 3 players in our team today have dropped ratings so bad that they've had to be substituted. That rarely ever happens. But we have to put this under the proviso that it is us playing Paris Saint-Germain at least. Kilaz has actually done okay. He has actually overperformed his XG. Called Kevin. I do like the idea of sound. He has to be Brazilian, right? Because you don't get to be called Kevin and not be Brazilian. Hello. No way. Samir Binder has just scored the first goal of the season for us with a header of all things, and PSG can bite my shiny metal ass. Amazing. Who was that for the assist? Was that Rezic? Or was that Shehu? It was Shehu. Is Binder that tall? Oh, I see. He pulled onto the fullback. Yeah, we've got Lecomte. So if you look at the Premier League transfer spending list, you'll see Fulham are at the bottom of it with a grand total of, I think, 400k. Wait, surely not 3-2. Anderson. Imagine. Oh. A Brazilian with one name is, they're either going to be good or shocking. And there is zero room for wiggle in between that. They could only be one or the other. Where's my phone going? Thought it was Mike again. Mike was sending me pictures of his new house. Ah, shit. Please not straight away. Ah, fair. Also, Hassanalp Erchan. Oh, he's offside. Do you know what? Considering how bad this first 15 minutes of this game was, to only lose it 3-1 in the end isn't actually the worst result in the world. I don't like the idea of Sterling. I think there could be worse signings, and maybe he'll go down the pipeline of being not particularly good at Arsenal and being much better at Fulham, having played for Chelsea previously. The Willian pipeline, so to speak. But I think it doesn't really solve the problem. We've got to be reducing the age of our squad, and I don't think that helps us do that. Particularly as the thing is, unless Sterling is going to take a massive wage cut, he ain't coming to Fulham, is he? I know he'd want to stay in London, but unless we're not going to pay him top 6 wages. We did win the second half. Agreed. You're absolutely right, Mike. It's almost like Ellis Island for Brazilian footballers is Shakhtar Donetsk. Or Dnipro back in the day. But specifically Shakhtar. I wonder if right now either Fulham or West Ham. I could see it being West Ham, and I could see it being an absolutely appalling decision from both parties. I think he'd be better at Fulham than he would be at West Ham, but I don't think he'd be good for Fulham, which is just how bad I think he would be in that West Ham team right now. I don't think he's the type of player they need either. But this is the thing. I think they would be, unfortunately, potentially silly enough to give him the wage. That's the problem there. I feel like we're a little bit more tight with our wage structure than perhaps West Ham would have been. But then their wage structure is probably they probably have more wage spending capacity than we do in general. I think their wage bill is a lot higher than ours. Get those sorted. It does feel like Sterling feels like a very West Ham signing. Probably it's... Actually, West Ham fans, I know there's some of you in chat, Harv being one of them. What did you think of the signing of Wan-Bissaka? How's he actually been for West Ham? Time out, Mike. For all of us. DCL to West Ham. Yeah. Because the thing is, the one signing I look at West Ham over the last couple of years, and I think... I always loved Wan-Bissaka. At Palace, I think Man United is just an absolute basket case of a club. So, I personally thought that was probably one of the best signings West Ham have made in years. I would have loved Wan-Bissaka at Fulham. The Stoyan Palace. The Stoyan Palace is the name of the nightclub, as it goes. On this window, we haven't actually done a lot from an inward standpoint because we haven't had any money, but we do now have the money, so we're in the process of trying to now sign people. But the biggest things we did was we sold Deji to Nantes for £16.7 million, which was out of nowhere. We also sold this guy here, Issa Shearer, to Nantes for like 4.1 million, which again, no idea how we pulled that one off. And then of course we also sold Lamine Konan to Besiktas for nearly 12 million. And remember, he cost us nothing. A little bit on the low side, but still all profit. So now we have the money to start funding our own transfers, which is what we're hopefully doing today. And Strawberry's gone as well. And Manroba Machego's also left, but that's only on a loan, and we're going to get paid £1.6 million for the loan, which is wild. But at the moment, what we're trying to do is sign up Jose Claudio. I'm glad you asked this, Kermit. I did actually put this in the Discord, but it was lost in amongst all the Pog resigning stuff. We now have 100%... Sorry, no, we now have 90% revenue retained. I asked the board. I didn't realise they could do 90%. I thought it was going up to 100. I asked the board after last stream in those 2 days, and they said yes. So we're up to 90% revenue retained now. Admittedly, that only lasts for another 23 million. So potentially, if we sold Ruggieri for like 27 million, that would eat the rest of that by itself. The other thing I did was, I should be able to just show you, because not enough time has passed for me to not be able to show you this. I don't think, anyway. Here, yeah. That, in addition, junior coaching budget increased, youth recruitment increased. Now, obviously, it's still 17 and 17, but I think usually it goes from 17 to 20. I think. I'm pretty certain by the time we get our youth intake preview, we may have maxed out both youth recruitment and junior coaching, which means there's a very strong chance that we could get like a genuine worldie in this year's youth intake, or at least have the best chance of doing so. Because that's what happened at Tenerife. We went from 17 to 20 in one jump. I don't know why, but I've seen it happen a few times. So we're looking good, which is awesome. We do need to get this signing over the line. I think if we can just sign up Jose Claudio, that fills the gap, because we don't have to worry about registering him, because we know that he was already in our squad. I reckon if we could get that up to 20 this year... Yeah, so I thought it went up in one stage increments, Don, but for some reason it doesn't. When you get to 17, that last push over the line seems to take it all the way to 20 for some reason. That happened at Tenerife as well. Right. God, the fact that we only lost that game 1-0 is actually astonishing. Sorry, 1-0. The fact that we only lost that game by 2 goals is what I meant to say. That didn't make any sense. Manuel Simon, no, why do they keep trying to buy him off of us for cheaper than I just paid for him? It's like, stop trying to pull the wool over my eyes. What that also means, though, is that Kilaza is already at like a net positive on his expected goals against. I know he does lack a little bit of consistency, but right now, he seems to be doing a good enough job. And remember, consistency doesn't matter about what tournament he's in. What we need to know about Kilaza, and I think this is crucial, because we will find that out this season, is his big matches. Oh, hang on, wait. Yes! Sorry, I didn't realise we could see that now. That is huge. That right there is a massive, massive deal. He has green, in fact, nearly bright green big matches on Eric Kilaza. That is going to be absolutely enormous for us in Europe. I know that he's got a little bit low on the consistency, but for me, the big matches attribute is far more important at this stage, particularly when he's only 22. His consistency will improve, perhaps not to be like legitimate, but Eric could be the sort of goalkeeper that we build this team around for the next 5-6 years potentially. It'll be tough for us to find a better goalkeeper cheaper than we paid for him. And he's a Dr. Congo Tanzanian. There's so many things I like about him. I wish his reflexes were slightly better, but his one-on-ones are immaculate. And it shows. The amount of one-on-one saves this guy pulls off is actually insane. God, that's so, I'm so glad we looked into that. Yeah, he literally turned 22 like 2 weeks ago. So if it's bright green, that suggests it's in the realm of being like 15, maybe even 16. I think in order to be like this kind of green, it needs to be like 17 or 18, but still. To average that, yeah, exactly. He also, because the reason he got that as well is because in that game we should have conceded 4 goals and he still overperformed his expected goals against by a full goal in that game. He's insane. And a problem. Most likely no. I mean, okay, is it ideal? No. Is us signing a goalkeeper who isn't going to go to AFCON but is much worse also going to make it better? No. It's like we are not in a position to be able to find players that... I mean, obviously, if we find a great goalkeeper and he develops into someone who's going to be better than Kilaza, then obviously he gets the job. But right now, if he does go to AFCON, it's not every year. And he will obviously go to AFCON because he's Dr. Congo. So they're going to be there every year and they're going to go pretty deep in it, I would have thought. But realistically, if he's going to AFCON... at most, he's likely to miss maybe... You don't miss as much in France because in France, there's a giant winter break, you'll see here, where a lot of AFCON takes place. And then you've only usually got, like, cup matches in this little spell as well. So it's not usually a big deal. Obviously, there's usually going to be, like, a little... there'll be the 2 latter group stage games. But, like, yeah, it's not perfect. What would be good, though, is to make sure that our backup goalkeeper isn't also going to go to AFCON. And at the moment, technically, he would. Which is Mbaja, because he's Cameroonian. So he will probably go to AFCON too. So we probably could do with a young goalkeeper who is like... Well, I mean, he kind of has to be European. Because if he's South American, he's taken up a slot in our national... We can't have a South American backup keeper, really. Yeah, Napoli have finally scaled down their spending slightly. They have started spending this year, but it's not going to be at the same level. They've finally scaled back their funding. Right. They've rejected 15 million for him. Let me just try that. If they say no to this, then I'll just pay the release clause. Okay. That basically means that they, no matter what I give them, unless I'm giving them the release clause, they're not interested. It's annoying, but it's most likely because of the performance he put in for us last season. But we can afford him. This is why we did those transfers, so that we can... The other good thing about doing it like this is, at the very least, from an FFP standpoint, we're spending the money we get the season we... Well then. Shit. The Danish fella's not going to be able to play for us for 6 months.
In winter, it can get very depressing.
What the fuck? Has a higher level of respect for us. Okay, that's not great. Becca dude, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to sign the Danish guy anyway because he wouldn't play for us for... He wouldn't be able to play until, like, February. Right. That is not good. The weird thing is... Actually, to be fair, I'm pretty certain he would have signed for us. Oh, no, he wouldn't have. Because I'm pretty certain that when we approached to sign him for the loan... It said he would only join us on loan, but our logic was, if we did well and qualify for Europe, that would be enough to convince him to sign for us. But unfortunately, hang on, do we count as Europa League yet? We do. Okay, so that's not going to change. Which means he's not likely to suddenly change his mind on that one. Hello, Karapachi. You're a hot prospect now, are you? We are. That was my next thought, was I have to go a day, but we might be able to loan him. How do I cancel this? Let me just progress so it cancels it. And we'll try and loan him. Oh, I hate that. Right. On the second year, the player rejects. It's basically just that initially, I'm pretty certain when we signed him on loan, when we asked his agent, it said he doesn't want to sign permanently, but would sign on a loan. But the logic we had was if we bring him in on loan, we get to try him for 6 months, and if we do get into European football, that might be enough for us to then be able to sign him permanently. Unfortunately, it looks like that wasn't enough, and whatever reputation gain we got is unlikely to be enough, basically. Now, he definitely did develop a little bit with us, as is evidenced by the fact that the club want more money for him now, because originally they were prepared to take less than his release clause. Hilariously. But now they weren't even accepting that. And we got the money together to try and do that. But that's fine. I think what we need to do... First things first, we'll try and loan him again. Because that would save us a lot of effort. And I'm willing to drop, like, perhaps $1 million or $2 to loan him for a season. Just to keep a player in this team that we know is going to work. And it gives us more time. Because we know he works well for us. James with the 56
months watching this silly little man losing games with his silly little computer French men. Pablo went to London and met a very nice Portuguese man named João. João moved back to London recently and met Pablo at the airport. João is now a regular recipient of Pablo's spicy tomato sauce. Your special delivery of it arrives tomorrow. I heard it works very well with pasta.
Tell you what, all that's coming today for me is an electric razor I've just bought because I'm sick of wet shaving. I borrowed one off of Pog's dad when I was down there the other week, and yeah, I was like, why am I even bothering using an actual like wet shave razor? It's just such a faff. So yeah, this guy is... It's an interesting choice, really. Because like, he's not going to start for Napoli. He's a Polish international, but... Okay, but yeah, apparently so. I've just been doing it for years and years now. Like, I obviously don't wet shave this. I just keep that in with a beard trimmer and then just wet shave under here. Because it gets nice and close. And I think the issue before is I just had shit razors that didn't go close enough. But this one, actually, I tried it. It was a really cheap one on Amazon. It's like £25. It was called like Sweet LF or something. To which, when I saw that, I immediately went, Sweet left foot. The new Napoli era. Get used to the face of the new Napoli. Bartosz Bartkowiak. Get used to names of those kinds of players next time around. So, yeah, I think first port of call, basically, is just to try to get Claudio in on loan for a season. But we have to wait momentarily to get that to happen. Kasper Key. Oh, yes, please. To give you an idea, this was the other option. I don't know if I'm spelling this right. Hopefully I am. Oh, regular spelling. This was the backup choice. But, as you can see here, he's expected to be out for 2 months due to a hip injury. And he does have some slightly ill-advised PPMs as well, and a few little holes. They're slightly different types of players, but you can see why I liked the guy in the first place, basically. He is younger, but not by much. We're talking like 2 months. Italian guys are BPM. No. So, for some reason, you might notice this. A lot of the Spanish and Italian players that we were able to sign through that weird method were all usually 10s, 8s that are push, but mostly 10s, or right-sided or left-sided wingers. It seems to not really generate defenders for some reason. Nothing specific. Thank you for the 19 months. Yeah, he's... Perverts. Perverts was a striker come AMC, if I recall correctly. Oh, if you missed this last stream chat, we found a player whose name is Perverts. Oh, shit. Both my ears just popped when I laughed. Oh, God, I'm high as a kite on my own jokes. So, yeah, I mean, he's not a viable signing right now. He'd be cheaper, for sure. I think our first port of call, we have to see if we can sign Claudio for a loan for a season. Should we go to Lego? Yeah, he's just in... What's that place? Oh. Billund. That was that place where the really cheap flights is. Someone from Tenerife? Not to my knowledge. Not that I've scouted any time in the last couple of years, anyway. I mean, if you can remember the name, we'll have a look, but I don't recall there being anyone, no. I think Per's one of those guys that's basically like a number 10 / striker that can play a bit deeper, if I remember correctly. Let's just check. Oh. We were both wrong. He's a centre-back. It's a wild story, the fact that he's forcing his way out of Aarhus because he can't get football and he's 16. Hello, Toby. Welcome in, friend. Yeah, the 5'8" centre-back that has 11... Hang on, didn't he have 12 jumping reach before? Well, the punt. There's no such thing as a punt at £7 million. Like, would he sign for us? Yes. But £7 million. We can't punt on £7 million, unfortunately. That's a third of our transfer budget.
Watching for this long.
Roddy, thank you for the 16 months. Oh, shit, James. That's awful. But she's doing better now, right? That's the main thing, right? I didn't realise that. That's so bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you had to go through that and your family. But hopefully she's doing better now, right? Yeah. Bear in mind, Per is the kind of player... Sorry, forgive me the tonal shift there. Per Wertz is the type of player... Or is it Vorts? It's Per Vorts, isn't it? That's what the Germans told me last stream. I'm still going to call him Perverts, obviously. But... He's the... If we have money left, he's 100% the type of player I would sign. Because his name is spectacular. So, was he on a list? Actually, yes, he is. It's the first thing I did. Charlie Layton, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, it was Per Vorts, wasn't it? But, come on. It's one of those things where it's like, I want to find out how the name's actually pronounced, so I know. That way I can not use it, but I've got it in the back pocket just in case anyone becomes a pedant, you know? Got to dodge him. Yeah, so basically, he just came through a scout report because we've done a lot of Scandi scouting lately. As in, our team reports, we're obviously doing a lot of Scandinavian scouting, and as a result, we've hit like a lot of Norway, Denmark, mostly Norway and Denmark lately. So in fact, I will be expecting our next couple of scout reports to probably contain quite a lot of players from Norway and Denmark, which is good, because if you recall, there was quite a lot of players that looked like they had quite high PA. Oh, speaking of. Oh, there's our guy. Oh, he's not fully scouted yet. God damn it, man. Oh my god, for a second I thought that guy was like... I thought he was like 18 years old. That would have been wild. Pier. Oh yeah, like, Pier Vorts. Okay, that makes sense. Right, let's just get rid of the older players from this. Like, Jesus Christ. What a bop, by the way. This song has one of my favourite lines ever in it. Right. Let me see if I can show you him again. He might have more knowledge of the guy now. Nah, it's still so annoying. Like, he's playing the second game for them now. Like... Sorry, what's this? Oh, I didn't even have a thingy loaded. Jasper Cox. Solid name. Actually, you know what? It's a slightly... You don't see that spelling as often, I find. Like, compared to, like, the usual spelling of Cox, I find that that one's slightly rarer. You won't join us yet? No, we already tried... well, we would have been a week ago. Let's try again, right? Can't hurt. Oh, okay, it can. We'll just keep trying every time he comes through a report, basically. No, trying to play. Basically, the way it works with songs is request whatever you like, basically, right? Within reason, obviously. Nothing that's going to get me banned. But with the playlist, when I pick it, I tend not to put stuff like this on it for the most part, just because I realise that it's not to everybody's taste. And I try to keep things a little bit lighter. Whereas this is actually what I would be listening to if I wasn't streaming. I love The Ghost Inside. Yeah, basically, I reckon what we do with Shirestes, or Kirestes, is we basically just hit scout on him every time he comes through. That way, it's like a reminder to keep scouting him. Sorry, to keep trying it. Every time he comes through one of these reports, we just try him again. That, and I just really want to be able to show you what he actually looks like, because those of you that missed him when he first came through won't have actually seen his actual attributes. Even we didn't see all of them, but damn. Think about... yeah, just whack a bit of Lost Prophets on there, why don't you, Half? Hello, Trickums. Look, you'd love to see it. The save is going really well, actually. We finally qualified for Europe for the first time with this club. So we've been in the Europa League before, actually, as it turns out, with Le Showings, which I'd completely forgotten about at the time. We had some great times during that season. But other than that, it's actually going pretty well. Instagram have just introduced like a repost function, which is intriguing as well. So I might have to start get back on the reels again, because I really want to try to get to 10k on Insta. She's okay now. That's the main thing, man. The main thing is she's all good, James. That's the... Well, not all good, but getting better. Substitute classes. Right. Let me just... Constant Muller. Me when the instructions are a little bit unclear. Amazing. And the fact that he's French as well. Born in Bayonne. Constant Muller. Okay. I like that. Me managing in Germany. Bizarre player. Ooh. Go on. Let me know. Give me that name. Levante Barath. Ooh, he sounds Hungarian with that kind of surname. Yes, we've got a few of the Norwegians. I think the Norwegians, we definitely saw a lot of quite good Norwegians. Wait, what am I doing? Hang on, I forgot to triage the team before I started. There we go. No point in scouting absolute crap, is there? But there was definitely a set of Norwegians that looked absolutely goated. Now, obviously what happens a lot of the time is once you do a proper scout report, that kind of... It destroys a lot of the PA on some... Oh, I say destroys. It gives you a more accurate representation of what their actual PA is. You're extraordinary, but we can't afford you. Hang on, I want to look at him anyway, though. Jesus. Oh, mate. Imagine him as a number 8. I mean, we can't afford him, obviously, but, like... God, I'll tell you what. 15 million quid from Casapia. We don't need him, but I'd have been tempted. He is so good. He's got the work rate, the teamwork, the passing, the technique. The finishing isn't great, but his composure and the rest of his mentals make up for it. He's godlike. They're going to sell him for £100 million to Napoli in like 2 seasons' time. Without a shadow of a doubt. That's the good Bengtsson that we missed out on that went to Arsenal. Oh no. Yeah, they nicked him from HB Kyrgyz, of all people. A Chelsea signing. You're right, actually. He does, doesn't he? I think improved rep and just going back for him repeatedly. Was he next gen? Oh, that's what I was going to say. Some of these guys are like, how are we even scouting these players? Actually, wait, who the hell? This guy must have been next gen too, right? No, he can't have been. Because next gen was the worst and most boring next gen I've ever seen. We definitely didn't have any Sochaux Tijuana players in it. He's not okay. He's better than okay. He's got really like stable physicals, but 19, non-EU, no chance of yeah, these kind of guys... The Arsenal. Oh, Bengtsson, yes. All right. I might shortlist Alacon, actually, just in case. Maybe I'll Christmas list him instead, actually. Just to keep an eye. Because he has got quite a high CA. Ezekiel Morel, he's a goalie, but he might be good, but we don't need a non-EU backup goalie right now. We can't really afford to carry that. Evan Hansen, just slightly subpar. I'm assuming so, because as much as we do most of this manual scouting, you'll notice that there are some players in here, there's almost like no explanation as to why they're in our scout reports. Sometimes they're brilliant, but that's usually where those guys come from. There's usually some logic to it, like maybe one of our scouts was watching one of the random teams in the team reports, or the... Oh, you're right, he's got 2 caps. Playing for... Goodaloy. Yeah, that's no way this guy's actually... Then again, no, yeah. These have to be fake caps. Yep, there you go. International debut against St. Martin. There's no way Hungary would have been playing against St. Martin. So that means presumably he's used the ID of like some random like Central American player, right? For the next gen players. Yeah, we definitely do have next gen guys in there. But then we didn't actually scout that many guys off of this year's next gen because it was so like tediously boring. There was almost no like intriguing or interesting players in the next gen list this year, which was disappointing. There we go. Arsenio Santamaria, that's a great name. Oh, you mean that guy that actually ended up getting real caps afterwards as well? Which was the wildest thing. We signed him because... Wait, surely not. What's terrifying to me is that we're seeing this report more and more now. Villa? They can't afford him. We are seeing more and more of this Barnecce making insane development. Almost every other... He's 17 pace now. I'm not even training that anymore. That's actually surprising. What are we seeing now? So technically his pace has only gone up 1 overall, but look at this. Like, his physicals haven't improved that much. We've got like a 1s across the board, basically. But look at the mental improvements. Oh. Villa might have the money, but the great thing about our situation with Barnecce, we are so secure on him. 3 years left on the... Oh, my bad. 3 years left on his current contract and a 3-year extension clause. We are so secure on Barnecce's deal. Like, he basically can't... Reluctant to make an offer while the asking price is so high. Perfect. Bear in mind that he doesn't even have an asking price. That's just his value. Villa's budget right now is... They do have the money. In fact, Villa have got a lot of money. Presumably they've sold someone for huge cash. No, not really. Villa do actually have the cash, but, like... I'm never selling Barnecce. And they'll literally have to pry him away from me. I think he's the kind of player that we can build a I think he's already proven that he's the guy that we needed. Now, this year, we're definitely going to need a backup to him. Follow up on your interesting perverts. Amazing. The memes write themselves, really, don't they? Like, it's perfect. Okay, we've got a couple of home games. This is... The thing is, we still aren't going to get Cloudy over the line. We have to sort out the DM situation before the end of the window, obviously. We cannot go into this season without at least one DM. We probably need two. Yeah, but the great thing about that, James, is at least I have loads of time to convince him to become that big club because we have so many... He's got 6 years left on his contract, so he can't really do anything. He has no power in that situation. We are in the perfect position right now. And I'm hoping that we can, in 6 years, we can grow to become the club that he'll want to stay at anyway, because we've got the constant... Yes, Pog, what's up?
I just opened that yogurt.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah. So many explanations in. You just have the Teemo League pack is what we're using. Most of the ones that we've got switched on now, though, are just the vanilla leagues in the game. There's a few in here, probably, that are from the Teemo's pack, but I think the majority of the ones I've got left turned on are probably just the default ones you can turn on at any stage. There's probably a few in there that I'm missing, though. Right. Let me just have a little look at Jose Claudio again, but I'm not sure we've gone far enough for us to be able to actually... Is it a week we have to wait before we can ask him... Before we can ask them to loan him again? Actually, to be honest, it probably wouldn't be the worst idea to just have a little look at like anyone on our shortlists who might fit the bill as well. Oh, shit. Turns out James doesn't have a club. Unattached... Basically, the unattached ones, there was basically nobody of any kind of note. We had a little look last stream and there just wasn't anybody good knocking about, even for any position, let alone specific positions. It was a bit, honestly, a bit shit. Let me just use on the default list that can play DM, or at least be sort of, wow, that's not great. So Claudio and this dude here, who I just don't think is anywhere near good enough. Biggest transfer story has to happen, or will there be a blockbuster? I'm not sure what that means. Blockbuster went out of business ages ago. It's all about Netflix now. We can't have Short McCary. Let me just check AMC in case there is anyone that's like maybe could play DM as well. Not got the work rates. You're not actually a serious suggestion. Attribute scouting is certainly a possibility, but there's tough to get value in that. Furtado's 21, like... But there's another shortlist available to it. This is just the default one. We might have, could have DC. Is there anyone who's like... Well, these guys are all... The problem is all these guys would have to be trained, which is not what we need. We can't afford to be doing that with a starting player. Perverts is in there, though. There's Kleber. I mean, Kleber is ridiculous. Don't get me wrong. But he still doesn't have the work... I mean, it's... We'd be wasting him as a DM. He's too good of a centre-back. And we don't need another... I mean, he's great. But we've already said that we couldn't sign him. A bigger transfer on what hasn't happened yet. Hang on. So I'm not quite sure what we're referring to is my point. Because we haven't really made any massive transfers yet. Hopefully we will. We kind of have to, really. We've got no choice. Shortlisted players are... There's also... Oh, no, he's gone. Kaka was another one that was intriguing, but again, he's not really a DM. But he is there. Clever would do the same as Caddy. The thing is, we'd be punished too much. IRL transfers. Oh, I know very little about IRL transfers because my club is doing none of those. Yes, Pog. I think we'd be... And also, Nonny. I mean, to be fair, Nonny is actually not an issue because Claudio is Nonny already. The young fella, we still haven't actually managed to... We can't sign him, and we still don't have the full knowledge that we want. So we're just continuing to scout him until we can, basically. That's our plan, anyway. What about scouted players? And just sort of see what's out there. Let me just do this search and... Oh, it's already... Well, turns out we were looking in this category already. Right. Sam Shackle, but this guy, if I recall, didn't have the work rate and he was ludicrously priced. Yeah, he's not it. Schupe, again, the problem is the English tax. Oh, what about this guy? Werder Bremen. 23. Second tier. No work rate. Christian Alm, Everton. We basically have to almost avoid a lot of the Premier League guys because their wage demands will be absurd. Saudi guy Al Shabab. His wages are a little bit lower, actually. He's more of a creative player, which is cool. Leicester guy. Palermo guy at Serie B. Let me just check loans, actually. There might be someone that's even better that we can maybe get on loan, although actually it looks like it's the other way around, potentially. There's this guy. DM/... Oh, we can see the work rate on this screen. In that case... Oh, wait a second, chat. What about Raul Esposito? 16 work rate. If he has all right defensive attribute, I'm worried, though, that he won't because he's a Metzala. Oh, he's really good. But I wouldn't trust putting this guy to be in charge of our ball-winning role. Because with 7 tackling, no positioning, no marking. This guy ahead of him, he's a ball-winning midfielder. 21 years old. Goran Vruchina. He's not awful. Dives into tackles. Good aggression. Decent-ish tackling. No competitive streak, which is good. 5 million release clause. Refrains from taking long shots, which... Oh, I thought he had 1 long shot. Dives in... Looks a pass well that attempted to score. He could be a good loan stopgap. Potentially. Add a tackle goal. I don't think I can actually add columns to this. Oh, no. Of course I can. What am I talking about? Attributes. Because tackling is the other attribute that's super important here. What we're just looking for, let me just put these two together. Because that's what's crucial. We want basically high on both of these if we can do. That guy's probably a bit too young. Oh, this guy's got good work rate and tackling. Oh, it's Jose Claudio. Fuck! You can see why this guy is such a good player. Like, he is so goddamn good. What about this guy? David Aranda of Boca. More of a DLP, but he seems to be able to do both. Ooh. Work rate's a little on the low side for this role. He's really not that type of player. Who's under a bid from? Good question. Genk on loan. That worries me a little bit. Georges Minot. Work rate good. Ball midfielder considered. 19. Tackling 14. 16 work rate. Come on, George. Give me the others. Not awful. Regional Hungarian leagues. I'm not sure. In some ways, it might actually hurt you potentially. It might actually increase the pool of clubs you've got to loan players to, and it might actually stop you from concentrating them potentially. New Spider-Man Glasgow. I did not, and there's no way I could have naturally stumbled across that information. As Glasgow and Spider-Man are not things I have sort of any real connection to, I suppose. But there you go, I guess. Now we know. No, I have not seen that. Do the sign of that we can't. He won't sign for us yet. He's decent. He's decent, but he's not Claudio. He's not Claudio decent. The thing that sets Claudio apart is he has the tackling and the work rate, but his teamwork is ridiculous, as is his aggression, anticipation, bravery, concentration. He just hits so many boxes. I think our best bet is to try to get Claudio on loan for another season. Almeida from Tenerife. Yeah, so the problem with Almeida is he's not that type of player. He's a playmaker, not a ball-winning midfielder. And also, was it Flavio? Not that. Oh, there's Casper Key as well. God, they're right next to each other as well. You can see why I like them both. Where's the Nantes guy? Is he further up or is he further down? I've only got this sorted by ability, so it actually doesn't matter too much. Because oh, this guy, Didier Le Breton. Like, his work rate and tackling are okay. He's just really kind of... I think we would have the same problem with this guy as we did with the Kraken and Uno Yildirim, where they just don't seem to work for whatever reason. I think it's the other mental attributes that are working. Oh, well, these are all loans we're looking at here. So, to be fair, they probably would be expensive loans. So you're not wrong. Let me just have a little bit further down. In case there is just any crazy attribute merchants that stand out, like this random dude at Hoogstraten. But that's probably because we know little about him. Fuck it, I'm just going to sort on this screen. No, work rate first, actually. Just see if there is anyone crazy knocking about. Yeah, God, if Kasper Key had better at that. Joe Davis is a Norwegian at Lillestrøm, but his tackling's a little bit low. Nah, he ain't it. Honestly, if I'm going to do this, it might be better off just doing this on the main scouting screen in case there's any other players that are just sort of like in that set. Let me just quickly grab those guys. Then we'll have a proper look. Because if we're going to do proper attribute scout, we may as well just do it like on this screen. I'll use the BWM support one because technically it's defense, but like whatever. Right, okay. So we need DM is competent at, just to make sure we cover our bases. Don't really want anyone who's too old because that sort of defeats the point of what we're trying to do here. So I'll just set that at 25, although really I'd prefer younger. And then we're just going to go for work rate as the most important thing, followed by tackling. And just see who comes up, basically. Clement Pasteur. Oh, hang on. And also, we'll try transfer first, just in case. Because it'd be nice to be able to find someone permanently. We could do... The thing is, doesn't this do and automatically, and you can't do or? So if I tick this on, does it only then find players who are interested in transfers and loans? Or will it count as an or? Because I'm happy to search it twice, but if we can get them to combine it, then it'd be even better. Who's this? Oh, it's at Arsenal. Although... this guy's listed for loan. Martin Al-Hassan. Look at the state of him. 22-year-old Ghanaian Englishman, which means he would be EU. 16 minimum work rate, 16 minimum tackling, marking and passing are good. His aggression is excellent. They'll want a stupid loan fee. Maybe. Let's ask, actually, just ask his agent. So they'd want a stupid amount of money for him. Understandably so. And I don't think I'd want to buy a player off of Arsenal for £20 million. That would be an absolute dereliction of our transfer budget. But... tell you what. If we're playing him, week out, 2 million for a loan for a season. That's actually not that bad. We ain't going to win the Coupe de France. And bear in mind, that isn't just like what we can pay. That is the actual amount they want. Because sometimes it will show this and you'll be like, oh, okay. But then you look at the bottom and they actually want more than that. That is actually the amount they want. They do want to play him in the centre of midfield, though, and not as a DM. We would have to change that. That's my concern. Because if we don't change that, they'll kick off. And the question now becomes, how much more money do they want for me to play him as a DM instead of a CM? They won't be able to get him back before January. That's true. They wouldn't be able to get him back before January. Yeah, honestly, I don't think I'm even going to ask them, because if you ask them and they double the value, which they sometimes do, they could ask for like 6 million now, you then can't switch it back to the original amount, because if you do that, they still want the same money, or they want like way more money than they originally asked for, because again, AI loans are broken. Yeah, so a 6-month loan, if he's playing week in, week out for the most part, would probably cost us about £1 million, which when we've got a transfer budget of 22 million, it's likely to rise. And he is EU because of Ghanaian second nationality. I'm going to just send that for the time being on a loan. Just because it's nice to have that one like locked up, so to speak. The Supe guy. So the Supe guy, I believe, was at Swansea, which means we've got the slight issue of England tax, but then this guy was at Arsenal, so... tackling's not really... he's also 24, and he's on loan from Dortmund. And I believe that loan has just started. Yeah, so we can't get this guy anyway. I mean, I suppose you could ask to take over the loan, but actually I don't think you can. And he's on huge... well, I mean, to be fair, that we probably wouldn't have to pay all those, but you just can never tell, really. That would certainly... because if we do then get Jose Claudio, there's nothing to stop us having both Al Hassan and Jose Claudio. Because he's Ghanaian, so he won't have to be registered as far as like non-EU players. Let me just see if there are any more. I think he was at Dortmund, yeah. Are there any other players that stand out? So what I'm looking for, it's annoying I can't move these columns because they're attached to the spaces, I think. So what I'm looking for is good on both sides of these. Saverio Palmese of Torino. Who's he wanted by? PSV. He's a bit all over the place. I don't mind him, but Doesn't excite me in the same way some of the other ones do. So you have to sort of scroll through each section. Nathan Stewart, he only had 13 tackling, and also that sounded like English tax, right? Not that the other guy wasn't going to be English tax as well, but Noah Laporte. Hang on a minute, 16? I mean, if nothing else, this guy's worth a scout. Have high work rate. What do you mean players are more likely to have high work rate? Players are more likely to have whatever attribute the player has. Like, if we sort by tackling, then we'll get the players with high tackling. If we sort by work rate, we'll get the players with high work rate. That's what we're looking for. We're sorting by both. High tackling is actually quite rare. Sorry, so is, yeah. We need that work rate because of the way that we play the role. You don't always need that. Work rate, I find, is actually more common on CM players a lot of the time, which is why sometimes you can find really good CMs that you can retrain. But it just happens that the role that we use just requires a little bit higher. Ooh. Hang on a second. Andreas Dimitriou. 15? Cyprus. The game, it does, yeah. You see a lot of really good anchors and halfbacks. Like, again, we're finding players that potentially aren't useful to us right now. Quite anything else, though? Well, we don't know. Like, we simply don't know. He could have good attributes. He's certainly worth scouting, right? Tobias Wolf, low aggression. How low are we talking? Ooh, could be as high as 13, right? The reason I'm sorting by work rate is because that is like the most important attribute for me in the role that we're looking for, and then tackling, they need that to go with them as well. But if you say we had an option where we had a guy that's got 13 tackling and 17 work rate, I would sign him over the guy with 17 tackling and 13 work rate for the role. Therefore, that's why I order it the way that I do, because I think it's a more important attribute in this particular case, in this tactic. Yeah, these guys are a bit vague in knowledge. The benefit of scouting these guys, though, is just because, like, he could easily be, I mean, he's probably not, but when they're 16 and they're showing up on here, or 15, it's always worth a little look, because things like tackling and work rate are unlikely to change that much. So if they've got that, if they do happen to have some other attributes, sensational. I'll switch this to loan in a minute, just so we can have a little look there too. But worst case scenario, if we can get Martin Al Hassan over the board, the problem is now obviously the Rangers getting really 16. But was he any good? So I'm going to have to scroll through the entire thing again just because... I mean, this guy better be good. Matisse Butts, good. Regis Loosely, by the way, great name. He almost sounds Estonian. There's a Toth. Where was this guy? Milan Licker. I know it's Lichka, but still. Kevin Junker. Never a good name. Oh, there he is. Peter Ulier. Worth a scout, particularly because Slavia Prague, I guess. But to be fair, he had max 18 on his tackling, so he could be anywhere in that range, in fairness. Strength is a little bit low, but he's very young, so that would likely improve. We'll just get past this little section. Right, here we go. We've already had this guy in the past, and he was shit. This guy was not it. Which is weird, because you think he would be. Yildirim as well. You'd think that Yildirim would also be really good. But he just, again, did not work for us. Hayden Edmondson is 23, though. Work rate. Pablo Vinet. 20, hello. Wanted by Red Bull Salzburg, okay. Overpriced Belgian. Biggest one. Yildirim, I thought, played okay. Alexander Heidegger, yeah, but again, the tackling is like, even on the high, which is, let's be honest, he's not going to be on the high end of that, I suspect. He does have good aggression. I think what makes Jose Claudio so good is the rest of his attributes too. Like, he has the requisites, but he's got so much stuff on top of that. Like his aggression and bravery and his other mental attributes just make him so overpowered. Really? I think the only player I've seen so far that... The only player I've seen so far that makes me even slightly interested is Al Hassan, the guy from Arsenal. The problem with that is he's a stopgap. I think basically we'll try to get that deal done no matter what. But I still want to try to sign Jose Claudio on loan. Oh, they've said... That's quite quick, actually. I think it'd be a good value deal no matter what we do, but that's... It's so tough to find players that suit the style of play that we want, which is why I was so excited when I found Kasper Key as well, because it's rare that we've even got one guy that we're after, let alone two. Doff was useless. The Doff sort of loses his effectiveness when you've got more money, because he starts basically saying, hey, so for example, the issue is, we've got 72 grand in wages and a 22 million pound budget. If you ask your Doff for this, he'll just go, okay, you want to spend all of that on one player? And I'm like, no, that's not how that works. Last time I asked him, he didn't have any players, if I recall. Let's have a look. Ball midfielders. Okay, so he's got 3. Will they be useful? I mean, look at their wages. They're also all 30 plus. So we've got Jonathan, who's fine, but he's also 31 years old and on 43 grand a week. They got him for free from Andorra, which is fun. There's Jefferson Pinto, who's on 27 grand a week and is 31 years old and doesn't really have the work rate for the job, most likely. 6'4" though. And then Wahid Aful, who thankfully is actually EU, but again, similar problems. I'll ask him for loanies, just in case. But usually he's much worse with loans at this step. Oh, we got a couple. Brentford, they're both anchors. Yep, no. And Odell Campbell, maybe, but most likely not. And also, is a guy from Oxford United on loan who's not even starting for Oxford in the Championship likely to be an improvement for us? I would say probably not. Dijon want a bit of Matondo. Nice. It's tough. What we need is Jose Claudio, basically. The dream is just getting him on loan for a full season, pretty much. A combination of him and El Hassan would be the dream. Freed off recommendations. The fact is, it's the 15th of August. If they're still free, there's a likelihood there's a reason why they're free. Like, no, not a single one. Let me just look at all roles for DMs. One dude who is a 26-year-old, released by Inter, doesn't have the work rate. Isn't really that type of player, in fairness to him. He's more of a playmaker. Didn't really get much of a go at Inter. In fact, no, he played 2 games. And the end of contracts. Well, then they wouldn't be out of contract now, would they? They'd be out of contract at the end of the end of the window. Sorry, in January, right? I don't think this would work at all. That was one guy. 27-year-old anchor in South America. Might have the work rate. Already under a bid, actually, from Real Sociedad, but £200 a week? They are cheaper, but that guy at least is EU. 3rd tier Argentina, probably ain't it for us. When did he get hurt? So it might even be Regic to start here, which is not the end of the world. I wouldn't mind betting him in a little bit. Do we have anyone else back yet? Oh no, Ruggeri's back. Which means since the others are all injured, I might start Stoyan at right back today. Because we can't play El Shazli or Habila just yet. So Stoyan can still play. But Ruggeri's done a good job at left back at times. But it's getting there. 56-57 season. Holy shit. Shake him on the... Oh, did I take him off the bench? Shit, yeah. Instead of Hugo Alexander, we don't need another one of those guys there, really, do we? This is when recruitment becomes difficult. When you lose out on some targets. But to be fair, it would be boring if we were just able to sign every target we were after, right? Wow, they've got an Albanian in their midfield. That's kind of cool. A couple of Brazilians in there. Okay, and Tom Muller, of course, who they still haven't finished paying for yet. Season 1 of Sutton called for winning every European Cup. Fair enough. How's that going for you, man? Right, we need a better performance than last time out. Wait, surely Sean McCary isn't still... Oh, he is, isn't he? There really isn't a better option. What's Oscar's defensive attributes like? Oh, yeah, no. Oh, he's got the work... Do you know what? I'm tempted to try Oscar as the BWM today just because the footedness could be an issue, but I don't think he's going to do a worse job than Sean McCary, and at the very least he has the work rate. I know Sean McCary does as well. But I just want to see if Oscar starting in there would do any better. Realistically, neither of these guys offer that role, but if someone's going to play... Oh, someone missing from the bench.
Fiona!
Oh, it's Ricardo Evans. Wait, when did you get injured? Yeah, our bench is both better and worse at the same time. I might put Habida on the bench here because we're going to have him there later anyway. Graf Roderick von Ferger. What a very aristocratic sounding name that is. Thank you for the follow, friend. This Graf, oh god. Look at my climb. Look, I love how like most of the people you can't even really pick out, and then there's just me. My little climb right towards the very top there. Is there any other like massive falls on? Oh, I guess Tom's one is kind of like meteoric as well. Still, he survived. Everyone else is... Look at Zims. He's so consistent. Gets into 6th and he's just like, that's it. And Clate's at the top as well. Stan's kind of fell off towards the end as well a little bit. He was right up towards the very top. Manny actually kind of slowly but surely fell off a little bit. But our climb was so spectacular. Pretty much, we were... It was here, wasn't it? We had 11 points after 20 games. And I think we gained... Was it 32 points from our last, like, 18 games? We'd have won it. I think if we'd have played the full season, we'd have been more somewhere up here, which is pretty impressive. Enide, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're well. So that's actually happening tonight as well, by the way, chat. The next round, or the playoffs for the league is tonight. Obviously, I'm not there, because I'm not in it. But we didn't get relegated, which is the main thing. Pre and post incident. The when Ben took over. Yeah, I think if there was a Clausura and Apertura, I'd be right. I think when you look at the second phase, I believe I was 5th. I think we did like a first half of stage and second half of stage, and I think I was 5th in the second half of the stage. But that also featured a couple of defeats right at the start of that as well before we moved over. Right, at home against Lille. Still not a perfectly assembled squad, but slightly better. Rezic, he's got a lot to learn, but we've got to give him football. End of the games. We did lose some pretty heavy results. Certainly the first half, anyway. But we definitely improved as we went along. I think we only lost like 2, maybe 3 games. Oh no, we lost 4 on the final match, on the final day, didn't we? But that's okay. Oh, go on. He scored on his debut. Well, his first start. Wait, what? Please don't tell me this is offside. Nope, it's not. Ruggieri, back post, and it's Darko Rezic. Is Rezic tall? He is. Back post headers. We haven't had this from our right-sided players before. Because he's 6 foot tall and actually has jumping reach, which means we might actually get some back post headers from Darko Rezic. Never met a draft skin. This is very true. I did use it during the last stream. We actually lead against a really good Lille side, and Darko Rezic just scored on his first start for the club. I mean, hey, if nothing else, just seeing him play well would be nice. Lads, oh god. Are we going to get second phase from our own free kick? We might, you know. Oh, shit. That's actually a really nice crossfield pass. What are you doing, Nikolai? Come on. Please get into him. You actually are supposed to tackle him at some point. Oh, it's going to be a long day, friends. It is going to be a long day. Christ on a bike. What is this? This is about to make this even worse. Has an effect. They did. We did. Okay, that was good. Stoyan could have cut this out so much sooner. Then he gets the deflection as well. But, like, what is Velasquez doing? It almost looks like Velasquez kicks that at the goalie. Right. Who gets the fault for that? That is frustrating. But we've actually started this game really, really strongly. We're creating chances. Rezic is looking decent. He's not even up to full match fitness yet. So I'm excited to see what he could be. I think the thing that's going to be really fun with Rezic is his dribbling ability. He has 17 dribbling, which I think is going to be a fascinating additional factor when taking people on in that position. Oh my lord. Do stuff like that. I know. Really, they should have that PPM of does silly stuff. Right. The last thing we need as well is a slow start to the season from Barnett. Albeit, like, two of our toughest games of the season are literally the first 2 games. So I won't read too much into this, but it would be nice if we were to get a point, or at least a point against Lille. Is a silly Billy, exactly. Regic has looked good. Anderson's looked okay. Bowers struggled again. How's... Okay. Not horrendous. I feel like we have got options off the bench. Would you add to FM? I don't know, because I actually find I don't use them that much, to be honest. And I'm not entirely sure how effective they are a lot of the time either. Well, that was a deep little... Didn't give more money? Exactly. I blame the fact that no one's bought Ruggieri, although admittedly Ruggieri has assisted the 1 goal we have got today, so I can't really be too angry at that. Want to keep Bauer? Not really. I think Bauer's kind of reached a point where he's a useful player, but he kind of went missing a lot last season, and he still has value, and that value is likely to never be higher than it currently is. So if Bauer, and we've got players ready to replace him. So we've got Binder ready, and we've got Oscar ready as well, as like the two players to play that role when he's gone. So ideally, if I could get the 10 million for Bauer, I'd be very happy, because I think we could shove that money into something quite useful. We're going to concede off this, aren't we? That's a really nice goal. That is an exceptionally nice goal. Frustrating, but that is a very good goal. But 2 is enough, yeah. Basically, if they've got anything more than 18 months, you're good. They can't do shit. And usually, very rarely will a player throw a tantrum that's more than 2 months. Sorry. Yeah. There's more than about 2 months. Occasionally there's guys that will, but then those are the outliers, I would say, rather than the rule. We kind of fell off in this game a little bit. Velasquez is dead on his feet, which means it's time for Ivic. Deng now. Binder in, since Oscar's done okay. Anderson's very tired. I might actually push Ruggieri up there, because he's still learning the role, and get Mkhitaryan at left back. Yeah, that's actually just cost Lille another £2 million, that goal. Losing both our opening games is... I still think there's a chance we get a 2-2 draw out of this. We've not been immensely outclassed here, but we are still missing some starting players, some match fitness, and, a couple of signings. Because our squad has still got worse in some ways, because we've lost Conan, who does play. Who was the other guy we sold? To be fair, Deji wasn't even a guy that really played for us much the second half of last season, exactly. So we've kind of not really lost much there.
Matt, can you pick a random clubs for me? Short-term save, top 5 to 7 league.
Fulham. Don't ask me why. I will not elaborate. I'm so terrible with this kind of stuff, because the moment someone asks me for things like that, I just forget what clubs are as Lotterman denks through for the equaliser. Come on. Really? Great pass. Whose pass was that? That was a glory. Top 5 to 7 leagues. Yeah. Fulham are in the Premier League. Like, what other league? I'm pretty certain the Premier League counts as a top 5 to 7 league. Oh, top 5 to 7 leagues. Oh, I don't know what those leagues even are. I'm not sure what would count as a top 5 to 7 league. Sorry, when someone says top 5 to 7, that's a really confusing statement, I suppose. Right, thank you very much for the 29 months as well, though. Meant it like... Hang on, I'm confused now. I'm just terrible with suggestions for saves, because they're so like... Oh, come on now. Oh, good save again. Just didn't want to do it. Fair enough. The top 7 leagues. The Premier League is in the top 7 leagues, I think. Borussia Mönchengladbach. Yeah, maybe a short-term San Marino challenge. Yeah, if you can do it in 2 years, the top 57 leagues. Oh, we're going to lose again, aren't we? Oh, please. Oh, Semir, he should have popped that around the corner. We would deserve the defeat if we got it. Are Albino Leffe actually in the top? They're not in Serie A, are they? Maybe they are. I don't know. Maybe I haven't been paying attention. Wow, we really fell off in this game. Like, our start was really solid, and then we just did nothing after that. Frustrating result, but at least Regic scored and looked good. Ruggieri looks decent. And that's the 2 tough games gone. Everyone else, I really feel like most games in this league are now winnable for us, except for against Lille and PSG. Sampdoria, aren't they Serie B? Oh, I suppose in FM they're not, are they? Or are they? Actually, can't remember. Tried to Amsterdam, went through none other than... You went to Velociraptor to Venlo, Serie C. Sampdoria, as far as I know, at the start of this... If you loaded an FM save right now, Sampdoria would not be in Serie C, would they? As far as I'm aware. I'm pretty certain they've only just been put into Serie C, no? I might be wrong about that, but I'm pretty certain that... Remember, the FM's kind of 2 years out of date now. Which is... I think I now understand the clamour for the, like, new...
It's good you came
Yeah, I thought they didn't even get relegated.
In winter.
Wasn't there, like, some weirdness?
Depressing.
Oh, the Albino lad. Oh, fair enough, yeah. Oh, hello. Opatia Mochi Impsagia. Sorry if I've said that incorrectly. I almost certainly have, but thank you for the follow nevertheless. Right. We need Jose Claudio or Hassan, particularly before the Montpellier game. We just need someone in that role. AFK on the market. Pretty much, yeah. Hello, my friend. Welcome aboard. We were just talking about Italian football, actually. Thing is, we had an intake preview like this last year, Sean, and it said A-rated goalkeeper. There wasn't a goalkeeper to be seen. So that was fun. Then Italy did Italy things, but they're still Serie B, right? Any kind of weird stuff going on? Be curious to see what, because we're obviously going to get, we probably might even get a Europa League tie-in today, potentially. I want to keep an eye on our youth rating, our recruitment, because if we could get that to where it needs to be before the intake preview, that would be glorious. Poached by another team? No, if he was poached, we'd have had a notification about it. I saw the River Cows yesterday, James. No, not yesterday, before stream on Tuesday. Took a video for it and everything. They were very close. Any position likes, I see. Okay. So why does he even bother with that then? Oh, I didn't realize that was even happening. Christina choose off through Denese. Can I go back in for Mr. Claudio again? I'm just going to keep asking for him. In the hopes that at least no one else is interested. Fuck's sake. Flamengo, get over it. You pink bird. Oh my god. Wait. What are you two doing? Are these two just kicking each other in the knees? That is annoying. But this is what I mean about this season. They did look majestic. They were very, very close. It's the closest I've been to the River Cows. There were some very cute swans and cygnets when I was fishing on Tuesday evening too, which was cute. Also, I actually caught fish. Last time when we went last week, I didn't actually catch anything, but my mate who was showing me how to fish, he did. But on Tuesday, we did. I caught 2 ruds, quite a small perch, and a dace, I think it's called. Playing knuckles again, where they're just kneeing each other. No pikes, no, as far as I know. I'm still learning the different fishies. Are you a fisherman? I've been fishing twice. No, you can't eat them. You have to throw them back. I think there's a couple of fish breeds that you can keep, but those are not them. Nagala making positive progress. Lovely to see. I thought he was kind of maxed out. It's almost like bro has found like a new lease on life. Because before, the game was saying he was 4-star, 4-star, and that was it. And he had no value. But all of a sudden, it feels like the interest from other clubs in him has at least given him more value. I think he probably is still maxed out, but regardless, I mean, are we seeing any more development in, say, like 6 months? Well, it's a little bit of development on his mentals, at least. Maybe he had a tiny bit more... Bloody hell! Maybe he had a tiny bit more PA to give, because look at his technical increases. How long ago is that? That's like 2 years. Yeah, his value went up when Everton came sniffing around. Hello, Pog. Recommendations on PCs. Honestly, I'm the worst person to ask when it comes to things like that, because my PC is 6 years old now, and... basically, it's not really... What you're looking for, essentially, is a PC that has reasonable processing power. Because that's what's going to keep the game running quickly. Now, obviously, with the new game, it's most likely going to have higher graphical requirements, but not hugely. Just more than it was before. Okay, Bob. Found PA under his pillow. Hey, I wish I could find PA under the pillow. Like the Tooth Fairy, but with potential ability. Yeah, I like him a lot. He's just developed really nicely. Considering I thought we were buying a near complete player for the price we paid, and he does seem to have... Like, put it this way. If he wasn't here, if he was at any other club in the world, we would have no reasonable chance of signing players like this. And this is the reason that you have to develop players over your time yourself, because it's the only way you can bridge the gap. You're not going to be... If you're Sochaux, you're not going to be able to sign guys like this. But you can develop them. Because he's still only 21 years old, which is wild. Oh, I missed the lookup. My bad. One sec. I'll do that now. Can he run it on a smart fridge, innit? Yeah. But yeah, I mean, building a PC is a lot easier than it looks, frankly. Like, Pog and I built this one, and we took ages doing this. Not that we needed to, but we did just take ages building it because we just wanted to make sure we got everything right. And I'll probably do the same with the next one as well. I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to get one before FM26 at this rate, but I'll definitely invest in one during FM26, provided I can actually... He's gone... Hey, Gamboa is going on loan to Boa Vista. Gamboa Vista. Love to see it. What I did was I basically spec'd it out and then spent like 3 or 4 months waiting for certain parts to decrease in... Might I get 2? I doubt it. Like, obviously, it's an expense, but the thing about expenses is you still have to pay them in the first place before you can claim it back. But plus, building computers is just kind of fun, honestly. A little bit scary because, you know, it's like, oh, I can't afford to fuck this up, but still, it's good. Instant sign, let's have a look. Oh, you know, in perfect. No matter how good or shit he is, and it's looking like shit, you just have to sign them, don't you? For developing. Okay, do you mean like developing players, Sam? Because if so, I can go on all day, and I'm happy to. And chat like, oh, not again. Right, while we're doing that, let me just look up this lookup from earlier. Dimitar Akalski. I recognise that name. Isn't he Bulgarian? You've literally written all Bulgarian in there. Yeah, I remember this guy from... Ooh, this is a different guy, I think. There was another guy called Akalski from before that we quite liked the look of. But you're right, he's intriguing as well. He's got nice work rate. What are we saying? You got not? Hang on, have you not got an agent? None. I'm just curious. It might be puntable. This is really... Okay, first tip, don't do what I'm doing. I have no reason to believe that this guy's any good or not, but do you know what? 70 to 20 work rate. For 400k, I'm willing to try it because it just saves us scouting him. I know I could prioritize him, but look how that went with the other guy, right? So yeah, as for developing players, the most crucial things are as follows. Having the right training schedules to develop those players. I would suggest Aaron RDF's ones. Those are the best for me personally. There's some ones you can get off the Steam Workshop too, but I just like Aaron's one because it's Aaron. Having the right focuses on those players, either from an additional focus stamp. Additional focuses are really kind of crucial, particularly before the player turns 23. But honestly, the best way to develop a player is to play them. And the higher reputation league the player is playing in, the more likely you are to get development out there. So one of the things we were able to do at Tenerife, our previous club in this save, was to... Oh, imagine. James Birch was to actually blood a load of like 16 and 17-year-olds in La Liga. And it meant that they got obscene attribute growth because they were just getting exposed to such ridiculous levels of football so early. And I think that's why now, I think 3 of them have now been in the Spain national team and they're still like incredibly young. So those are the 3 things I would say that are most important. Hey, Steiny's in there. He's got caps. When did this happen? Oh, Steinmetz has made a Belgium cap. That is wild. A player that we got through in the Belgian 3rd tier as a youth player. He came through a Belgian 3rd tier side when we were managing there, and now he's got 2 Belgium caps. No one deserves it more than Thomas Steinmetz. It sucks we're probably never going to get to have him at our club again in this save because he's probably going to move to Rebel Salzburg at the end of this season. But either way, that's so damn cool. Great lookup, yeah. The doggone son of a bitch did it. Pleasing. And he did it at a major tournament as well. Love that. And his agent is Gregory Windles. I'm so glad we did that lookup. Who's got the most caps in the Belgium squad? 112. Oh, it's Rolly Alonga. Of course he does, yeah. 3rd tier to Belgium caps is very impressive. FM it's a very good game, Sam. There's just a lot of there's a lot of learning curves. And I think one of the things that they need to work on for 26 is the tutorial. But if they don't, then that's fine because it just gives me more content to make. I can just make tutorial videos on shorts platforms as well. Thanks reports on a quiche progress. He's just like, it's nearly done. You can have a pro contract. Maybe not. Season tickets. Hey, a bit more. Right. Ooh. I'm not convinced that Dimitar is actually very good if he's asking for we can't offer him a loan. A youngster contract at 18, but they wanted a little bit of cash, but that might just be standard Bulgaria tax. Do you know what? He might just go for that. Yeah. I don't think he's going to be very good. Somehow. Actually, speaking of features being taken out, I think I might be on the podcast later and we might be talking about international management, which means I get to ask you, chat, what would you do to make international management better? Hypothetically, say it was back in the game, which we'd like to think that it would be, but maybe not. Say it's 27 and that happens. What would you do that actually would improve it? Oh, Choo-Choo. The thing is, right, with the new game, because it's going to be brand new everything, I'm going to get to make so many cool stuff and videos on scouting methods and things because There's going to be so much cool stuff that we're going to find. Training. Resting players. Some more options when asking players to represent your nation. Fair, fair. So, I take it's a case, because I haven't done my international management for a while, but I assume those of you that have, is it a case of basically, if you just like rest a player from a squad for a time, they'll get shitty at you and ask you why they've been dropped? That would make sense. Like, you can ask players to be rested in club saves, so the dynamic exists. Development pathways for age. Oh, I like that. Like the playing time pathway, but on an international level. So, with maybe like player targets and stuff for pathways there too. I like that. I think that the national team squad selection screen needs to be improved. That was my biggest bugbear about it, was how difficult it was to pick national team squads, because the way the information is presented is incredibly irksome. Bungenet. Wait, is that Rodez as fuck? Youth intake feature for a nation. How would that work? Bungenet. Actually person naturalizing. I like that. Ooh. Unhappy. Low wage. 1 Belgium cap. Might be a fake one, but he's still pretty solid. My question is whether he'd be... Then again, if he's playing for Rodez, he's in the 2nd tier. You'd think he'd accept being a backup, right? It isn't fake. Nice. Wait, there was a scout report there, wasn't there? I didn't even look at it. What we got? Oh, there's Flavio. Perfect. Just the man we were looking for. Oh, he's injured as well. Great. So Flavio actually can... Oh, he's worth 19 million now. That's so irritating. Wait. They listed him for 6 million at the start of the window because he was surplus to requirements, and now he's listed for 19 million while being surplus to requirements. If we had the money back... I mean, we kind of did, but we really couldn't afford to spend it at the time. I mean, he's definitely sticking around on the shortlist for sure. Doesn't have quite the work rate for it, but he sure has the passing. He'd be a really good, like... a foil for Velázquez to have those two interchange with each other, but he doesn't really solve our ball in midfield problem, even though he can kind of do it. He's just not quite got the he can tackle like crazy though. Its own game mode. I think if they made it its own game mode, nobody would play it. I actually think that would be the worst thing they could probably do for it. So you can protect... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Well, no, bear in mind, this was hypothetically. I was basically saying, like, if they brought it back, what would we like to see to have it be improved from where it was? Like, it wasn't going to be an FN25, but my logic was kind of like, well, they said it wasn't going to be an FN25, and it wasn't, technically. But, oh, it's another guy from Brimba. Okay. Right, who's crap? Who's crap and we can get rid of? That's the first question on the board. Oh, there's a few more. There's a Chinese dude in Portugal there, which is pretty good. Jordan, wow, he's lost a bit of PA. There's quite a lot of guys in there, actually. Right, there we go. Get rid of those guys. That'll narrow it down a little bit. Only do one friendly, really? Yeah, I think there needs to be some way... Because the problem with international management is there is a lot of dicking about and waiting for stuff, isn't there, right? Any older players in here that we can kind of... Ah, he's already on loan. That's annoying. You're at Villa and you're at striker. Chat with them and set targets. Yeah. There's definitely things that could be done. I think you're right. There could be more pageantry around major tournaments as well. I realise there is a licensing issue there, right? But say they... It was too expensive for them to license like Euros and World Cups. They wouldn't. Maybe the Women's World Cup, perhaps. And that's the other thing. If they're introducing... This was always my biggest bugbear with this, was like, if they're introducing women's football, international women's football is like way more of a pinnacle in some ways than the men's is. And... to miss out on that opportunity is just frustrating, I suppose. Right. So we can have a look at pretty much all of these guys, unless there's anyone crazy expensive, like Peter Goetze and Bob Bailey. Anyone fun in this report? Howell Roa. You're a goalkeeper, but you are a young and relatively affordable goalkeeper. Want more information on you, probably, but definitely worth a look. Actually, we just... Is anyone in there that's like super standing out? You're young enough that you can see you again later. 16-year-old at Janeros. Okay. Wouldn't sign for us anyway, yet. This is kind of a bad report. Howard Rower. We're not going to get like absolutely stacked reports every single time. One, because we're seeing them more frequently. And two, because... Oh, actually... Vitajic. Oh, dear. Yeah, you're not it. 8 jumping reach, can't work rate, no aggression, but does have a competitive streak. He's the exact type of player you don't want. What about Mr. Herholt? An Unganche. Ooh. It's a fun attribute distribution, but I do worry about his professionalism, given that he's got volatile media handling and no indications of high professionalism in his personality either. He suggests that he could be a bit of a troublemaker. And he's only 16, to be fair, so he's likely to come around again. Sepulveda, I've obviously... Oh, I see why I shortlisted this guy. The biggest issue with him is non-EU. Rodriguez? He's 21, and he doesn't really play in the roles that we need. He's a good player, actually, but at 21, and probably in the most stacked area of our team currently, he's not doing anything for me. Call up more players. What, so, like a larger initial squads that you can then cull down in the way that you would do in real life. Alec Charwi needs a rest, I think, which is fine because we've got Bashir. Do we have Shazly back yet? Not really. So it might have been the same lineup still because we still haven't got Claudio. I don't think Oscar did appallingly in the last game. Bauer has started the season kind of naffly as well. Is Nagalo back yet? Wait, is he actually not back? Shit, okay. Is that more of an injury than I thought it was? Oh no, he's there. He's literally on the bench. I'm an idiot. Don't know why. I think he must have been on the bench in the last game too. I just didn't realise it. Okay, cool. But that's still good. I think that kind of echoes most of the things that I want to see in international management. Love it. They have a Canadian-Portuguese goalie called Nuno Nunes. Tremendous. Oh, he's actually Quebecois. That's kind of sick. I love the idea of a French-Canadian dude just being called Nuno Nunes and just having Portuguese second nationality. Love that for you. 49 caps for Canada at 24 as well. That's fun. Okay, they've also got Michael Mallet up front. Nunes. Nuno, yes. Players you want developed. I swear you can. I mean, again, it's been a while since I played it, but I swear you can do that. Don't you get to pick the lower squads as well? I swear you have some kind of control over the lower squads. Maybe I've been misusing it, but you used to be able to do that. I definitely, sorry, I became a seal there. Or is it that all you're doing is making players eligible for those squads rather than actually calling them up? Oh, I see, yeah. I was going to say, I definitely remember doing that myself when we last did international management, which was a while ago at this point. Also, just totally off topic, I didn't realise how many absolute bangers Donny van der Beek scored for our Lechauinge team. I was capturing footage for the recap video yesterday, just for the matches, so I could get all that catalogued and sorted out, ready to actually properly get the script sorted. And I think Van der Beek probably scored about 7 or 8 absolute worldies for us during that. I think it was only a season and a half he was there. It was crazy. I think in one game he scored like 2 long-range free kicks, the likes that we really haven't seen ever since then. Under 16s, maybe what's it called, England schoolboys. But I think the thing is, with those teams, you'd definitely be able to have players that are eligible for them, right? But I suspect, as you say, it's to do with the legal reasons. I'm not sure what those reasons would be, because there are players that are 15 and 16 in the saves. Oh, for crying out loud. Lads, we can't afford to start the season this badly. Not that having Claudio would have prevented that, but this is not an ideal start. If we just go and randomly lose our first 3 league games of the season and are coming from behind. This reminds me of a little bit that season with Lechauinge when we got into Europe. Admittedly, the problems didn't start there until we were actually in Europe. Swear to God, you do it again and... Bloody hell. At least we know the squad is capable of it, because the players that we've sold weren't people that were actually having an active impact on our matches most of the time. They were mostly deadwood options. But now is the time to step it up. Oh, for God's sake. Oh, wait, Resic can play off the left? I don't think I'll do that. Can he even play the role? He doesn't have a left foot, does he? Oh, he does. Wouldn't be the... he can't really cross, though. So with Shazly, he's injured. would I rather bring on... Right, I've got a better idea. Ruggieri actually can do this role quite well, even though he still hasn't fully learned it yet. Stoyan can move into that role, and then we can bring in Habila on the right-hand side for the time being. Rather than trying to play Rezic completely out of position. Because as much as I think it wouldn't be the worst idea to try and train Rezic to play in that role. The issue is that he has such poor crossing that I don't know if he'd be particularly effective there. We'll see what he does, though. Right, come on, here we go. Ruggieri, though, can definitely do this role for us. We need Barnecci to score a goal, basically. That's very important. If he could just get off the mark this season. Oh, he's going all the way through. Barnecci! Well, there it is. That is an absolutely brilliant goal from Tristan Barnecci. Holy shit. I like that idea, actually. Like, yeah. Like how clubs have club culture. I'm not sure I understand the question, my friend. I believe the question is in French, and I'm unfortunately do not speak French. Very tight angle. That was almost like it. Occasionally, Barnecci will get those runs, and he reminds me a little bit of Heung-min Son. He just seems to pick up the ball, and he'll just ghost past people with it, like they're not even there. And I think that's that 17 pace really making an impact. Hidden attributes. Yes. As in, well, hidden attributes, everyone plays. Well, I guess not everyone. As in, I am using attribute masking, yes. If that was the question, Barnecci through again? I think that's offside. It is not offside. Barnecci scored a brace in the first half here. Come on, Tristan! That's more like it. That's what we need to see from him. This is him at his absolute best. Also, what a pass from Velasquez this is. Just the way that he just gets it out of his feet, looks up, bang, straight through the middle. Barnecci's off the hole, off the defender, bang. That's more like what we want to see from Tristan this season. Had a bit of a quiet start to the year, but it's just nice to see us get there. I'm assuming it's to do with attribute masking, but yes, I do use attribute masking. I figured that's probably what it was, but I wanted to be sure, you know. Lest I answer the wrong question, chat. And I was lured into a trap. Hidden attributes. Well, I mean, everyone technically plays with hidden attributes because that's why I was a bit confused. Because if it's hidden attributes... Oh, it should have been 3. Double Rebel Salzburg on a shoestring budget. Basically, you need to shop in the areas that they're not shopping in. Which is tough because I think Austria's rules are quite lax regarding player signings. So essentially, you just need to try to... I'm going to make it sound easy, but it's not. You need to be basically, instead of trying to compete with their signings, you need to be trying to find guys that they're not signing that in theory could develop into players that could compete with them. So you've got to be aiming, basically you've got to be aiming at a lot of the African nations for your signings.
Can we all pool our money and buy Morecambe IRL and install Matto as manager? Good evening all.
Thank you for the 15 months, Scouseraw. Yeah, what's going on at Morecambe is horrible. And I always feel like it's being undercovered in football media. It's like, do we need to report... It's like, hey, let's dedicate 7 hours to talk about Alexander Isak and Benjamin Sesko. Maybe we could just talk about Morecambe a little bit, though. Maybe we could highlight that just a little bit. But I guess that doesn't get the clicks for Sky, does it? No, another manager is not the problem. But they have problems, and it sucks seeing football clubs go to the wall so frequently. Especially football clubs that have been around for 100 years. Sheffield Wednesday as well, yeah. Because I know that Sheffield Wednesday have a protest planned, right? Where I believe that they're... Oh, that's a good point, actually, Comrade. I like the idea of like culture shifts in international football being a factor as well. Right, we've actually turned into a really solid performance here. I think we made the right switches when that injury occurred. Habila's a weird one. Like, I like him as a player, but I do think he's more of a kind of the guy I bring on in games when we're defending a lead, mostly. Shazzy's more of an aggressive forward-thinking player, whereas Habila's just better defensively. Which is great in a game like this where we're winning. He's the exact type of player I'd like on the pitch, honestly. Oh, that's a dangerous pass. How's Oscar got on? Yeah, he's still doing great. Right, here we go. Habila. He's got Nagalo in a good spot if he could find him. He hasn't, but Tristan could be in the box still. Oh, actually, never mind. What a save. That's a good point, actually. Yeah, I think there should be more variety when it comes to the way that tournament hosts are picked in FM as well. That would be kind of cool, because I feel like in FM it gets very samey after a while. Ooh, that's a nice idea. We need a third goal, because we are playing FM after all. And here comes their second goal. Nah, I'm telling you, we're going to... Oh, well played, Ruggieri. Oh, less well played there. That was actually really poor. I'm not sure what he was thinking. Oh, it's just going to be squared across for a tap-in, isn't it? Wow. That was actually really good defending from Peter Bashir. Yeah, it reveals just anything that... International football for me is There's a lot of pageantry involved, and I feel like FM doesn't do a very good job at representing and recreating said pageantry. And I think, particularly with moving to a new game engine, it would be cool to see more of that involved. Nagalo's had another absolute awful day, so Regic will come back in again. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. Getting him more football is certainly not the worst thing in the world. Velasquez is very tired. God, I'm so glad we've at least got someone like Nemanja Ivic, even if he's not great. Just so that Velasquez doesn't have to play 90 minutes all the time. I'm a bit worried that we might have weakened our starting 11 too much, though. So sort of is going to be very helpful in Europe this season. Having the ability to take players off and actually have someone who's capable in that role. Say we're 3-0 up in a European game at like 60 minutes. Just being able to give Velasquez a bit of a rest. Here we go. Come on. Oh, go on. Hat-trick for Tristan? Oh! What's up with it? Basically, first club of the save, I said to chat, hey, wouldn't it be fun if we built a system that solely used the 11 best players the club had in their roles? That club happened to be in Luxembourg. And so we've kind of just stuck with it ever since then, all the way up to the top flight in France, where obviously there have been changes to it, little optimizations, but largely it maintains the soul of the original tactic, so to speak. Oh, that's an aggressive clearance. Might help, though. I want to see what. Oh dear, I was gonna say I want to see what Rezic is like off the bench in this game. Whether he actually has an impact still, because he was great in the last game. But right, can we get a toe in? It feels like Nikolai Stoyan is often afraid to actually get a foot in a lot of the time. This is gonna be a goal, isn't it? Oh, it should have been. Considering Kilaza has such a good command of area, I feel like he doesn't claim things as often as he should do from time to time. Wow, our possession is crazy high today. Still a bit worried about conceding a late one though. Although, not if they're going to pass the ball directly to us. That's fine by me. There we go. Ivic making a run from DLP. Drop it inside, buddy. There's a clear pass. Finds Ruggieri. Go on, Stoyan. Oh, off the base of the post. Oh. Nice. Who's on his wrong foot out on the left? What, Bashir? Yeah, we definitely do have a good amount of possession today, which is good for... Oh, no, please. No. Come on, touch. Get a touch in. Oh, no. This is so too all-coded. Oh, what a tackle from Velasquez. Felix, buddy. Stoyan, I guess, yeah. Hang on. Doesn't Stoyan have relatively good on both feet? Right, Tristan into the channel again. I love these channel runs he's been doing more and more these days. It does mean we're a little bit light in the middle, but usually it usually means our CM is able to move into his spot a little bit. Ivic. That's a nice pass. Stoyan now. Come on, whip it across for Tristan. Patience, I like it. Ruggieri. Bang! And it's Binder again! I tell you what, chat. This could be the year of the binder. That's his second goal of the season off the bench. Good positioning. He held his run nicely. Look at that, the way he's just holding on at the edge of the box. Gets marked at the end. Pulls into a nice little bit of spot. Bang. Oh, I'm getting a semi. This is intriguing. 2 goals in 3 games off the bench for the Binder. His positioning's looking better. It's just nice to see him contributing in matches. Because it was all very well us giving him football to see him develop a little bit. But until he was starting to match or at least improve his contributions in games, Bauer was always an option there. But the fact that Binder's able to do that. He had a key pass in that game too. Stoyan at 5. The lesser spotted okay performance from Stoyan at left back. Love to see it. What is his foot situation? Fairly strong left foot. Shouldn't really be punishing him. If anything, it should be helping. But I know what you mean. They will still sort of cut inside on it. But either way, get our first dub of the season. Call Amy Santiago. Do you mean Amy Santiago Velasquez? Or Detective Terrible Detective? Okay, just getting a win is useful. When we went behind so early, I was worried. Because if we'd lost 3 out of 3, especially against a really naff Montpellier side, I'd have been a bit concerned. I wonder where we sit as far as our season preview at this stage. Because I think our squad probably would have dropped a little bit in quality because we haven't really brought in any marquees yet. Anderson's out for a little bit. Barnett gets a brace. Love to see it. Hello, Pog. How does Big Chief? What's that?
Sorted out the fridge.
You sorted out the fridge. Yeah.
Good. It was disgusting.
Yeah, I know. All these things. What about the cupboard? Okay, sick. The secret cupboard of doom.
Literally black mold on the bread.
Yeah. Ruggieri has 3 assists as well, which is wild. Also, they have a guy called Gaspar Dutto. Bet he loves a takeaway. Actually, his tackling is quite poor, so he probably doesn't take the ball away that often, to be honest. But he has got some... Is that a free kick goal he's got? Either way, we move. Dutto Pizzo. That's the guy. Why is that guy on... Oh, he's one of the Tenerife boys. The Forbidden Closet of Mystery. I mean, why wouldn't you be? Any other weird menus? Well, we got a Domino's one, but that was a little boring, if I'm honest. Right, can I get Jose Claudio yet? Or did I already look on the 19th? I'm just going to keep asking them on like a daily basis. Yes, nice. The problem is, the mandatory fee is less, but the issue with the mandatory fee is he's not going to accept it, is he? If I could make an optional fee, then I'd do it. Because the problem with the mandatory fee is we have to negotiate a contract with the player, and obviously we can't do that because he won't talk to us. So do you reckon I could replace this with an optional fee? Rarely do I use player traits. Try it anyway. No, because the thing is, if we try it anyway and he says no, we then have to wait another fucking God knows how long before we can re-enter negotiations. I think I'd rather just try and get an optional fee in here that they'll agree to, even if the optional fee is slightly higher. So try... Chat, if we try this, which they will accept this, he will not. So we will not be able to sign him, and then we'll have to wait another week to potentially be able to sign him, whereas someone else could come in. I'd rather just try and get the loan deal done than risk not signing him, because we need him as a footballer right now. Doesn't sign him to Brentford? Fat, maybe. We've got time left. Yes, we have time left, but that doesn't mean we have to waste it. He is not going to sign for us. He's already established that he will not sign for us, so this will not help that. Like, if we can't sign him now, we will not be able to sign him, because mandatory fee means he will have to agree a contract here, and he will not do that, as we've already established. Let's try and get an optional fee in, though. At the very least, we can try that. Just literally is his... 17 million? What? I suppose it's optional, so I don't have to actually pay it, do I? Fine, whatever. Like, I don't have to even pay the fee. Oscar is awful. What? I don't know how those two things are even related to each other. Oscar is not a DM. He's just playing in that role because we don't have anyone else. Oscar is a CM backup for Binder. His role in this team is to be that role. Yeah, that would have been a waste of our time. If we could just get him in for the season, it just saves us a lot of hassle, right? Jacked on the monthly fee. Did they really? That sounds like AI loan notification. Let me have a look. No, I think it was the same. 215. No, it was the same. Thing is, it's an optional fee, so there's no way we would... Why on earth would we pay more than his release clause? So all we'd have to do, basically, is if we have another good season, it, one, gives us more time to find a proper guy for the future, or... Wait, 2.5 star? Either everyone else is getting better, or he's just not developing. It looks like he is. It gives us time without being committed to it. I can sort of see why they'd want more money, but it is just weird that they're able to ask for more than his release clause there. So we're getting Al Hassan no matter what. Most likely for 6 months. But at least we know that Claudio is like a guy that can start for us. But already, oh, you mean he's got other stuff to do? He can finally start looking at Fulham players. Favorite country to manage in? Spain was honestly really fun. And the benefit of Spain is at least we could sign South Americans that would then count as EU after a little while. Ooh, okay. Ooh, Villa in for that goalkeeper we liked. Best ref in 23. I think they're just the best in general. I haven't found any other training schedules that I prefer. Yeah, Germany's very fun. The plan was basically, say things went tits up at Sochaux, we would end up in Germany, basically. That would be our next sort of port of call, so to speak. Obviously, the league's only just started, but Mainz would be an interesting option there. Right, Al Hassan. I think there's nothing to not like about Martin Al Hassan. Work rate, great. Tackling, great. Aggression, great. Bravery and anticipation aren't as good as Claudio, but they're still excellent. Marking and positioning aren't amazing, so I will just whack him on defensive positioning for the time being, just in case we can get a little bit of a bump on that. And big matches, consistency, resolute, Great stamina too. Like, he will just go all day. I think he definitely improves us massively in that position, but I still think Claudio's better than him. But thought long for it. Get rid. Get rid. Useless. AP Brera. Okay, cool. He's very good. But not only is he very good, he's very good for the specific thing we need him to do. That's the crucial part. Villa want Garnier. Chat, should we get involved in this? Because we said we wanted a backup goalkeeper that was EU. Sorry, not EU, that was from a European nation, specifically. Because I like this guy. And he's not crazy priced. Aerial reach is a little bit sussy. But command of area is good. Communication is very good. One-on-ones is solid. Reflexes is very good. 18 years old. No Swiss caps yet. Consistent. Still don't know anything good on both feet. Just be useful to have a guy. See, if there's deputy to the first choice goalkeeper, that's kind of good, actually. That's exactly what he would be. Now, the issue is how much they'd want for him. Well, I mean, he isn't really needed for rotation options because he's a goalkeeper, so we won't need to rotate our goalkeeper. But what he is needed for is because if our goalkeeper goes to AFCON, we need a guy who's not going to be ever going to AFCON because our other backup goalkeeper's Cameroonian, so he could very well end up at AFCON as well.
It's good you came in summer.
Justice Jetman. I actually really like them. I think President are really good. I think that the hate that they get is massively forced and hilarious at the same time. Candigger, thank you very much for the follow. New DM. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, absolutely. That's why Hassan, even if we get Claudio, is useful because we need both of them. Just because of 2 games a week is not something we've really had so far. Because France is actually pretty laid back about that. Let's just see how much they want. How much have Villa put on the table? 3.6. Rising. Fine. I'll drop 3.9 and we'll see where we can go. Payich is off. What's Payich looking like these days? Fast is what he's looking like. We could really do with him getting some football. God, he's worth a fortune, isn't he? Villa must be in Europe. Important player. Striker, fine. Good for you. I'm fine with that. Let me just check, actually. I'm pretty certain. Villa have a lot of money regardless. They've not started well, though. No, they're not in Europe. No, they came 10th last season. That's the sort of thing that might actually allow us to keep hold of Barnetche, is the fact that Villa are not in Europe, and they're the only club that want him currently. We definitely do need to... Right. Oh, keep patron on trial to prevent them from retire. That's why we do it, yeah. I mean, it doesn't work. Like, they will still retire randomly even when they've got clubs and contracts, unfortunately. So we have lost a few. This is that random Bulgarian guy, but he's got good work rate, chat, so it's worth the punt. Okay, never mind. But that's why you don't do that. But also at the same time, it's fun to try, because you just never know. To the B team with you, where we will never hear from you again. Oh, he's already in the B team. Nice. Enjoy the 4th tier of French football, my friend. Issue with Barnetche. Wants to play the strongest squad, considering leaving us. Well, you have 6 years on your contract, so good luck with that, bud. Last Bauer. We will then... Might be time to move on. You just have a squad enough. The team you want to play for aren't even in Europe, buddy. Important player in the squad. No, influence. Cool. So, Tristan's going to be a twat. It doesn't matter. He has 6 years on his contract. Good luck forcing a move with 6 years on your deal. Like, you have no power here, buddy. What will happen, basically, is he'll get... It's annoying when they do that when there hasn't even been a transfer bid for them. That is very irritating. It's like, hi, mate, maybe we should talk about you moving to a bigger club when someone's actually put a bid in for you. Like, you know? No schedules, unfortunately. Hate to see it. They complain to me now. They can happily do that. And I'll tell them to fuck off. Like... I'll tell them the same thing I told him. You've agreed to a 6-year contract, my friend. Don't sign the contract. Do not sign the ting, so to speak. It is going to be irritating for us, but it is what it is. Tank morale, though. Oh, then naturally we should just let every player leave then. Like, they rejected it. I assume Villa's deal probably has more add-ons on it. It's not in all times. Yeah. It's most likely that Villa have probably just offered them a little bit more for him. I just kind of want to see what they do consider acceptable. Basically, I think people let their players leave way too soon and then worry and then wonder why they can't make any progress. Basically, it's like I keep letting all my players leave the moment they ask to, and I just can't make any progress. This is the reason. You need to be able to be a bit more like respect the contract. The fact is, he'll get over it pretty quickly. And even if he doesn't, we've got 6 years to become a stronger squad. Alexandre should be starting more games. Brother, why? How long have you... So we've been here for these seasons. I mean, to be fair, he did play a lot in the first season with the club, to his credit. But fair enough. I'm just saying, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to sell our best player because he wants to leave when he's got 6 years on his contract. That would set us back 2 or 3 seasons in the save, which seems a bit pointless to do for literally no reason. Well, we don't have to. Explore our options incoming. Then he can be exploring his options for 5 seasons because we have a 3-year extension clause in his contract. And besides, we'll be able to trigger the extension clause before he can explore his options because that can only be done with 18 months left on his deals. Yeah, you can definitely do that as well, Athmos, but there's no reason for us to do that. Why not just sell everybody? Why not just sell your entire team, chat? Why don't we sell all the players we like and then start with people we don't know about? Right. Start more games. Nope. Squad player. Slowly but surely, every time he asks, I'm just going to reduce his squad status every single time until he's like working in the canteen. Most of the players are actually on my side anyway. Which is surprising, actually. Considering none of these guys are, other than maybe Habila, most of the players that are actually in supporting of me, that's unusual. Usually they're more... I'm actually surprised. The only players that are going to lose morale over that are people that don't really matter all that much. That's actually surprised me. Usually it's the other way round. Maybe we've actually built like a club culture where they've kind of just grown to like being here and don't want us to fail. That didn't even used to happen with Sirens most of the time. Stadium announcer. Oh, that'd be so sick. Get in. Jose Claudio's in, baby. No, Hayden, that's usually what happens, but also they get over it. Like, because all that has to happen is the player has to go and go, actually, I've agreed to stay, and then all the squad don't care anymore. That's all that happens. And most of the time, they will, once the window's expired, as soon as that interest drops for one day, the player just goes, I'm happy to stay now, and then the whole squad suddenly go, oh, I've forgotten. So... We're completely safe on Barnetche. Even if he can't explore his options until he's got 18 months left on his contract, and before he gets to that point, I can trigger another 3-year extension on his deal. That's really good. Now I feel more confident. Now that we've got Claudio and Al Hassan, this team suddenly just took a massive step up. Because we know Claudio's goated, and Al Hassan's going to be a lovely rotation option as well. That's really, really good. Now we have to register him, but we've got a spot available for him because it's the spot he was in before. Does mean no more non-EU guys this window. Unless we... How are they still stalling? I'm not sure I want this guy anymore. Silly billies. But yeah, usually the squad will get on your back about it. But I wonder if we have just built a decent atmosphere almost accidentally, and as a result, they actually don't want him to go. It would be nice if that happened more often. It does seem odd that your players would constantly want your best player to leave. It's like, do you not actually enjoy winning? It's weird when other clubs are stalling on me. I'm like, no, that's my trick. What are you doing? Seem to forget about it. Yeah, sometimes you can reduce it all the way down without them even caring. But most of the time, I think if you've been at the... One thing that really helps us here is that this is our 4th season at the club, so we've actually developed a bit of... We've got our feet under the desk. Named Kata at MTK. Oh, we know all about Kata at MTK. He was really, really good. Is his name Mihaly Kata, isn't it? He was really, really good for me. In fact, he's probably even better on your save. Because we had that was 2 saves ago. And he was goated. Oh, they've accepted it. You want me to loan him back to you? The thing is, we can afford to sign Garnier as a backup now because we're not spending all that money on actually permanently signing one of these DMs because they're coming in on loan instead. So we've actually got more money to play with. Chorben, thank you so much for the 2 months, my friend. Super kind. Welcome aboard again. Why is my buttons not working? No. There we go. That's strange. New save after. So basically, if we do manage to complete the goal of this save, then we will stay in the same save universe, but we're doing survival specialist after that. We had is it actually? We've put a bid in, Ease Off Tackles. We were talking about Kevin earlier, but we weren't sure if we'd actually put a bid in on the lad. I think I'd be willing to do this. It's quite a bit, but I like the minerals that I'm seeing from him right now. And we get another Swiss guy. Maybe that would keep Swiston happy if we sign another Swiss teammate. Backup, perfect. Just on like a... Plus he's... With goalkeepers, you've got a bit more wiggle room as well because like they're less likely to get international caps straight away because there's only one role they can play and it's goalkeeper. 32 million euros. Holy shit. I'm a level with you. I don't know much about Kevin as a player. To the point where I actually don't even know what position he plays. My ball knowledge ends in around about 2010. Now ask me about Liverpool versus Kaunas in 2005 and I'm in. Okay, that's good. If we're going to do that and actually sign this guy, we need to commit long term. I'm not going to loan him back. Survival Specialist, basically, it's where we go around Europe finding teams that are in drastic relegation trouble and rescuing them every single season. Charity team not a play. Oh, God. Kev's going to have me running so much. It's fine. I did 11k this morning. That was fine. I'm feeling pretty fit these days. The away kit, not a fan. I like the retro badge, I just don't like the green. Cinema. But speaking of cinemas, Pog and I went to see Naked Gun last night. Fucking amazing. I haven't laughed that much at a film in a long, long time. Would recommend. Oh, Deng, they want Deng. Yeah, we can't let Deng go out on loan again, really. We don't have the... He actually needs to stick around this time. Oh, thank God. I thought I just said no to deadline day. BMW. I don't think I've got the tackling ability, Athmos. All I do is run. It is so good. Like, legitimately, I was crying at one particular scene. It was so funny. It's not great. Yeah, it's just like, I wish that the kit, we'd use that badge on a more... I realise what it's paying homage to, but like, isn't there other kits we could have thrown it back to use that cool... The snowman. It wasn't, but that also. It was the thing just before the snowman. That whole, honestly, that whole sort of sequence from before the snowman, including the snowman thing. Yes. That was like a fever dream. So goddamn good. The goal of the save, King, is we're trying to win the Champions League with a team that's never been in a European final, but starting from the very bottom of European football. So we started in Luxembourg and we're working our way up with 0 coaching badges, all that jazz. In addition, other teams that reach European finals during the save are then eliminated from contention as well. So there's been quite a few teams, less so in the Champions League, obviously, because most of these teams have been in European finals. But a lot of teams, for example, have eliminated themselves from contention during the save as well. In addition, if we were to reach a European final with a team and we lose, we have to resign, which has actually already happened, which is the reason we're at Sochaux now, because we were at Tenerife and then we lost the Conference League final to Fulham, which just so happens to be my club. So bad times. Leslie, honestly, wouldn't appreciate it anyway. Okay, I guess that seems like a you problem though, right? It's a very good film, and I think that honestly they couldn't have cast anyone better than Liam Neeson for the role. I think he does a very good job in that role, considering he's more of a serious actor. He is fantastic in that role. You know, it's funny, 100%, but it was so worth it. So I just think it's a really good film. Like, the originals are goated, but this is genuinely about as good as you're going to get as far as like a newer version remake type of film. Real Pain's really good as well. Oh, I actually liked Real Pain. I thought it was a really solid film. I actually quite like that too. Like, it did like awkward humour at times really well, and I just thought the characters were actually quite likeable, to be honest. Honestly, no, Ease of Tackles. Our youth intakes have been really average. In fact, verging on probably poor. in this save. Now, that might change this year because we finally got ourselves to the point where I've asked the board for more recruitment and junior coaching, and they have agreed, which means we should see this going up to hopefully 20 soon. Ideally, before we get our youth intake preview, because that would be the dream. Why an 8-month? Oh, because Denmark. Displeasure on the training. Oh, come on, buddy. You've only just been here. Ualabi fails to adapt game. Oh, come on, Victor. This is what we needed from you. We'll try again. Oh, no. I mean, Liam Neeson, generally speaking, is a serious actor. I guess it is, but he actually doesn't expect... He's a very good job. He does a very good job in the role. I was impressed. And Pamela Anderson was actually really good in it too. Weirdly, Liza Koshy is in it as well, which is so strange. She was good too. Obviously in a smaller role, but... wait, not finishing training? No, it's not that, is it? It's movement training, isn't it? That's the one. I wonder why... Read the game well. Oh, interesting. Is it because of his... it might be because his off the ball is too low. In Derry Girls. I forgot about him in Derry Girls is brilliant. Southampton Poppy tickets, fair enough. Of course, that's a game this year, isn't it? Right. Oh, that just feels so much... Oh, I love that. They've kept the links as well. Amazing. And now we can finally get rid of... Who's the player we don't care about on the bench? Oh, McCary. Now then, can I play Shazley again yet? Yeah. The Shaz monster's back in. Who plays that? What wouldn't you like to know? I think we'll start Shazley over Stoyan today. Give Stoyan a little resty rest, because Ruggeri's done a fabulous job so far this year. I think he's our top... He's got 3 assists already this season. Stoyan will obviously go onto the bench instead of... Don't really need 2 right backs, so Shehu will probably drop out for a little bit. That feels a lot more... Do you know what? I'm tempted to start Binder as well. I know he lacks the match fitness, but he's played so goddamn well off the bench. And Bauer hasn't really done a lot this season, whereas Binder has. And I think he deserves an opportunity to show that off. This could be the moment that he just starts starting for us long term. Any fun... Hayden Brathwaite in the back there for Paris. Ooh, Barbadian. Love to see it. Oh, he has 0 caps for England. He could have just declared for Barbados. That would have been so cool. So many players like that. Oh, they've got a Jamaican as well. Jamali McGann. Nah, he's got the caps. He knows what's up. They bought him off of Harduk Split as well. 2 new squad numbers. 11. Brave. Shazzy's very happy. Well, that's good. I'm just excited to see what we're going to be like now that Claudio's back. Given we were getting like, what was it, 2.5 points a game with him in the team. Obviously, we got clubbed by PSG on the final day of last season, but that was fine. Just want to see us... Wow, I forgot that Wissam Ben Yedder was still in charge. I thought he might have been sacked after they'd sort of slumped down the league from where they were, but apparently not. Love to see it. As much for a match, fair enough. Good for you. Can I sign you? The reason that the BWM is off-centre is because we have a wing-back on attack and an inverted winger on attack. And the issue with that often is that basically, when we're in the attacking phases of play off the right-hand side, the inverted winger is sat right here and the wing-back is overlapping, which leaves us quite exposed down this right-hand side. And as a result, having the ball-winning midfielder offset to the right means that he's got a slightly more to the right starting position and can cover off the sort of... Essentially, he covers the wing-back role when these guys are slightly further forward. Whereas this side, because we've got more stacked in these positions, we don't need the offset. So having them slightly more to the right means that it balances out weirdly quite nicely. Yeah, we got Claudio and Hassan, both on loan. But yeah, they're both on loans. Claudio has a £17 million optional fee in it, which we're obviously not going to pay because his release clause is less than that. But it was the only choice we had because he wouldn't sign for us permanently. They originally wanted a mandatory fee of 12 million, but I knew that because he won't agree to a contract with us, there's no point in doing that because he would have just turned it down. But the idea is basically, in theory, we should be able to, if he, say he would sign for us next summer, then we'll be able to just trigger the release clause and pay 14 million for him. Or maybe less, but I suspect if he has a good season, they wouldn't accept less than that. Watch him have an absolute shitter of a season. Right, here we go. Nagalo's through on goal. Hopefully he'll square this. It's in. Off of somebody. Jamali McGann. What a guy. Tulo League. I suspect it's just down to reputation. So he's coming from the Brazilian top flight. A good side in Brazil. He's got what looks to be high potential. And this is our first season playing in Europe with Sochaux. So I suspect that if we had a good year in Europe and maybe finished like either in the Europa League or the Champions League places this season, maybe he'd join us next summer. What if he signs a new contract? Then he does. Like, it's all these things. It's like, what can we do about it? What was the other solution? If he signs a new contract, then he signs a new contract. There's nothing we can do about it. We should get a rep bump, I would say so, yeah. Which might be enough. So yeah, the reason the Shadow Striker is off center is to not just accommodate him moving inside, but also because our CM, because we're playing a Shadow Strikerless system, the CM makes a lot of runs into this position too. So by having the Shadow Striker offset, it allows space. It also draws the two centre backs across slightly, so it allows room for these two to operate in this kind of pocket. That's the idea anyway. But yeah, if he does sign a new contract, then he does. Is he worth it? 100%. He's massively worth it. When he played in our team last season, which was only for 11 games, but it's a big enough sample size that it's worth looking at, we gained on average 2.5 points a game with him in the team. He absolutely revolutionized that DM spot in our lineup. He was the player we've been looking for ages, so he's 100% worth it if we can sign him. Like, at some point you've got to, like, obviously his attributes are ridiculously good, but it's not just his attributes, it's the impact he has when he's on the pitch is so noticeable compared to other players that are around the same kind of level as him. We've had a few other guys that really should have worked in our system but just didn't for whatever reason, whereas he made a genuine massive impact. And I think without his signing, we probably don't get Europa League because we were just so good in the run-in. Oh, come on, Tristan. Just keep on driving, buddy. Oh, nice. Okay, that's fine. Nice little touch. Pull it back. I thought they were going to score a second own goal in the first 20 minutes. Hello, Ashish. And we get the 16-year-old Slovak, who admittedly is more of a CM. He would sort of go into the Binder-Oscar pipeline. He does need to square it there. But, to be fair, he did score a goal just like that in the last game, so I don't really blame him. I'm okay with our striker, TM, shooting when he's that close to goal. How much RAM? I only have 16. And that's definitely a bottleneck. But when I tried to add more RAM... Oh, for God's sake. Unfortunately, the computer wouldn't post. So, maybe it was bad RAM. So that is still a bit of an issue. But I'll probably just bundle that into when I build the new PC at some point. He feels like he could be him. There's no space, you ram it in. Very true. That is irritating, actually. No, we can't, Andy. He won't sign for us. Well, the current times that you need a better keeper. Sure. Yeah, cool. Change the goalkeeper, sell the tactic. Came back to me because he was unhappy, rejected bid. Now he's agreed on a higher ask. Yeah, that's the other thing that you can do. The only reason I didn't do that with Bernaccio is because I was just worried about the Napoli effect as Binder is through and Binder scores again. This is more like it. Move over, Haribo. Kids and grown-ups love it so. The happy world of Semir Binder. You love to see it. Who was that with the assist? Was that Barnetche? Look at that for a pass from Tristan. Not even really part of his game, but that is an excellent finish from Binder. 3 and 4 from CM. But that's what I was on about. I don't know if you're still here, Ben. The reason the Shadow Striker is offset is for that exact reason. So he can drop into that pocket and it opens up the space for the CM to just run in behind and score goals like that. Glorious. Well, Bauer did. That's the thing. Bauer did exactly that. But he sort of just stopped doing it. Someone on stream, hey, it's fine. What you do, Ashish, when you have those questions, come into the offline stream chat, whack it in a giant database lookup request, and then it will just be there for the next stream. I do that myself sometimes. I'll request things myself. But yeah, literally. Tremendous. Nagalo's had another poor game thus far. He does have a propensity for disappearing from time to time. But if we win, then I'm all right with that. Ruggieri's had a poor one. Watching the VOD. That's very true. True. I tell you what. I'll help you out here. Ashish, when you're watching this on the VOD, although you may not be because you're here now, right? Remember, if you've thought anything to ask, just drop them in the offline stream chat requests and I'll get to them in the next stream. It's perfect. That goes for any VODs, by the way. Feel free. I know that you might have less channel points, so it might be not as easy, but or just whack it in chat. And tell you what, VODs, if you do want me to look anything up, obviously you can put it in the comments of the YouTube, but that might be a bit delayed. Whack it in the offline stream chat, and I might well see it before I randomly refresh a page, and I could add it in as like a request myself, potentially. Just in case you do want me to look anything up particularly for you, because I'm more than happy to. Right, 68 minutes in. Nagalo's off, but we got Rezic. I feel way better. That's okay. Try that one instead. I figured that's the downside, obviously, because you don't accumulate points. Stoyan in there. We're winning, which is now perfect time for Habila. Claudio's on a 6.9. The man just gains rating when playing in this team, and I don't know why. Come on, offline tab to find things. Yeah. I'll come back sometimes, just randomly, because I just have the tab open, and it will just be, usually it's database, usually it's like commands. People are just looking for like the skin or tactic downloads and things like that. I've had this one, I haven't. Let's have a look. Probably, but no interesting contract was. He's concerned about coming back to MTK. Oh my god, no. Oh, no, I have. So, the reason this is happening, Hayden, is because the game considers Hungary to not be a first world country as far as footballing development, which is one of the things we changed when we did the save in Hungary, was we switched it. Basically, Hadrian will have a better example of this, but the way that FM classifies countries when it comes to footballing development is really silly. So as a result of that, it makes players think that they're moving to a nation that doesn't have like basic infrastructure. But that's why that's happened, basically. It's really, really stupid. It was one of the very few things we switched before the Hungary save. Oh no, come on. Keeper, please. That's fine. Holy. Eric, chill. Daddy, chill. Okay, Velasquez is looking a bit tired. We could bring on Hassan. Just to really tighten things up in that role. Because what's Hassan's passing like? Because didn't he look quite good in that role? It's not bad, actually. Fiona! It will make it harder for you to recruit players. So, like West Beach. Oh, what a header. Binder with the assist, by the way. Jimbo, thank you for the follow. Oh. Yes, but like that's not the way that it describes it, Shirai, basically. It isn't a third world country. And FM, I mean, there's 3 designations in FM. The problem is, if you look at the other countries from an infrastructure standpoint that are in the same category as Hungary in the base game, it makes no sense. And there's other European nations that have no reason to be in those categories as well. There's one example that Hadrian always gives, because I haven't thought about this for like 2 years, but I can't remember what it was. But it's a bit frustrating. It'll be a slower burn, but the problem is it doesn't change as well. I believe it's not hard-coded, but like there's no dynamics to it, so it won't like tick over and become good, basically. Morning, Jeff. It's just a little bit frustrating, but that's one of the things we did change, because you'll get stuff like that, basically, as a result of it, which is just a little bit annoying. Oh, yeah, no, exactly. It's more to do with, like, footballing infrastructure, which, again, doesn't make a lot of sense either. Youngest real-life player still play... It might... No, it wasn't Yamal. There was a couple of guys that are, like, 34. Lenny Yoro's just retired, I think, from playing... Was he at Lens or Stade Rennais? I can't remember. That was a surprisingly lucky result, honestly. Now, we've got to... There'll be some players around that are, like... Because, remember, this is season... Is it 18 now? Was it Lille? It was Lille. You're right, it was Lille. He's only just left them. I want to just check actually if he's retired or not. But yeah, it does suck. I think Malta had that same problem, potentially. Although actually, when it comes to footballing infrastructure, that makes a little bit more sense. But the issue was, because it's completely hard-coded and locked, we didn't want that affecting the latter stages of the save and completely just screwing you. Moving to Anfield, exactly. All of a sudden, things don't look so bad anymore. Also, Lyon did get relegated, I believe. I think they... Or did they? Yeah. I think they all went down last year, right? The bottom 3. Yeah, Brest went down as well. Not that that is a huge surprise. The bottom 3 last year were insane. It is when you think of the mighty Magyars. It's crazy. I'd like to see a comeback in Hungarian football. And I guess we're at least starting to see a few more players coming through. Like Sochaux being an example of that. Obviously, he's a bit older. But right, come on, scouting update. Show me someone good. Okay. I think some of the guys that we were looking at earlier might be starting to appear in this a little bit, which is okay. Hambusher. It's a slightly smaller group of players. That Norwegian guy's fallen off slightly. These guys are a bit older, a bit more expensive as well. Just wanted to have a quick scan in case there was any like actual like bargains in there. Let me just check Lenny Yoro, see if he did retire or if he's just moved clubs. Probably gone to Saudi or something. 2 World Cup finals. Yeah, that, and they should have won. What was that one where they beat? I believe it was West Germany in the group stages, like absolutely hammered them, but then lost the final to them as well. Yeah, it looks like Lenny Euro has just retired. And weirdly, wasn't well enough in the game to actually be, yeah. Oh, is it 1N? FM's like, screw you and your Lenny Euro. Try that again. Let me just type in Euro. Ah, he's taken the Saudi money. And to be fair, 700 grand a week. I don't really blame him. That's the one, the 54 final, yeah. There's a really, really good book about, if you're interested in this specifically, about Hungarian football. I think it's called The Names Heard Long Ago. It is brilliant. I read it right before we did the MTK save a couple of years ago, ironically while I had COVID, because I had nothing else to do. That and watching Ice Road Truckers by Jonathan Wilson. Yeah, it's a fabulous book. I don't read a lot of football books, but that one is exceptionally good because it just goes through like the history of Hungarian football and especially that era of Hungarian football. It's really, really interesting. Yeah, so good. The Argentinian one, is that Angels with Dirty Faces? The Argentine one. Is that the one I'm thinking of? He's written a lot of good books. I have a load of them on my reading list. But I always just wait for them to drop in price. Right, hang on. Who do we not know about in this one? There's a few intriguing guys in this. Okay, we're getting a few more of the Norwegians coming through. Stanislas Moak. Oh, he's only 16 as well, so he might actually have a decent ceiling. Christian King. He's 24. Oh, wait, that's Christian King. I remember finding him when he was way younger. But we couldn't afford him at the time, and obviously still can't now, but... Nice. Is anyone worth looking at? Most of those guys. Ewan Mace. Aggressive. Alright, what we got? Sam Shackle, way out of our price range. Probably good, but not actually that good. Istra, okay. 17-year-old. We haven't got Slovakian guy. He won't sign for us yet. So what we're doing basically is we just keep sending his scout report around again anyway because we want to scout him fully. But every time it comes through, we're just going to try and approach him a second time. Sorry. Every time he comes through, we'll just approach him again. Because right now we suspect it's just because he's too young, even though he has turned 16. Maybe we can get him at 17. Oh yeah, this guy has got no chance of developing into anything useful. Target forward that... Basically, he can head a football. So the game's like, yeah, target. Certainly not a transfer target. This guy, though... The Hungarian football book, I believe it's called The Names Heard Long Ago. Chat will be able to correct me, maybe provide an Amazon link. But I think that's what it's called. Christian King, like Jesus, exactly, just like him. If Jesus played for Spurs. But he plays for Arsenal. He's the kind of player that actually, in other saves, potentially could be really useful, but he would have no purpose in our team. Very cheap, though. Good, that's probably a better idea, actually, yeah, because obviously Steve's based in the Netherlands, so Bob Bailey, we can't... Oh, hey, he's gone on loan. That guy's at Liverpool and he's worth a fortune. Stefan de Armas, Anna's brother. Average as fuck. Leobardo Ovale, great name. Reasonable attributes, but America tax. Not just America tax, also non-EU. Sell for a profit, yeah, but... It's always a risk, basically. Buying players specifically to sell for a profit is tough because you can't guarantee any interest in the player. But you're right, with him, maybe we could have done. And he'll come back around again. That's not the first time we've seen that guy. I was kind of hoping we get like one more scout report through. Maybe we will actually before the end of the deadline day, just to see if there's anyone that's worth like picking up. Because we've got the targets that we wanted. Even if not permanently. So at least the team has definitely got, like... We've improved the team in the way that we wanted. But I would have preferred to obviously have Claudio on a permanent deal. But what I haven't had is any guys, other than obviously our ridiculous... Is he Slovenian or Slovakian? He's Slovakian, isn't he? Other than him, there's no one that's been like, damn, I must sign this guy kind of thing. To be honest with you, if it comes to deadline day, I'll probably just go back in and get that guy, Tom, if you can remember his name. If a few days ago, no. Well, there are, but they're going to be really inconsistent. And I personally don't find them particularly very good, but I can totally understand why, now that we're, 2 years removed from the database that we're using, why they would be necessary. He's Slovakian, yeah. He's at Damascus Raider, so I assume he was. But sometimes you get Slovenians there as well. But yeah, there is definitely, whether it's like bang up to date, I don't know. I believe that SI usually have a database one that's like completely or as close to update as possible. But bearing in mind, it's going to be limited in what's up to date, and there'll be a lot of conflicts if you try to use it with any other databases. I often find they can be quite slow as well. The good one's paywalled. Isn't that like against the TOS? I swear that you couldn't do that with SI. That's one of the reasons I've never ever put anything behind a paywall when it comes to like tactics and filters and stuff like that, because I thought that was definitely like a big no-no. Because I see some people do that as well, and I'm just like, how is that allowed? Zanotti, out he goes. Because I thought the situation with SI was pretty much a case of like, everything's fine and all to have on your hosting stuff, but just do not paywall things. Okay, Paul?
Yeah.
Damn, that's a lot of washing. Is that all of it? I suppose that was 3 loads.
Well, yes, it's not the stuff that I've done today.
Not today, of course, no, yeah. I really want to get to our first European game today, which we should do, because... Hang on, if we just progress 4 days in, like, a matter of seconds... It's crazy what... I almost feel like there's... Oh. Well, someone's just got their European fixtures. Don't know if it was us. Lens versus Juventus. Wait, are Lens in the Champions League? Oh, they are! I forgot they came third last season. Christ, they're a lot better than I thought they were. So, it seems like the game is now running a lot faster, obviously. But we've only turned off like a few... We've turned off a few leagues, but not... I wouldn't have thought it would have made this much difference, but I just wonder if at a certain point it just reaches the thing where it's always just going to be crazy slow. And when you let it come back underneath that, it speeds up a lot more. Other good football books. Oh, I really enjoyed Why England Lose, but it was also called Soccernomics, just because it was just an interesting book. I like those kind of books. There's another book called fuck. I've actually got a hard copy of it downstairs on the bookshelf. It's to do with like FIFA corruption and stuff. Yeah, Steve, she's got the Pog resigned on Tuesday night, so she has now officially resigned from her job and is now like locked in at the new one. Starts September 1st. She signed a contract and everything sorted out yesterday. Right, we just got £3 million for free. For free. Oh yeah, I've got the football cliches book on my to buy list. Right, she's no longer... No, she is. That's the job. She's starting the River Police job on September 1st. Would never be... I know, Jesse. The perfectly legal organisation. Don't know what you're talking about. Who do you reckon we're going to get? Europa League fixtures. I guarantee you we're going to have an English side that we're going to be like, why are they in the Europa League? It'll be like Arsenal or something. Ooh. Okay. PSV, very difficult, but we're at home. Eintracht Frankfurt, very difficult away from home. Villarreal away, no chance. Lask at home, though. That's a good team to get for a pot 2. Standard Liège is tough for a pot 3. Rangers are really low on the coefficients, but that's at home as well. Tbilisi at home. Stuttgart away as a pot 4 team is kind of shit. But that's all right. Like, there's a few winnable games in there. The home games, like... I reckon we could get something against Lask and Dinamo Tbilisi for sure.
Yes, very soon.
The away games are not going to be easy, for sure. Thank you, Chris, for the follow. Please stop spamming. Or I'll get half. With Spirio, thank you for the follow.
Here's a fun
Longest 4 weeks ever.
Voltaire
I think she's just so happy to be done with it that it doesn't matter. Band nations are developed. I think Poland does count as one, Hayden, but I can't be sure. The best way to find out is if you download the editor, load all the European leagues, like the European nations in there, and I think it will tell you in one of the columns. Fun teams in the Europa League. Let's have a look. Let's have a proper lick. Proper lick? Oh yeah, we're going to both Eintracht. We're going to Frankfurt and Stuttgart. Right, who's in it this year? City. Oh, good. Illegal fishing prosecution. How dare you? I have a fishing license, don't you know? In the flesh. So yeah, Manchester City are in the Europa League this year. Good luck to us all. Anyone else that's fun? Hearts are in here. Shamrock Rovers, nice. Anyone fun? Hibs. We've got Hibs and Hearts. Borat Spania, Luca. Like Athens, Farrell. Bodo in there. Angers, of course, our big rival. The Pog. You got a license for that, Carp? Okay. 3 Scottish. What's the other one? Oh, yeah, Rangers, of course. Okay. That seems... I think if nothing else, we should be looking at a nice, cushy qualifying for the next round. Good to see. What about the conference league? Anyone fun in that one? Alashkert. That's wild. Fair play to them. Armenian side qualifying for the group stage. Leeds are in there, though, with Marseille and Bologna. Kairat. Podbrezhova of Slovakia getting in there. The Showinch. Bohemians. Sorry, Bows. Bati Borisov, St. Trouden. Yeah, City in the Europa. They've been in there a few times, actually. Oh, wow. Santa Coloma. Andorran team in the group stage. They've done that a couple of times, I think. We can't see it anymore because the league's turned off, but they have done it in the past. I think that's their second attempt at this. They're going to get murdered, but Glentoran are in there as well. Celtic, Vashash, Levski is what. Tell you what, Conference League. I mean, it's probably going to be someone like Leeds, Bologna, Marseille, isn't it? Realistically, maybe Olympiacos as well. Celtic will probably be quite up there with Hertha. Genk will probably go quite deep, but still, some fun teams in there. King, thank you for the follow. See if there's any crazy teams in the Champions League. Occasionally, you do find some. Not Tenerife, obviously. Everton, Besiktas. Go into the grass. Oh, you went out the dump.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, no Poland there either. Yeah, Motherwell are in the Champions League, of course. SJK, they've been in there a few times. This is not SJK's first rodeo, I don't believe. Yeah, they reached it in 2037, and in fact, no, that's this year. Still, that's good. Helps our finances out as well, which is nice. That is a good question. Oh, wow, we've got a lot of money sloshing about now. I don't know if Fulham have signed anybody. They must have done, right? Now that they've got the... Was there no Belgian teams in there? That is a surprise, actually. There's Fulham. Now that they're loaded. Oh, I say loaded. They've definitely signed somebody. Yes, they signed Victor Chavez from Leicester for £70 million. Wait, what happened to Yoshimitsu? Fulham already had a ridiculously good Japanese striker. Oh. I guess... I'm surprised. Motherwell might have won another SPL. Good point, actually, yeah. I hadn't considered that. They might well have done. Yes, they have. Motherwell did win another SPL. By 7 points in the end. God, that wasn't even close. So yes, Motherwell have won 2 SPLs now. Amazing. What is our first European game? Yeah, Celtic have been miles off a few times, in fairness. Actually, Mishima, he is, yes. Busy talking about helicopters. Yeah, so Zag actually got back-to-back titles. Wow, Legia have been runners-up 4 years in a row in Poland. Shout out, though, to Radomiak, who was second in the league last season and a second in the league currently this season as well. They're just always around. Shout out to them. The badge is definitely... Polish badge. They're good. Okay. Legia are the sort of team that we better get used to rooting for because they're going to be very useful in our next save. Legia, Lech Poznan, those types of guys. And maybe some random teams that come out of nowhere. Like, it feels like in every Building a Nation save, there's always like 1 or 2 teams that come out of absolutely nowhere and become like Sweet United were, for example, in Malta. They had no right to be as good as they were, but they just happened to take the loans at the right point. I'm trying to think who the team was in Hungary that was like that. Was it? Oh, it was Haladash. They just come out of absolutely nowhere, but they just took all the good loans because they had Zivkovic, didn't they? Right, that's a lot more matches. We did. We managed to get both of them on loan, Ashish. Basically, Jose Claudio wouldn't sign for us permanently. Oh, sorry, no, we didn't get both of them. We got 2, but one. Basically, the Danish guy got an injury which would see him out till January, so he wouldn't have been able to sign for us anyway because he would have failed his medical. But we did get Jose Claudio on a loan. Nice. Wait, what do you mean reserving judgment? We've got there. How can you reserve judgment on the thing we've done? Yeah, next save, the save for FM26 is building a nation Poland. That's the idea anyway. But yeah, so we got the guy we wanted, and we've also got another guy on loan from Arsenal to really bolster it, basically. Unfortunately, both on loan instead of on a permanent deal because Jose Claudio wouldn't sign for us permanently, which is unfortunate, but it at least gives us another year to keep playing him, maybe develop it a little bit more to the point where he will sign for us, or more time to find someone else, basically. HTAFC Finn, thank you very much for the follow. Is that Huddersfield Town by any chance? That's a tough bet, I suspect, but you never know. Maybe I'm right. So, won a visit to Wisła during the FM World Cup, right? No. That was Dinamo Zagreb we were managing. Hence the Dinamo scarf here. Oh, it's the Paris Derby. I suspect the result is likely to be very similar. It is. You'll love to see it. Building a nation Netherlands. That's a good place to start, I'd say, because look at the bloody goal difference. Netherlands. I've not. What else am I managed in the Netherlands? Oh, I did. I managed Den Haag. I think it was Den Haag. Briefly on Survival Specialist. Nelson Diaz Dayam. A little low on the teamwork. He's one of those guys that you would need to play him next to someone who can tackle. Or with someone behind him. Because he ain't going to be tracking back for you. Elite rolls. I've seen the things, yeah. But, like, I don't know how accurate that is. And it's just like, the fact is, right, until I see it from SI, it's somewhat meaningless, really, until they've actually announced anything on it, right? Because anyone can make shit up and put it in there, or anyone can extrapolate data from anywhere. So until I actually see a release, it doesn't really matter. But, like, if that stuff is true, then that's pretty cool, is what I will say. Right, deadline day. Have we got anything in our scouting inbox? Because it'd be quite nice to not just have these guys and then just £18 million sloshing around in our transfer fund. But we've still got that guy from Sion potentially coming in. Bolster. Well, now that we've got the guys in our DM roles, even though they are loans, I'm now just looking for anyone who's good, young, high potential. And we've got money to burn on them. Oh, what was the name of that guy, Tome? Oh, well, we're signing these Sion guys are back up. Potentially. Let's see. Trying to remember the guy's name. I'm not even sure what order this is even in anymore. Who's this guy? Sorry, not who's this guy. This is the guy. Just out of interest. We might as well. It's deadline day, right? It'd be rude not to... That's the amount we agreed before, you melons. It's like they've suddenly woken up and realised his value. Fine, I'll give you 1.1 million. Who's this Necho? Right. It's annoying that you can't... Oh, you can add a column here. What am I doing? Let me just add a column specifically for nationality, since for some reason the game puts the nationality column in the... What the fuck? Did it just not let me insert a column? There it is. Just easier to look at him like that, right? Where the fuck is he? We definitely did scout him again, right? Oh, no, I didn't, did I? Can you remember what club he was playing for? A younger left wing backup. Yes, if we can find one, I would definitely like that. But I'm not going to sign players that, like, the player has to be there for us to actually be able to find him. No, the issue was because he was already a complete report, I acknowledged it rather than sending him around again because it was like, well, you know what. But if you can remember what club he played for, we can just go and pick him up. There's Dion Penis here, if that helps. Dion Penis, anybody? Right. We'll just get rid of the dredges at the bottom. So the dredges at the bottom. These guys are probably still quite good as well. There's a few guys. Oh, the Norwegians are coming through now. We're losing a lot of them though, unfortunately. Oh, now he's at wait, wanted? Wow, God, I wish we could have got him first. That would have been great. What does that leave us with? Not a lot, and we know nothing about any of them, right? Got the age profile. Yeah, we are into the Norway scouting now, at least. Probably haven't... Fucking hell. Baste Vaular. Oh, wow. I just need more information on these kind of guys. That's the problem. Thomas Alvarez. Was it... Ah, it was Sailor. Hang on, wait. He was on a shortlist, wasn't he? I swear that guy was on a shortlist. Now that you've said that, I've immediately twigged that... This guy. This one. It will depend on what he wants. Oh. After all that, and bro won't even sign for us. Has he just signed... When did he sign this contract? This would be so funny if it was really recent. Nah, in fairness, it was like over a month ago. So even when we found him before, we wouldn't have been able to sign him. That is funny, though. He's still on the shortlist, so we can just sign him in January, probably. After all that. Anyone with high CA? Oh, okay. Cheers, FM. Didn't want to see that anyway. Let me just get off of the position screen. It's just easier to do it from this one. Anyone high CA? Per Carlson. Him, obviously. Ashley Smith. Oh, it's Major League Soccer, though. Serkan Morale, that would cost a fortune, because... Oh, wait, no, hang on. Wait, no, he's a... Oh, he's a striker. Ooh. Back up to Tristan, anybody? I know we've got Deng. Serkan Morale. Turkish-Austrian. Plays for Red Bull Salzburg, but he's actually at Liefering, which is like their lower... Better than Deng, yeah. And he's more confident in the role than Deng, too. Resolute personality, so we've got reasonable professionalism. Fast enough. Good agility. Finishing is good. Composure's not great, but that's fine. We can work on that easily enough. I like him. Consistency's not great, but he's only 18, so that's not an issue. It would depend on the cost. You're right. I hadn't... 4.2 and 6.4. He would join. His squad status is... Needs to fix his mentals, but that's the best thing, because a player that needs to fix their mentals is so much easier to work with. Roque, thank you for the follow. I'd pay 5 mil. A friend for Binder. Who I think is actually... Yeah, Binder is actually Austro-Hungarian. What a wonderful combination. Anyone pops up before deadline. We've got the money, though. Remember, we have £18 million. And a big wage budget. I kind of want to just get it... Because we can always just say no or delay. Actually, can you delay on deadline day? You can't, can you? We'll have the... I always feel like I'd be happy to sign him anyway. It will depend on his squad status, though. Because if he wants to be a starter for us, that's going to be difficult. Because obviously Barnetche will start. But if he's happy to be like a lower squad status... Maybe breakthrough prospect, which is unlikely, to be honest. Let's see what they do, though. 4.7. 5 million. Lads, I'm not going to... I'll give you 5.25. We'll just see where they are. At the moment, we're kind of operating on... Well, that means if I do sign him, then I could loan Deng, yeah. At the moment, Deng is the backup. Ualabi can kind of do the role as well, but we don't have like an out-and-out guy that I'm like, this is him, basically. Whereas I feel like he could be that. Oh, interesting Kubek. Speaking of Poland. Lads, just... Yeah, fine. Well, that's even better, actually, because it's more money and it's a cheaper fee. Might as well just do that. Nagalo, absolutely not. Ruggeri. I'm actually content with keeping Ruggeri at the moment. Because I think he's making a big enough impact in our team and we don't need the money for anyone specific at this point. And we've got loan interest in Deng, which is perfect. Oscar, probably not. We can't have too many more loan deals either, because like we've got loanies already, and adding any more I just don't think is worth our time. Because most of the time with loanees, you're looking for a player to make you better. And right now, the position we needed that in was very much the DM role, but we've got those. What I wouldn't mind finding is like a left-back depth option, but you're not going to get that on loan. You're better off finding that permanently, because with a loanee, they're going to expect to play, and they won't play ahead of Stoyan in that position, but it'd just be nice to have that option. Hello, Icarus. Oh, he's going to say no, obviously. I got excited about that, as if he isn't just immediately going to say no. We will crack this. This egg will get cracked. We got more information on his... No, we still haven't got any more information about his attributes yet. Ah, damn it, man. I'm good, Nato. How's it going, man? Solid name. Irish people in chat. His name, is it pronounced David? Like, almost like David? It feels like it should be, because of the BH. Is a V, right? Or a V sound, anyway. We definitely should the day turn 17, but I reckon there's a chance we could get him... Oh. Okay, so we've established you want 7.5... Wait, whoa. Let's try that again. I'm willing to pay you 5 up front and the rest in installments. I'm not crazy. Okay. I've not tried any of the other match engines. It's my sort of general line on it is that I've not seen anything from any of them that makes me want to try them. My God, £900 million in spending in the Premier League this window. It's just what happens when Napoli stops spending money, isn't it? Who the hell is spending this amount? It's kind of... Oh, that's just... let me just do in... Liverpool have been busy. 55, 28, 28. Christ on a bike. No, it's just everybody. I mean, Fulham have got a couple in here. I mean, Fulham actually have the... Fulham have made the biggest transfer of the entire window. But yeah, the alternate match engines to me... I actually, believe it or not, chat, I actually really like the match engine. I have my complaints about it, but it's certainly been the best one for a while. Okay. Breakthrough prospect. I wasn't expecting that. I thought he would want more than that. This is perfect. Does it actually? Oh, in that case, we'll go back and have a look. 22k is a lot, but he doesn't have turkey caps yet, right? Fuck me, that's enormous wages. I think I'll be better off just trying to get rid of these. To be fair, not bought a couple of guys off of us, which will just give you a bit of higher base wage. Brother, I'm not going to give you £51,000 a week. We're not doing that, are we? Oh. Wow, apparently we're just not doing that. Nice.
Cooper, do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600.
Yeah, the match engine is certainly not the problem with it. Like things like the second phase of set pieces, those aren't great, but yeah. X Riley, thank you for the follow. So what do I do? Just hover over it. Oh, I see what you mean. Just here, yeah. The fact that Nantes are the the 5th highest spending club in Europe. I wish it gave you a better breakdown though. They haven't lost anyone big because if they had, we'd have because we have all their players on a. Oh, nice. We have all the players on a shortlist. Oh, we're getting Garnier. Okay, good. So backup goalkeeper sorted. Goalkeeper that could actually play for us while Kilaza goes on AFCON every 2 years. Tremendous. We're signing Tristan's friend. Yeah, we've actually got him ahead of Aston Villa. As a backup goal. And he's happy to be the backup goalkeeper. And, Hadrian, we are about to sign a backup striker that's happy to be a backup striker as well. Tremendous. I think the reason I find it easier to stay motivated in long-term saves is because it's not just about me. Like, I know that because I'm doing it for content, there's more, like, not on the line, but, like, there's more of a group enjoyment, you know? Perverts is still very expensive, unfortunately. Like, he's still £7 million, which is a lot to spend on a 16-year-old player. He's on the shortlist, definitely to keep an eye on, but I suspect his price will most likely fall. It's crazy. I think the only reason it's as high as that is because he's just trying to force a way out and they're just trying to cash in. Gets tough. Oh, totally get that. It would definitely get tough. This is where there was no context to the player at all. Mezziani. I've looked at this guy before, though, haven't I? I think he's okay. 950 grand at RFC Liège. You're expensive as fuck. John Oko. Very expensive. What are you, though? DM. Watch him have amazing work rate. Oh, no, you do not. John is not working at all. Guy from Farench. He's a striker. Camber. Where are the obscure players? That's what I want to see. Fran Falcon. Oh, left back. Oh, please tell me. Yes! Oh, wait. Actually. So the reason I went yes is because Spanish second nationality. Fran Falcone. But is he any better than just keeping Ricardo Evans? Probably not. He does play on the wing. Yeah. The development likelihood is almost 0 on Fran. And he's probably more expensive than you'd think. The only way this is worthwhile is if he's actually 300k. If he's 300k, then it's worth it. If he's not, nah, he's not even worth 1.1 million. Sometimes they will just go on the random low end of that. Ooh, Spartak Varma. Wait, these are the guys with all the money. Who the fuck's he? Can't tackle to save his life, but 2.1 million? I think we pull the trigger on him, right? His mentals are just too good. And at 2.1 mil, he's a good signing. He has amazing his physicals aren't bad either. He's more... I did say I wanted a backup to play behind Santiago Velasquez. Plamen Yurukov is him. Passing and vision are really good. He's the exact player I was looking for. And for 2.1 million, that's more than enough. And unflappable. Son of Spanish lad. Oscar's the CM. Oh yeah, for that's perfect. The right squad status, wages are nice. He's Bulgarian, so there's a likelihood of a call-up. Not Oscar. I don't know then. Yeah, the other guy wasn't actually that good. This guy's way better than him. Do you mean the Spanish lad that... I think his name's Manuel Simon. The one that every club seems to be trying to loan him from me, but with an optional clause in there that's like way less than I paid for him, even though I didn't pay very much. Yeah, just do that. I like him. The Cractois, yes. Prifty, Giuliano. Ooh. Tunisian. Oh, he's a left back. Ooh. Hassan Daoudi. Is he within puntable range for a left back backup? Just to give us a bit of depth on the left hand side this year. Natural wing back. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. He probably can play left back as well. It's more likely our lack of scout. Like his pace is probably okay. He also came through Foot Africa. Like, but they have a player there? Oh, wow. I like enough about what I'm seeing here to make me think he might be worth a go. It depends on wages and stuff, right? Wages low enough. This is quite cheap for Tunisia. Breakthrough prospect again, which is perfect. If he's, honestly, I would say if he's under $1 million. Ooh, that's quite a... Oh, do I still do it? I'm tempted. I'm tempted to take a risk. Didn't work out on that other Bulgarian guy, but you know what? This time's the charm. We do need to spend a little bit of money, a little bit of this cash this summer anyway, because if we've got all this money coming in, ooh, that's unfortunate. We need to make sure that it's going to come off the books this summer and not put us in an FFP hole. The last thing you want, chat, is an FFP hole. So Yurikov. Breakthrough prospect. We can't find you a loan because we're not allowed to, but that's fine. And you're nicely in that bracket where I can offer you... He probably will get Bulgaria caps. But he's in that kind of range where we could lock him down for like 8 years. Hopefully. Yes, nice. Yeah, I was kind of hoping Garnier would be better. But at the very least, I think he'd be a really solid backup goalkeeper that can play for us during the inevitable AFCON disasters. Because both of our current goalkeepers will almost certainly be there. I mean, Eric definitely will. Now, frankly, I think Mbaja will. He was crushing it for Barnsley. It might also be a good opportunity to get Mbaja out on loan again. To be honest. I think, no, Garnier has good attributes. And frankly, 5-star or close to 5-star PA in this team is actually pretty good. When you consider who our best players actually are. Namandi will probably get there as well. I think he's Nigerian. Stars are like, maybe. But even if they're not, right, think of how good a 4.5-star CA player would be in this team. Yeah, I suppose you're right. The game's basically saying, hey, this guy could be better than Kilaza. Which I doubt. If I can get... It's nice that these guys are all 18, 19 as well. It allows me to get them on 8-year contracts, which is just so goddamn useful. Because, like, Garnier's attributes are just excellent. Hello, Basil! Maybe his aerial reach is a little bit low. But I like him a lot. In that case, I probably should try and find a loan for Olivier Mbaja this season. 8-year contract, Michael. As always. This feels like a good time to quickly try and get Mbaja out. Logbook again. No. Well, it's just a feature of the game. You can offer them a 5-year plus 3-year, can't you? It's the basic stuff. We deal in life sentences. I still can't believe you managed to do that. I take it that's something I'm not able to do in this league. Not that I'd want to, I suppose. I mean, I could be persuaded. If it was naughty, I mean, hey, if they agree to the contract. Adrian Zeffi. Jeremias Paez. We do like a Paez. Ooh. 6 foot tall. He's good physically, but technicals maybe lack a little bit of Cabrera. Very naughty as well. I should be. Ooh. He's a wingback too. Yeah, I guess if we were in the second tier, we could get away with it. What a great name. Virgil Vierklau. He's absurd. Like, he's actually ridiculously good. And he's not super... I mean, obviously we can't afford him. Well, we can, but I'd want to see his attributes. But tell you what, if he's... Like... Probably wouldn't sign for us. Let's get these two guys through. I want to see some decent PA on them, at least. I'm more excited about the Tunisian guy, because he's a bit more of an unknown. Do you know what? He's not great. And he's fickle as well, which sucks, because the other guy was fickle. We've overpaid on him. There's just no two ways about it. We've overpaid. But what can you do? I guess not sign him, but oh well. That was definitely a mistake. Doesn't look to have a ceiling either. In fact, has he gone into the B team? Pump budget we have left. The pump budget is very... It's dynamic. Nearly. For me with the punt budget, it's like... Wait, are all these guys going into the B team? You are definitely not a B team level player. Like, I'm more likely to... The pump budget kind of gets extended if I'm, like, desperate / I just see something in a player that I'm like, you know what? Maybe. Maybe. He'll stat pad in it. Maybe he could improve. Who knows? Defender. The thing... I mean, we are on deadline day, I guess. But, like... Do we need him? Like, I know he might be good. But bear in mind, our centre-back pairings this year... Velasquez and Bashir. We also have Alak Chowie. We probably could do with one more, actually. To have 4 for rotation options. Dandy Don, thank you for the raid. Yeah, actually, I see your point. Particularly if he's free. Or, like, cheap. And his name's Virgil. And his wage isn't super high. Hang on, what? 600k. To be fair, squad player, wide centre back. He'll just get recalled in January. That's all right. Fuck it. It's less than the Tunisian cost. He gives us depth. That's all right. He's gone to Newcastle over them to be basically bankrupt. Oh, that's not what you want at all. First choice goalkeeper. Right, fuck me. Let me just try and sort this by who's actually going to pay me. Since all of you are basically offering him the same amount of playing time, I'm just going to go to whoever's going to pay me the most. Actually, no. That's not true. We want development out of him, really, don't we? So, ideally, Liga Portugal would be best. Or, actually, no, Eredivisie. Four-toed. As long as it doesn't affect his balance. What's higher? Liga Portugal or Eredivisie? It's Liga Portugal, right? Oh, no, it's not. We got Virgil Fortos. I'm all about it. In that case, I'm going to send him to Sparta Rotterdam. Hopefully he'll want to go there. Yeah, we'll send him to Sparta Rotterdam. It's the best league for him. If he's going to play the same amount of football in theory in every single league, then he'll go to the highest rep one. Because that should give him better... And they're paying the most too, which is a nice little side effect. Alexa Kirkesh. Sorry, chat, I've just triggered all of your devices there. I want to scout him further. He's definitely fun. Not wanting to punt that kind of money on. Oh, who are you? Hey, look, it's another right back. Resolute, but he just isn't really... My Kirkish went off. God damn it, my Milos won't stop beeping at me. There's Dylan Danell. Yeah, he does feel like a try. I think it's just that didn't he have like almost no crossing ability? Oh no, there's no dribbling ability. I think that would catch him out in our team, I think. Polish guy. Nice. Kornel Grabowski. Yeah, the non-EU just gives me pause for thought on these guys. They have to be like that little bit better. If we were at Syrenes, even with the amount of money we had, he would have just been a no questions asked, we pick him up straight away. But now that we have to think about the non-EU element of things, I know we have got that affiliate club we can send players to for a little bit, but I think we'd have to get them a bit. Then we can't really get them much younger, can we? Oh, I didn't do the column lookup. My part. Yeah, he's good, isn't he? Was this the guy that Herbert Bauer wanted us to sign? No, that's what I'm doing. That's what I just said, Hayden. I was about to do that. Yeah, he's Ooh, those random Norwegians are back again. Oh, it was the Racing. Oh, you're right, it was, wasn't it? Why did he want him? Was it the? Oh, was it a Leeds goalkeeper? Right. FM. Got there in the end. Right, let's clear all this. And we want... Condition is... Place... No, place of birth, yeah. Is... Colne. Or Colney. Anyone at all? Nobody at all. Not a single player. I'll be damned. Scouting for team report scouting of 4 clubs, and people think I'm unhinged, and I am, but that's next level commitment, Athmos. I respect it. Oh dear. Am I spelling that right, Hayden? Wow, he's in. Oh, actually, Hadrian, now that you're back, we had some questions in chat earlier about the. Hang on, let me think about this. The reasons that Hungary were in a default database were not considered first world from a footballing standpoint, and as a result it can affect your signings because they don't like the infrastructure. There was an analogy you used when we talked about this 2 years ago, which was the fact that Hungary was on the same level as like another nation in game that made you go, what the hell? Because basically Hayden was having this exact problem with his MTK save. And Baja can't afford the transfer fee. What are you doing? It's a loan. Why did you bid on it then? Silly. I really hope that doesn't get, like, not go through. But hopefully their transfer window lasts a bit longer than ours. Let me try Burnley. There's loads in Burnley, sure. There has to be. $15 lads from Burnley. Are any of them, like, really interesting nationalities? There's one Irish dude who's now playing for Drogheda, and his name is David France. This is David France, who's an Irishman from Burnley. Glorious. The problem is if we cancel it, he may not find out. I suppose we could offer him out again. Try to get him to, like, the Portuguese side, maybe, to get him to Belenenses. James Brooks, Ian Marriott, Roan Caswell, Wade Milovanovic, who doesn't have a second nationality. Also, we've got Mohamed Naughty in there too. Harry Piers. Yes, they treat it as if they're moving to Myanmar. That was the nation, I think it was, that's crazy that it's on the same level as Hungary according to the game as far as football goes. Because I believe we changed that before the start of the save, did we not? To prevent that exact thing from happening. Because it was just silly. Wow. Nah, he's fine. As a fourth choice rotation option centre-back, he's okay for the season. He has good attributes. Actually, quite good work rate, to be fair. He could even technically cover DM for us. He's certainly DM-y. Should I just start training him as a DM? Just in case, to give us even more cover. Like, I mean, it's not like he's going to learn the role that quickly without playing it. And let's be honest, he's not going to play that much this season, given that we've got 2 DMs now. Okay. Oh, actually, right. What's the Sparta situation? I've got time because it's a loan, luckily. I should be able to cancel it and then go back in again. How's there? Let me just cancel. Oh, wait, that guy hasn't accepted his contract yet, has he? Shit. Neither is Kubek. Right, and Baja. We'll cancel that. And then we'll offer him out again. Right. So now I have to progress and get... That's annoying. So Jose Claudio is here as a loan again, but this time for a full season. And we've also got Martin El Hassan on loan from Arsenal for a full season. Although most likely he'll go back in January because we obviously won't be playing him as much as they'd like. We couldn't actually get Jose Claudio on a permanent deal because he wouldn't discuss terms with us, which is unfortunate. Right, can I do this now? Right, offer out. Hopefully we'll get the exact same clubs interested, or at least similar ones. Even if I don't get as much money for the deal, I'm okay with that, provided he gets a good loan. Because he looks to be a reasonably high potential goalkeeper. Hello, Eto. Yeah, Key has a hip injury, so he's going to be out for a long time. Pretty much. Basically, if I tried to sign him, he would have failed his medical. Most likely. And he was going to cost us a lot of cash, so I didn't see the point in investing that money in him right now, because we wouldn't be able to play him anyway. So if we do still like him and we're in a bit of a situation, we could pick him up in January if the money's still knocking about. Gaston... Oh, what a name. Gaston Giffray. Good name. Not sure about the player. Sakis Kalabakis. I mean, there's nice attribute spread there. Kieran Leon. Geronimo Gattini. Oh, wow. A little bit disappointed by that, actually. I hate it when I've always got a bit of... Ooh. He's so expensive. I think he might have been a next-gen player. Ooh. Oh, no, wait. He's the perfect... By the way, if you're doing like loan farm type stuff in a building a nation, these types of players are the perfect players for that. They're just solid, might improve a little bit. They're never going to be like world beaters, but they've got such good base attributes that they will crush it for one of your many affiliate loan farm clubs, basically. Andre van Dijk. Umut Bulut. Superb. Just great name on the lad. An E-rated Bulgarian. Wait, hang on. Was this guy's name Lone Verbruggen? Chat, I give you Lone Verbruggen. Yeah, we must have seen him before because, well, he's got stars, but I'm just enjoying the fact that his name is Lone Verbruggen. 6'7", Lone Verbruggen. Love that. Is he listed for loan by any chance? Yeah, 6'7" with 17 jumping, which is actually kind of low. We have to. We really don't. He's £7 million, and already we clearly know that he doesn't have the PA. Like, he's not the type of player I want to spend that kind of money on. Fiona! Just because he's... If he was like £1 million, I'd probably do it. But not at 6 million. Or more than £6 million. Royce Rice, baby, thank you for the follow. Just loan him. I wish I could. Oh, actually, let's see if I... I'm not paying 1.2 million to loan him for a season. As much as his name is Lone Verbruggen, I shall not. That's a lot of cash for the final day of the window. Andre Onderberg. If he was Andre Onderberg, I might have been more interested. Right, okay, good. Backup striker or backup shadow striker secured. Serkan Morel, please have PA. Just having this guy behind Barnetche could be crucial if he's got any kind of PA. Oh, you love to see it. That is a fabulous signing. When I say striker, I'm always referring to shadow strikers. Just to take that for what it is. That could be the move, frankly. 5 million up front for him to be a backup striker, and he wants to be a backup striker. Like, he's a breakthrough prospect, so he's not going to kick off. Yeah. Yes, please. Immediately make sure he can play shadow striker, but he's already competent enough that it shouldn't take long for him to get used to the role. I'll hold off on putting him on additional focus because we need to whack him on final third immediately. Well, I say immediately, as soon as we can. A language course first as well. Get him in the senior squad. Perfection. I think... Oh, he's got a red competitive streak too. Low consistency, but he's only 18. Yeah. Tremendous. Dribbling's not bad either. Yeah, now see if we can get Deng alone too. That's the perfect... Because look, you can see that Deng might even be marginally better, but like Deng's also older. And if we can now devlist him... Did he say you have no youth cap? I wonder if it's because he's undecided as to what nation he wants to represent. Oh, he's got under 21 caps for Turkey, but no national team caps yet. I'm really pleased with that. I think it just gives us... Because we know that he's going to get injured. There's no way Barnetche gets through this season and plays the number of games he did last year. No chance. Like, he played all but one league game last season. For a guy who's got orange injury prone, that ain't happening again. So having a player that can step in and maybe even develop a little bit. Oh, here we go. Jupiler Pro License. Right, so Sparta Rotterdam are back again, but we're not doing that. It's the exact same teams, isn't it? So basically out of those, I'm sending him to Portugal. But we've got another Portuguese team has entered the chat. At the very least. So we've got a choice. Belgium's probably... it's got to be behind Portugal in this save now. So he's either going to go to Belenenses, who are paying £47,000 a week, or... The reason I've left both in there is just in case he decides he doesn't like one of them for whatever reason. How do you know it's for Turkey? Because that's his nationality. As in, his first nationality is Turkey, therefore the caps he's got are for Turkey. Because, well, I mean, I suppose he could have switched nationalities, but... Occam's razor. Like, most likely... Wait. Okay, that's fine. Their Windows N and not. I was like, what? That's fine. Those windows are... so what have we done in the end there? I think Akowski was a waste of money, but we had to take a punt on him. Al Hassan, I think, is going to be a useful player for us, particularly as he can cover both positions like that. Claudio, obviously, we love Claudio. Garnier, I think, is a good backup goalkeeper. Doherty was a waste of money. Yurakov is fantastic. Mr. Virgil Fourfingers, I'm not so sure on him. Morale, though, I think we've done well out of that. And we've still got good finances. We are actually overspending our wages a little bit here. Let me just... I assume that's because of... How are we overspending our wages? I think it's because we've got... Is there anyone else coming in? Oh, it's just Soren Schubert. So we've got another centre-back joining us in January as well. I'm content with that, frankly.
Fiona!
Stuart Mages, thank you for the follow. There's no news on FM23. FM23? There's loads of news on FM23, Danny, but no news on FM26. I expect you'll hear it. Oh, hello, perfect. Wait, Salford are in the Premiership? Premiership? When? How did I miss that? I mean, obviously I'm going to send him to Salford. But how did I miss that Salford got promoted to the Premier League? They must have won the playoffs. Salford are in the Premier League. No way. And United are bottom of the league and have lost all 4 games. What a start. Martin Kelly is Manchester... What? Is he a caretaker? No. No, he's not. So Martin Kelly is currently the Manchester United manager after Michel left after a long time at the club. Are Man United about to shit the bed again? Because that was funny as hell last time. That's glorious. He's been there for 11 days. It's going well for him so far. He's lost 2-1, 2-1, 3-1 and 1-0. He's lost to Fulham and Brentford. That's sensational. Who's managing Salford these days? Brandon Astley. I recognise that name. Why was... he was the Fulham manager that won the Europa Conference League. No, he wasn't. Wait, no, he wasn't. Why do I recognise this guy? Oh, he was manager before. Wait, hang on a minute. He was at Salford. Then he took the Portsmouth job in 2037. He was only not Salford manager for 2.5 years later. He's back at Salford again, having gone to Portsmouth, Bristol City and Fulham. He doesn't last long, does he? Sacked as manager of Fulham after the club decided to make a change. By the way, what that is, that's the you've just got a tycoon and they've sacked the manager as part of the takeover process. That's what that means. You don't see it very often, but it can happen to you as well, so be careful. He's training all right, I think. So Napoli do have a tycoon, but he's scaled down his funding, as you can see from the fact that they've spent 8 million and sold 137 million pounds worth of players, including Diego Vera to Real Madrid for 119 mil. So yeah, their tycoon is scaling down a little bit now. It's the first season that they've not spent over 200 million in the last 12 years. As for Napoli, who are under Marcelo Gallardo, let's see. Oh, they're scaling down funding as well. So yeah, both Napoli and Lazio are scaling their funding down. They might be free. Finally. Michel at England. I guess the quickest way, because if I just type in Michel, loads of people will come up. If we just go via Man United's managerial history. No, he's the Villa manager, which makes me think that Villa's manager has gone to England. Jonah Curtis. No, okay. Who the fuck is England manager then? This is where it's like Ten Hag. Oh no. My apologies. It's Vincenzo Italiano. So it was the Arsenal manager. No, it wasn't the Arsenal manager. He didn't have a job for like a year and a half. He left Arsenal. By left, I mean he was sacked from Arsenal, and then a year and a half later just became England manager. Yeah, I wanted a random one. I wanted bloody Adam Lafondra, because that's who's currently in charge at Girona. We need Adam Lafondra's Girona doing bits. Right, we're at home again against Nantes. If we can get 3 wins out of 3 here, this would be delightful. Right, what's the bench say? Oh, look at that depth now. That's tremendous. Suddenly, it just looks so much nicer. Right, Morel is on the bench instead of Ualavi. Yurikov is in instead of Deng, because he's going to be leaving in a minute anyway. Like, Chow is back in again. God, this is deep.
Afternoon, Matt. Hope you and Pog are doing well. Thanks for being my FM fix right now. My PC's power supply and the motherboard decided they didn't want to live anymore, so after 2 weeks talking with the company who built it for me, it finally got picked up today to have parts replaced for free, so I've been having to go cold turkey D.
Well, shit. That sucks. Is this a new PC, Millie? Because that does suck. But I'm sorry that you're going through that. Right. Is that what we want on the bench? We've almost got too many players now for the bench, which is a nice problem to have. Oh, wait, hang on. Do I need Ivic on the bench now if I'm going to have Yurikov in the team? I'd maybe prefer to have Oscar available still. Just for a bit of a right. It's nice to actually be able to have selection headaches. We weren't having that problem before. We knew exactly what the team was going to be every single time, and now it's like, lovely. Nagalo does have to pick it up a little bit, though. He has been bad lately. I recognise this guy. Oh, because he's a real player, that's why. Are Nantes playing any of the players we sold to them in this game? No. In fact, didn't we sell Nantes players to... I swear at the start of last season we sold 2 guys to Nantes as well, and neither of them are in this squad either, because didn't William Mwamba go to Nantes? It was Mwamba and there was another guy that we sold to them. So we sold Nantes 4 players in the last 2 seasons for like a combined £30 million, and not a single one of them has made their lineup. I feel like we might have got on the best side of that deal. Tremendous. Right. Let's get that dubby. Oh, and squad numbers. No, you can't have 37, buddy. You can have 56, though. Your favourite number. Play the... Oh, really? Aren't even in Europe, are they? So it's not like they're resting players for a European game. Because we should have a European game soon. I think getting Deng and Mbaja out on loan will be really, really useful for us. Wait, are we even allowed to loan them? Or are they just going to get cancelled because of the stupid loan rules? I hadn't even considered that. They might not even be allowed to go out on loan. Because of some like meaningless loan we did at the start of the winter. That loan rule in France is really annoying. Oh, and then an advanced HHHB Basil. Congratulations, my friend. Oh my god. Lads, could we like not play silly buggers? Okay, looks like everybody's playing silly buggers today. How have they bungled that so badly? Just the 0.78 off of that opportunity. We've ridden our luck there. Plus, we've got a few players in this starting 11, like the likes of Alec Chowie and Binder, who still don't even have full match fitness yet. Ballon d'Or nominees. Who's nominated? I mean, obviously isn't it loads and loads and loads of people? It's certainly more interesting now that we've not got the sort of Messi-Ronaldo debate every year on it, right? It feels like there's a little bit more variety going on with it. A write-in vote for Scott. He gets my vote. Oh, shit. To be fair, we've started... Oh, nah, he's onside. Yeah. We've been really bad in this game. Even Claudio's struggled. What if it's just the system that Nantes are playing? It just doesn't agree with us. We did get very lucky to win the last game, in fairness. A bit aggressive for Lorne. No need for that. People are allowed to enjoy different things to you. It's the beauty of life, my friend. Scott McTominay's probably still cutting about waiting for us to reappoint him so our board can then re-sack him again. Tristan's not done great there. I think he obviously is going to be a slight negative effect because of his unhappiness, which hopefully he'll get over now the window's shut, but he probably isn't going to play as well as a result of that. But it's okay. We've got morale now. Tristan better watch out. We got the new boy. The board keeps sacking McTominay. I don't know why. I've never had this issue before. We've appointed him twice, and the board keep blocking his departure, even though we're not trying to sack him. And then eventually, after a little while, he just gets sacked anyway. So strange. Right, we're losing here, and we shouldn't be. Well, we should. But we're not going to be soon. Binder's been poor. Bauer off the bench. Stoyan on... Well, they've both done all right, actually, but you're anxious, so we'll let you keep going. Addison's done okay. Nagala's been poor yet again. Just seems to be in his culture at this point. Velazquez is a bit tired. And Claudio's anxious. So maybe we'll get Martin El Hassan on for a little bit. 5 subs. Roll the dice. Let's go for it. But we would deserve the defeat if we got it. Like, even a draw would probably be lucky at this point, unless you really start turning it up in the last few minutes of this game. Which is every chance. Oh, what a great pass. He was always going to shoot, and I think he had no choice, but I just want to see a bit more. Tenerife badge. You're right, actually, yeah. Wants to sack him, right? But what happens is, basically, it keeps saying the board block his departure, and then eventually it just says, Scott McTominay sacked, but I'm not sacking him, nor am I. It's just really odd. It's like there's a waiting... Basically, yeah, when they first sign him, they can't, like, then sack him. Oh, here we go. Come on, morale. We'll get a morale bump. Nice, round the side from Velazquez. Come on, pull it back across. Stoyan, go on. Captain Ladd. Captain Ladd has done it again. Hello, Bog. What's going, Chief? Captain Ladd. He's done it.
Captain Ladd.
Captain Ladd. That was actually really nice. That little touch from Velazquez to then pick out Stoyan there is actually really, really nice. Stoyan on his left foot as well. Bangs it. That looked like it was going in the left side, but hey, she's come to arrest Captain Ladd for crimes against geese. And who can blame her? Addison's a bit tired now. We've got no more subs, so we'll just have to accept this. This will be a very lucky draw. Yeah, it's all sorted, Icarus. Pog resigned on Tuesday after stream and sorted out the contract stuff, so she is now locked in. It's all good and sorted. She starts on September 1st. Rear Admiral Ladd. Honestly, very lucky to get the result there. They did only have the one shot on target. Nominees. Oh, well, let's have a look. Oh, fuck me. That's everybody. That's a lot of words. I can't help but notice Rodrigo Muniz missing. Horrifying. Will not do. Well done. Good point. Who got the... I assume he got the man of the match as well for that. It's like the making of him. I'm still going to yell at them. They were kind of bad. Defaming the oxbone leg. You're right.
Is
What?
Pog still Angus?
Yes. You are at Angers.
What?
What do you mean what?
I don't understand.
What is there not to understand?
Angus.
Yeah, Angers. It's a French football team.
Oh.
Where are they? Just above us, hilariously. We sold you.
Why?
Because you weren't very good. Oh, you're currently injured. With a twisted ankle. That does sound like you.
That makes sense.
If you need the player trait clumsy.
Percy, very rude.
We had to say we got £1.6 million for you though.
Apparently I'm a physical advance forward.
You're a very physical advance. You're an experienced striker. You're level-headed. Don't know about that. There's a bit of a dip there. Get a spirit level on that.
Wasn't held enough as a child.
Wasn't held enough as a child. I'll hold you as an adult. You'll be okay. That was a very... Oh, God, he wants an approved deal for Binder. Not again. You've only just started. Don't appreciate being asked to change.
More cheese, by the way. I'll throw out all the cheese.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm still not giving him a new contract. Actually, wait, can I? If he's got enough time left... Nah, he's got 4 years left on his deal. You have a 4-year contract. No, wait, hang on, what?
Okay,
It's 3. Bye, Pog. Yeah, I don't think he's earned it. We're just going to go on. We're just going to move on past that. All right, walk away then. Potential issue. Well, you asked your agent. Can't afford to do it right now. Oh, you child. Actually, to be fair, he is on quite low money and he's going to be our starter now. This is an opportunity to... Do you know what? He has kind of earned it. I've changed my mind because I have no choice. Depends on what he wants. He might want some stupid money. Oh. Why would I give you a loan? Hang on. You're on 4.4. I was expecting him to want starting status, but that's okay, I guess. Because now he still hasn't got hungry caps yet, right? Oh, he's got 1 cap, but I can 5 cap him. What he's just done here is, this is one of those wonderful congratulations you've played yourselves type situations. I wouldn't have even thought about this. But, go on. So now he's going to be stuck for the next 8 years on this contract, when what he could have done is waited until he'd played a load for us, got a load more hungry caps, and then he could have demanded 20, 30 grand a week because he's our starting midfielder. Now he's going to be stuck on a maximum of 13 for till he's 27. Brilliant. Enjoy the Shadow Realm, otherwise known as our first team squad. Do you know what? He gets exactly what he wants. Kubek's off for 450 grand. I think we paid more than that for him, didn't we? Yeah, but that's okay. Pop that one in the binder. So now we just need those 2 loans to go through, if they will go through. I'm still not sure they will, just because of the... Oh, there's Europa League squad registration. Oh, we're playing Dinamo Tbilisi first. That's great. Also, I feel like I haven't looked at the team reports much today. I think like a lot of the teams we've been looking at haven't been particularly great. So we probably haven't missed much, but... God, we've used a lot of our budget. Holy shit. How... Oh, well, I did move a bit of it across, didn't I? Yeah, we got our Europa League draw. It's not easy, but it's not like stupid difficult either. What am I doing here? Copy of general, isn't it? There it is. Anyone fun in here? A couple of guys at Austria Wien. Ooh, that's a good name though. We didn't do natty caps this year because I find that natty cap is only really... Not only... It's more effective if you do it every other year. Gives the chance for more players to sort of generate. Werner Angerman Gross. Sorry, Gosh. Goss? It's Goss, isn't it? Angerman with 16 aggression. I want to know more about Werner Angerman. It's tremendous. No, Bauer didn't get sold. Because no one bid on him. And the plan was always for Binder to be the starter this season. That's why Bauer was supposed to be sold. So the only difference is now Binder is the starter and Bauer is still here. And Binder has responded. He's got 3 goals in 4 games. Or is it 5 games now? No, it's 4. Yeah, 3 and 5, which is not bad from CM. Anyone fun in the scout reports? Yeah, there's lots of tasty Norwegians cutting about in here, which is fun. If nothing else, there's bound to be one of them that are going to be good. Like these guys down here, like Baste Vular or Valar. I think there could be something to him. The PA is a little bit concerning, but that's just probably because it's really vague. And this guy here, Damien Platt, Ice 21, in fairness. Raw Skollenborg. Wait, where's Raw? Oh, there he is, Raw. Mulder. Arneson. Emilian Arneson. Oh, yes. These guys will be really interesting once we've got them fully scouted. They're 100% going to be intriguing players. Le Havre have not had a good start, but these don't look quite so incompetent as the other teams have. We're still right in the battle. After losing to PSG and Lille in quite big fashion, we've sort of pulled it back a little bit now. I think, honestly, this year our goal really should be just trying to finish in the Europa League places again, while obviously playing in the Europa League, which is obviously a big distraction. It's a lot of extra fixtures. So we got Marseille, then Dinamo Tbilisi. We can't really rest players for Marseille, but we shouldn't need to, because we're at home against Dinamo Tbilisi. Even if we've got a few tired legs, we should be okay. Las Palmas survived the draw. I don't know, actually. Angerman needs to have a deep red competitive streak. Yeah, I mean, he's already got 16 aggression. What more do we want from the man? If he doesn't join Angers, he's missing a trick. Maybe it's pronounced Angers, man. Marseille's badge just kind of looks like a bloke standing like with his knees together from behind there. I don't know why. It's just what I imagine every time I see it like that, because you can only see half of it. Le Havre seen loan offer from St Johnstone for Costa. Just flat white, please. Okay. Yeah, Lazio sold a guy to Newcastle. Jens Lohoff as well. That's quite a lot of money, actually. Mehic is doing bits to start with, as always. Yeah, he's certainly lost any chance he has of playing in our first team, but he's doing bits for the B team. That's all we can really ask for. Newcastle top of the Premier League as well. Man United still bottom. That's just funny. Did Las Palmas survive? They did. Not only have they survived, but they've started strongly. Tenerife up there as well. Sorry, where are Barcelona? Oh dear. Poor start from them. Have Tenerife done any crazy business? They signed one guy and sold... Well, obviously, Steinmetz has been out on loan. Vargas has gone on loan. James Pritchard is out on loan. Vinco... They only loaned people. They're building. And they spent 40 million on Attile Abdikolu. He's very good. He's also very injured. Damn. Good player. Yeah, Salford getting promoted was a massive surprise. And the fact that Man United have lost every game this season is extremely funny. Yeah, maybe he's now developed into something good. I'm not holding my breath. Are we missing more Patreon regions? I feel like I... If they all... No, they actually all have... Wait, 37? That's the default shortlist. That scared the shit out of me for a second there. Yeah, they all do have clubs. Still down to 54, though, unfortunately. Salford finished... Coventry City. Wait, what league is Coventry City? That's Championship, right? I really hope you don't... No, I can't loan you to Coventry. That's way too low now. Crazy to say. Considering this guy did a really good job in the Championship before, but we can't have you going on loan to Coventry. Particularly as they're not going to pay for it. More importantly. We need you to go on loan to Portugal. A season in Portuguese top-flight football would be brilliant. Who are you? Philip Bergstrom. Oh, I remember that guy. I think he was one of those players that spawned with quite good CA. A bit like our Slovakian friend who still won't return our phone calls. He's gone. There we go. Olivier Mbarja has gone. That's glorious. Scuffy, yes. Was that FIFA 14 or FIFA 15? I remember there was an old FIFA YouTuber I used to watch. Oh, they're both gone. Deng's gone to Salford. Mbarja has gone to Belenenses. Deng's going to play in the Prem. That's Prem Deng. Yeah, there was a YouTuber I used to watch back in the day called Hey Georgi, or the Toff Man. And I remember him having Simone Scuffy on his Newport County save. Old school YouTube. I'm talking like 2014, 2015 kind of time. Wait, was the Championship back to the... Oh, hello. Go on then, Aberdeen. Get in there, lads. Oh, was that in the Czech Republic here? Okay. Was there more deductions going on in England again? Yes, there was. 12 points from West Brom for the second season in a row. And Bournemouth have got a 12-point deduction this time. This is the second year in a row that there's been two 12-point deductions in the Championship. Good God. Anything further down? Nope, they're all right. Shrewsbury top of the top of League One. Okay, I see you. West Brom do seem to be stuck in an admin loop. Yeah. Actually, how are Huddersfield getting on? Doing okay considering back-to-back promotions. And they have a tycoon. What if they spent any big money this year? Wow, they've actually spent... Oh, no, haven't they already scaled down? Yeah, he literally took over back-to-back promotions and then just scaled down immediately and went, I'm happy now. Ooh. I don't know what's going on because West Brom, that's the second season in a row that they've been docked points. And they didn't get promoted. But it's not going well for them. Yeah, Salford are going to pay us a shitload of money if he doesn't play. And I really hope he does, because him playing in the Premier League for a season is going to do wonders for his reputation and his general build. So you've now, I think, decided to stay at Fiorentina. I believe you were pushing for a move last time around we checked, but hit the ground running this year. Only 11 goals last year. Then again, that seems to be about your normal. Usually you get double digits and that's about it, basically. Yeah, it sucks though. I'd like to see the possibility in the game that you could go bankrupt and disappear because that's real life, unfortunately. Yeah, you're a hell of a club. Are you actually a legend? Your only favoured personnel, which is a little... Sorry. That's not really the story here. You are the captain of Johnny Jackson's Fiorentina. Right then. Okay, sure. Love that. So we've got Jamal Lowe's Inter versus Johnny Jackson's Fiorentina. Italy managers are cooking. Oh, international tournament. Oh, we can't see that. I don't believe we're allowed to see that. The game doesn't let you. I'm pretty certain it doesn't show the map. No, it doesn't show it. It's annoying. Oh, that's 20. Yeah. Maybe I should have done it sooner, but I don't think it would have counted even sooner. That is disappointing. Alan Lafonta's Juve. Is he at Juve now? Wait, what? Did he move? You're right, that happened last stream, didn't he? So we've got Adam Lafondra, Johnny Jackson, and Jamal Lowe all managing in Serie A. Easily the most interesting league. That's tremendous. I'll 100 points for that. Song request. Let's have a quick gander. Right, fuck it. Let's have a look then. Juve Lafondra. That's glorious. Right, who else is managing in it? Anyone else crazy? Milanov, Michel Vejga, Popelu, Christian Schnuli, Zellhofer, Anton Bergstrom, Johnny Jackson, obviously. Mark van Bommel at Milan. Mikel Arteta's at now God. Napoli's latest attempt is Mikel Arteta. Anyone crazy in Serie B? Nah. I've got Michele Achille. I wonder what their weakness is. Antonio Palombo. Wait, hang on a minute. Oh no, that's the real guy. Wait. No, just want to make sure. We had a Palombo guy before. Daniele De Rossi at Cremonese actually is kind of cool. And Paolo Cannavaro. Wait, that's not the same guy. Either way. Milner, I don't think Milner's still about. You think he'd still be playing, really? No, unfortunately, he retired actually in season 2. Retired at 40, to be fair. That's still pretty impressive. But sadly, I'll actually refund your points. I'm surprised he's not still knocking about. Why is the game taking so long on this specific day? Jamie Vardy, I don't think is even in this. Well, he is in the game, and he would have been. I don't think he would have been look-upable. We'll check. Because I don't think he became a coach. Then again, you'd be surprised some of the people that randomly became coaches in this save. Deadline in England. Ah, that'll be it. Because it's definitely a lot faster. Right, that's going to be fun. The big question is, can we... There he is. Yeah, he just retired from Leicester. I'll refund your points. Right. Squad selection. Bonucci. Oh, we got the under-21 guys. Ruggeri's in. You don't have to be registered. Habila. Oh, can we register Habila and Bashir? Makoko doesn't need to be in the squad. Habila does. Claudio, why on earth would you not be in the team? Alexandre, we can... Right, you can come out. Actually, let me just see who I can get rid of. You don't need to be in the team. You, it doesn't matter whether you're in or out. Christian Colgan, no. Manuel Simon, no. So you guys don't need to be in there. Bashir does. You don't... Well, you probably do. Sven, 20... No, Sven is like 31 these... Yeah, 31 years old. So I've got 3... I've got a couple more. I might as well print... Yeah, we'll get 4 fingers in. And maybe Ualabi? Is there room for Svenny boy? Ah. I think that's about... Oh, hang... Yeah, no, he wouldn't matter if I took him out. Is there anyone else that doesn't need to be in here? They all give us depth. I'm so glad we've got some of the under 21 guys, though. That's actually... This has kind of saved our arse. The fact that Barnetche, Nagalo, Shazli, and Alec Chowie all don't have to be registered is huge. I think we can get by without Chehu. He won't kick off either. Neither will he. Sven probably won't. Neither will you. Yeah, I think that's about perfect. None of these guys are going to kick off about not playing because they're all like breakthrough prospects. Cool. It's a shame not to be able to put Sven in, but just means you'll get some league time. Oh, Shehu can play anyway. There you go, yeah. So no problem. So we're kind of stacked. That's actually worked out about as good as it could have possibly, really. Sadly, I should make Charles offer. Oh. Well, I'll be damned. Something home. So when we do have to register them, they'll tick those boxes anyway. And I think by next summer, we'll have like 3 or 4 more guys that are going to be homegrown anyway. He does have 19 jumping reach, though, does Big Charles, and they're not offering me that much money. What about, lads? Wait, are you actually going to do this? £3.3 million. Yes, please. I think he's unlikely to ever burst into our team. Yeah, Tristan will, and I think there's another guy that's going to count as homegrown as well, which is glorious. Charles was a freebie. So, because we got him on from an agent offer on Deadline Day a couple of years ago, didn't we? So that's exciting. I reckon we can go full strength against Marseille. We kind of have to. And then we've got Dinamo Tbilisi. Even if we have to rotate a couple of guys, we should be way better than them. And we want to be putting down like a pretty solid signing. I was reading chat again. Stuff a bit Besiktas. Where was he before? Was he at Leicester or had he gone for someone else before? Rotate for Tbilisi. Yeah, I mean, with Tbilisi... He's already played? Look at that. Wait, did he come off the bench? I think he did, didn't he? Come on now. We should, particularly with Alzare at the weekend, we should be able to rotate a little bit for Dinamo Tbilisi. Just under 2 years old. Ah, okay. Was it still in warranty? Wow. Someone finally actually got some benefit out of the extended warranty. Millie, you might be the first in history. I think I just want to point out how much faster this is moving now. Like, we are progressing between days. It feels almost like twice as quick as we were before, which is really, really useful. Because I think before, last season particularly, we were struggling to get through more than about 6 games per stream when we weren't in Windows. Whereas next stream will be a big test of this. Oh, Bikikara. But I reckon we could easily get into like double-digit games again, which would be nice. Probably save us like a full stream per season. Svenny could probably still do a job in League 2. I truly think he could, just because his attributes are better than his star rating. Opposition report. Binder fails to adapt game to get before whenever possible. Do you know what? I'm not going to try and force it on him, because the fact is he has got 3 goals this season already. So clearly whatever he is doing is working. And he's got a new contract. Congratulations, Mr. Samir. You have played yourself, my son. A little bit worried about this progression, but I suspect that's because last year he didn't play as much football. So, damn, okay, he's still developing really nicely, but this year I think it's crucial. Lots of game time this year. Hopefully we'll see a nice big step up for him. Carlos Tevez at Rotherham. That is fun, to be fair. I still think our Serie A lineup in this save is mad, with Adam Lafondra, Jamal Lowe, and Johnny Jackson as a trio of teams. Trio of managers. Plus, every time we get a result in the Europa League, we're just getting guaranteed money, which is tremendous. It's like a little cash machine. We can just put fixture in, money comes out. How's Princey Boy doing? Yeah, Terzic I always find ends up at like West Ham in a lot of my saves. Either that or that just happened earlier in this save and I've just totally forgot about it. And Barge has already played a game. I think Olivier Mbarja is genuinely an excellent goalkeeper. And if nothing else, we could make an enormous profit on Mbarja. He's the kind of guy I reckon we could sell in a year or two to like a promoted Premier League side for like 30 to 40 million pounds and make an absolute fortune. Because I don't think he's ever going to overtake Hilaza, and we don't really need a backup goalkeeper of that kind of quality. So the skin I'm using is Saz25. I just get it direct from Saz, but there are websites that have like skins on them if you're looking for different ones. Partnership with Toulouse, really? That's kind of good. As in, so you could... Is that presumably they're a senior affiliate to you, right? Because when we got into MTK initially, we had NEC and we had Liverpool. And we were sharing Liverpool's scouting, which means that we had so much more scouting knowledge in those first 2 seasons at MTK that we had any right to. Wow, PSG lost. The players on loan will be incredible. So the 16-year-old guy he turned 16 during last stream, and we still don't know. Because for some reason, we still haven't got him fully scouted since then. It's like they will not let us have more scouting information on him. But we know he's good. We just don't know about his PA. The only thing, like, his attributes are absolutely exceptional. We're just not unsure as to how good his ceiling might be. Because unfortunately, he still refuses to sign for us. Nothing to lose, in it? Yeah. Did they make a 40 million one? Oh. I guess they were just saving the best for last. Had to do something with all that money they'd made. Garnier's... Well, he's had some progression, which I don't know how he can have. He's only just joined us. The first option. I find that they rarely trigger those. So I don't think you'll be in too much trouble, Hayden. Because all that means basically is if you accept a bid from someone, then they can match it, but they still have to pay the same amount. So it's not usually too bad if you're the selling club. Unless there's any just desperate reason why you wouldn't want a player specifically to go to Marseille. It doesn't mean they can poach your players, really. Well, they can, obviously, but they could do that anyway. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually had one be triggered. Nagalo has got... I might actually genuinely have a word with him. Wait, no, not his training. Shit. Can I not criticize his form? It's weird that I can't criticize his form, given that he's put an average of a 6.25 in the league this season. And he does need to step it up a little bit. Has to be 5 games. Oh, really? Oh, that is annoying. Considering his last 5 has been absolute shite as well. It's fine. I'll have a go at him after this game when he inevitably drops another absolute soup dragon against Marseille. Okay. Ruggieri's just fallen off a little bit, but Binder's looking good. Anderson is one of those guys that always just seems to be around about the 6.8 to 6.9 range. We're never getting like elite performances out of him, very rarely, but we rarely get like stupidly awful performances out of him either. Nagalo is apprehensive because Björn Berg is better. The Bear Mountain is indeed bigger than him. Who knew a guy called Bear Mountain was going to be bigger? Great name though. Right, we're the underdogs. But we do have that dog in us. Why are they all nervous? It's only Marseille, lads. Christ. It's not the big bad wolf. That's Brendan Chardonnay's Marseille. Okay. They're playing a relatively standard tactic, so that should help us. But we are away from home, which should absolutely not help us. I just want to see Nagalo not put in an absolutely tragic performance today. He's been the king of those lately. It feels like Binder is taking his sweet ass time to get his match fitness up. Does he have like low natural fitness or something? It's not great, but I don't think that really affects that, does it? Oh shit. It does when man is laying on the floor. I'm starting to understand why he has low match fitness. If he has spending most of his time sat down breakdancing, it probably is going to affect that slightly. Right, can I have my GPU back there? OBS? Lovely. If you'd be so kind. Hopefully we'll just take a cheeky little short one. In fact, he might, you know. If he's sensible, Binder is completely open here and nobody's tracking him. He has! Binder! Bonacci! No, he's missed it. Fuck's sake, he's offside anyway. But I do wish Binder had, like, actually done a thing. I guess he'll get the key pass. Oh, he wouldn't get the key pass because it was offside, but still. Marseille is not an easy game, so if we were to get anything but a defeat, I'd be... Oh, you stupid motherfucker. He really doesn't want to play for us, does he? Right then. In comes Al Hassan for you, and we'll just slide you. I'm going to keep him as the DLP, so we keep... Oh, no, actually, that'll be fine. Amazing work there, Claudia. Right, but that's that game gone. Tremendous. He's getting ready for Dinamo Tbilisi. He knows he's going to have to stick the boot in. Well, if nothing else, the counter-attack definitely didn't happen. On the plus side, maybe we'll get the benefit of 10-man OP. Wouldn't be the first time in France that we've benefited massively from it. Maybe today's the day. Not with passing like that, it ain't. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's going to cost us. Absolutely horrendous. Was that Anderson that just yeeted that into the midfield for no reason? Oh, no. Here comes the goal. Fucking hell. Well, it's lovely weather, at least. The weather's nice outside. That's glorious. Yeah, no, to be fair, that was always coming. The bad clearance, the fact that 2 separate times the ball was tackled straight back to them, and then it still managed to deflect off of our defender and into the net anyway. That was a classic FM goal, unfortunately. Oh well. Defensive stability, it's not going to add any more defensive stability. Because if that was the case, then we'd just do that in our normal tactic. There we go. The fact is, we're a goal down. Defensive stability isn't going to help us get a goal back. Nothing we touch is going to make any difference in this game, trust me. This is one of those games where you just have to be like, nope, we're done. FM's playing the hits in this one. What is this? Who's that even? Does that come off Velasquez? But then why does the... Oh, I see. The goalkeeper's diving and he's expected to be pulled back. Yeah, that was not great. When you can see goals like that, nothing you do is going to make any difference. Nagalo is having another absolute shitter, though, which is... It's great because I get to yell at him after the game. So I'm not too bothered about that. Basically, this game was kind of cooked from the moment we got that early red card. I find that when you get those red cards later in matches, when there's been like action, it's not always so bad, but when you're going with a clean slate, you got no chance. Yeah, we just progress. Maybe I'll make some substitutions and stuff, but I think we're kind of cooked. I might even actually do what I was going to do anyway, which was keep you as a deep line playmaker, because you can actually pass a ball. And I wonder if we're just not utilising you properly. And if we're going to be losing anyway, we may as well. Would be nice to have like a shot or something, though. I'm a big fan of those. There we go. Well done, Martin. Don't know where the right back was. He really should have been the one doing those kind of tackles, but that's fine too. I just kind of want El Hassan to... Really? How has El Hassan not won the ball there? Just ignored... Wow, okay. Yeah, it's fine. This game is absolutely... Red consistency not being a problem at 18. Basically, consistency improves with age. On most players. Not all players, but for the most part, it's not the end of the world. If they're 25, then there's a massive issue. But if they're 18, I wouldn't worry about it too much. Yeah, the fact that El Hassan has the ball like right there and he doesn't even attempt to win it, it's sort of just like, you're not going to win this game. Or even have a shot by the looks of things. Okay. So Rejic will come in. Merrill will come in. Binder's actually kept his rating relatively high, to be honest. We'll get a more defensive right back in as well. And I guess Stoyan probably should... He needs a few more games to start, to be fair. I just want to see us have a shot. That's all I want to see, a shot. Is that too much to ask? Maybe. The other thing is... Oh, go on then. Back post header, perhaps? Nope. I thought we were going to get Rejic to the back post or something. Right, come on, Velazzi. It's the wrong Velazzi, but... Oh, wait a minute. It's in. And it's onside. Stoyan has scored his second goal of the season off the bench. I might have to start starting Stoyan again. Maybe a Stoyan-Ruggeri partnership down the left-hand side for a bit, while Anderson is still behaving appallingly. Look at this for a pass from Felix Velasquez. Picks him out. Stoyan on the half volley on the up bounce. Great finish. Lovely. Our only shot on the game, but it keeps the scoreline down. Stoyan for Shadow Striker. Don't let him hear you. He'll want that. Yeah, Stoyan will get a red card now. He probably has earned himself a starting spot again. In Luxembourg, I haven't, no. It's very, very low. But the rules in Luxembourg, then again, we weren't really signing a lot of players that were outside of the country. We did sign Alan Judge, so it was possible. Not sure what the rules are like. Right. We were cooked the moment the red card happened. One thing we are relatively good at is not getting absolutely clubbed when the game is never going to go our way. Like, that PSG game could have easily gone off the rails, but we only lost 3-1. This game could have easily turned into something horrible as well. We only lost 3-1. That's positive signs, I would say. But yeah, I have no experience with Luxembourg ban. I'd like to think it'd be fun. But to be fair, the version of the Luxembourg database that I have definitely doesn't have the right rules. I believe it's a bit balked. Right, Claudio banned for one match. I'm actually amazed it's only one, considering he's just nearly killed a man. So far this season, we've had 3-1, 2-1, 3-1, 3-1, 1-1, 3-1. If you've got BTTS bets on, make sure you include Sochaux in them, because we're going to score and concede in every single game so far this season. And I suspect we're kind of exactly where we'd hope to be. Oh, Jesus. It's weird. We've only overperformed by 1 point, but I guess it's because it's so tight in the middle of the pitch. We've had some tough games and some awkward things have happened. I still believe Nicholas Jackson could be a really good player. Just needs a proper run. He just seems like he always gets great opportunities, He reminds me a little bit of like a much, 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 much better version of Nehemiah Oriola. Because, of course, the only reference point I have is for a regen. Yeah, exactly. We get through Tbilisi. Plus, Jose can actually play against Tbilisi, if nothing else. Not consistent finishing. Yeah. And I guess to a certain point, I mean, it's like with players like Adama Traore, everyone was always, the statement is always rocked out, if this guy could just improve his end product. But at this point, like, he ain't gonna, is he? I think if he was going to, he would have done it by now. Oriola's real right. Very good point. Well made. I just assume at this stage that every single player I have is a regen. Except for Sven. Sven is real to me, and no matter what you tell me, I will not believe you. If he was, yeah. If he was any good at football, he'd be a hell of a footballer. Truer words were never spoken. Oh, Ney's on the move. Oh, God. Oh, it was Ney that they signed. That's a really good signing for Napoli, actually. There's Bloomin'. I'm disappointed that we haven't seen so many, like, wowable players coming through our reports over the last couple of... Well, I guess we had that one guy in the last stream and it kind of made up for everything, didn't it? He was so good that it didn't really matter what anyone else did. Yeah, most of these guys are a bit unaffordable, really, aren't they? It's another... Ooh. Maybe. Potentially. Nah, that drops off quite quickly, actually. It's weird that... How is he... I bet he's not even playing for Inter, is he? Substitute appearances at best. Right. Team reports. Show me something. There we go. Milton Nazareno at Barcelona of Ecuador. That's more like it. There's also a guy at Villa there, Liam Barry. Not Villa, Blackburn. Ooh, those physicals aren't great. Okay. I do like the idea of signing an Ecuadorian like called Milton. Makes me think of the park and ride. Oh, not you again. Come on, Herbert. This is getting silly now, bud. I'm convinced we could have £300 million in the bank balance and Herbert Bauer would still believe me every single time I told him that we couldn't afford to sign him. It's tremendous. Basically what I'm saying is he has the PPM gullible. And long may it continue. Sign perverts, no. We decided against it in the end, for the time being, just because he's way too expensive for how good he actually kind of is. Kona demands more from Nagala. Me too! In fact, can I now criticize his form? I'm helping his morale by absolutely caning him in the press. Actually, I was doing it privately, I suppose. To be fair, he has played like shit this season. He does need to get better. It's £2 million. Did you get any clauses in there, potentially? Yeah, the pervert is outside of our budget at the moment. This is a good opportunity for someone like Tristan to just kind of bag a few goals. Ooh, Bodder. Okay, so we've still got some Norwegian teams. I guess it's weird seeing them not coming through in order, but that's because of the way that I set up these reports. It's not always going to be like country by country anymore. So we did have a little clump of Norwegian ones, but I think it's done by like... It's alphabetically, I think. From certain like regional sets. So now we've got Blooming here. 20% sell-on calls. That could still get you a good amount of cash. Because he had pretty high... Yeah, it's like alphabetical by certain regions or something. I didn't fix it, no. There's no way I can fix it, basically. There's nothing I can do to fix it. He's retiring, and therefore every single report will just not exist. So all I can do is cancel them, but I don't know who they are. So at best, what I can do is maybe in the summer, like, at some point of a break, is go through and, like, do like a normal little perusal of the national team squads and just try to fill up any gaps, but I'm not going to be able to fill up the holes that he's left, unfortunately, just because the time scale of that took me like 3.5 hours to do. Right, who does he start for? I think we move Ruggieri up, considering he can now play the role, and drop Anderson for a game. He kind of needed a rest anyway. Barnecci's got to stay in the team. I might actually... No, actually, I want to keep Nagalo in. This is an opportunity for him to improve his form. Yeah, we're going to run a bit longer and do the Tbilisi game, just because I really wanted to give you guys a Europa League game today, rather than just everything else. He deserves to be benched, but the opportunity to turn it around is a game like Dinamo Tbilisi. Like, the fact is, we can't afford to have a player like Nagalo out of form. And so an opportunity to get him a few games to build the confidence back right now is the perfect opportunity for that. Like, but you're right, he 100% does, but Claudio will 100% start because he's not playing the next game anyway. Those of you guys maybe getting in there as well. Right, cool. When the windows are open, this is very true. He's better when he's peering through the windows. There's a Bolivian here in Georgia, Angel Suarez, who they signed up for. Well, they actually signed him from Bolivia. Love that for you. Just in amongst all the Villies and the Adzays, just a random Suarez. Okay. I expect us to put down an absolute hammering here. Oh, we can have more. Honestly, I'm not going to need more subs. This is how much I'm flexing on Dino Tbilisi. I don't need your extra subs. I'd only have to take them off the bench and go for the Ozair game anyway, and I'd forget and get frustrated at the game at the start of next stream. Why can't I submit my team? Although I think next time I definitely will do that. Just because having more bench options is never a bad thing. If we had a 12-man bench in France, I might even put a goalie on the bench. Next match only, never heard of it. Good. First European game with Sochaux. I reckon... What do you reckon? I reckon 4-0. I don't think it's going to be an absolute clubbing. But... I mean, that would be an absolute clubbing, I suppose. But I don't think we're going to win like 8-0 or anything. But... Because they're a decent-ish team. But I still think we should be able to get some decent chances in this game. And hopefully the lineup we've got out there is strong enough to make some stuff happen for us. What I want to see, actually, is Barnecce grab a goal or two, just to keep the momentum rolling with him. Nagalo very much getting on the score sheet, and I wouldn't mind seeing another goal from Binder just to keep his momentum going. That's a great pass. Barnecce to get things started nice and early. And he's already done it. Inside 2 minutes. What a lad. Mr. Remo, or Rimo, thank you very much for the follow. I've missed the Europa League anthem. It is truly the best. Glorious. Who was that with the pass? Was that Binder? That is a really nice ball. That's what I like to see from him, though. He's contributed at least a goal contribution today. Blinder from Binder, or a blinder from Binder, I guess. Great. Perfect possible start to the game. The last thing we want is to concede like a random early goal. Yeah, City are in the Europa League, and it's not the first time either. They've been in the Europa League quite a few times in this save. Shamrock Rovers are beating Fenerbahce away from home. Up the Scamrocks. Oh, God. Brushin. Now, you'll get through it. You deserve to get through it. I'm going to make him play with his bruise shin after that horrendousness. He's probably got a bruise shin from where he two-footed that bloke the other day. Second goal before 20 minutes would be really, really nice. I also just want to keep an eye on what Ruggieri's like on that left wing role. I guess having a player that can actually play the defensive side of the game there would certainly be useful in the league, if nothing else. Wow, that is an absolutely appalling touch from Nagalo. He really is having a season, isn't he? Of just... I'm doing whatever I want. Yeah, Pog, we're going to finish after this game, but... I've never seen a player start the year so badly. For a player of such quality. That is. We've actually been really poor over the first half an hour of this game. I'm actually surprised we're not cutting them about as much as I thought we would do. Maybe they're not as good as not as bad as I thought. Sell height, no. Not until Resic is ready, anyway. Like, Nagalo was still excellent for us last year. Every player's allowed a blip, but... And right now, no one is better than him. If that's even possible to say. Oh, Bonachi through again. Go on, square it. Oh, my God. Abdullah, my friend. Big rectangular thing with a net in the back of it. That's the one there. I realised that was on target, but Christ. Oh. Barrett is ceiling, but we don't know he's at his ceiling. Oh. He's only 21. I think he likely is, but I still think he's an excellent player and I have no reason to sell him. He started poorly, but look what he's done for us in the past. I'm telling you, he's going to score a goal and get an assist in this game. He's just waiting. Waiting to... Fucking hell. I'm keeping the faith. There we go. What a pass. I might be a little bit bitter, child. I know there's some other tasks. I think we have to finish changing the bed sheets as well. Pog couldn't do it by herself this morning because she just ran. I came back from my run and Pog was just like midway through changing the bed, but was unable to do it because it's king size. Could buy you 7 Twistons. It could. Could also buy us nothing. Money does not equal having good player. having good player equals having good player. And thankfully, we've got good players. For the moment. That's never going to be a penalty, is it? He wasn't even close to the box. In fact, I don't think he even fell into the box. King size bed. Oh yeah, never go back to the king's. Never go back away from the king size bed now. I don't know. My attitude has never been to like, why sell a player that's really good just to buy another player that might not be. Better the player you know than the player you don't. We've not been that good today, disappointingly. Right, excellent. Claudio still worries me a little bit. What do you reckon? Another red card? It's a sheet replacement. Help. Ooh. This is my service dog. He only replaces sheets. I like the way you think. Oh, I like wheeling and dealing, but to me, once I'm happy with a player, and I know that I'm not going to find a better player than that for the price budget and the level of quality my squad is right now, then I just stick with them because... Oh, go on, Tristan. That one probably is going to get given. It's soft as fuck, but that one probably is going to go. Now then, the question... Oh, the story, isn't it? Of course. Hand and 10 in the sky. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if we sold a player for... Like, I like making big money on players, but only when that player has, like, exceeded its usefulness to me. And for me, Nagalo is having a poor start to the season, but he has all the attributes to come good. Stoyan scores another one. That's his third goal of the season. FM Hoarder. But that's the loan farm. That's different. In this type of save, I've had to wheel and deal a little bit more. Look at the amount of money we've got for our players. But my point is we're not going to be able to replace Nagalo with an 80k Argentine. One, because they wouldn't be able to register them for a start. But even if we found someone who was registrable, there is not an 80k Argentine that is out there that is as good as Nagalo is. And any player that is as good as Nagalo wouldn't realistically sign for us. That's the great thing about developing players. That's how we bridge that gap. Or it's how I bridge that gap anyway. It's just how I play the game. Claudio... I might give Anis a little run out now. Barnacci's got his goal. We'll let Morale come in for the morale boost. I'm going to use that joke so much. Now could call it put in goal. Exactly. Which is what we've done, to be fair. I think you're right. I probably should. I'm just basically punishing him. But I realised that he could very easily punish me as well. By getting another red card. The Chloe Kelly hop. That would be a fun animation. Watch FM put it in there and just massively overuse it so it's used in every single penalty shootout. How's Owusu doing for you? Has he done anything crazy? Because I've never had him actually be good for me. Just throw water bottles at his shin as he strolls off the pitch. 2-0 is actually kind of disappointing, to be honest. The XGs, we've defended well enough in this game, but the overall output... Bloody hell, why are you sliding in there, Abdullah? He's just desperate for a goal at this point. Stuck in a long chance. Yeah, not a bad idea, actually. It's rare that I find myself with too many goalkeepers, but because usually I just refuse to sign them, but somehow I did in this scenario. But thankfully we found that loan. Go on, get a toe in. There we go. Right, nice. Okay, spin it across. Spin it through. Nagalo's made a nice little run there if you can find him. Never mind, we've got Morale for his first goal. Sir can Morale... Oh, please don't be offside. I think he is, you know. Yeah, he did look a bit offside there. Every single save. I've just never had him actually be any good. He's the only time I've ever seen a player get a yellow card for handling the ball outside the box in FM. This is Europa League, yeah. It's a good finish. Shame he was offside. Men's football. Then let him. That's the beautiful thing about the void. People can shout into it and no one has to hear it. I probably should take Nagalo off before he gets hurt in this game. But to be fair, it doesn't matter because I'm not going to start him against Auxerre at the weekend anyway. We'll start Regic next stream. Because he has not shown me why he should start this game, therefore Regic gets the go. And that's still just a different void, isn't it? That's the beautiful thing about things. People can say whatever they like, but that doesn't mean you have to listen. See me every time someone tells me to sell my goalkeeper when you concede a goal. And not once have I done it. That's probably not true. I probably have, but not immediately anyway. Right, we got the result. Albeit somewhat of a... Bro loves a bruised shin, doesn't he? 540k for free money. It's our first points in Europe. Yeah, we obviously got points in Europe previously and in the Europa League with Sochaux because we did get to the knockouts there. It took a while. Delightful. I'm just going to say it again there. I'm pretty happy with our transfer business. I would have liked to have found like a really solid left wing backup, but I don't think we're desperately in need now because we've got the kind of Ruggieri, Stoyan rotational play there. I think what's going to happen likely is by the time we get to January, we'll have an idea of where we're lacking because we'll keep reaching for it and it won't be there. And that'll give us a great idea with how we could potentially spend what's left of our money potentially in January. Yeah, we're also, we might be sat, 9th in the league right now. But we've had some tough games, some weird results. We've got Europe as well. I think as long as we qualify for Europe next year, I'm not super concerned. And the team's just going to continue to develop right now. We're giving 15 before, I haven't actually. I've rarely ever had tycoons. The last time I had a tycoon properly was, I think, with Bolton, in fact. Like a proper tycoon. I had the Korean takeover when I was managing Bolton, which was sick because I actually had some Korean players already. And that sort of provoked me to continue signing more of them, which is really cool. Right. Let's see. Who is around this afternoon? But it would be rude not to go to Kev now, wouldn't it? Boom. So, next stream we'll be doing, loads of Europa League, because now we can just bomb through games. Maybe even get up to, maybe we could get to Youth Intake Preview. It just depends on how, probably won't just because of the sheer volume of matches, but things will at least be moving a little bit faster now. So, it's a gorgeous day outside. Make sure you experience it. So yeah, thank you for joining me, obviously. Thank you for keeping the vibes awesome, as always. And I'll see you guys on Sunday morning for, 10 a.m. The usual time where we're going to be doing some Europa League action. Continuing to pester that dude. And see if he'll maybe sign for us. I'll try again in a minute, just see if he's willing to come. And yeah, hold your gun. Capybara. And what's the word I say after that? Oh yeah, Carlisle, honey.